Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. The end of the world. Many children, many blessings, the school beauty comes to your door at the beginning. Chapter 61. They come to me for dinner, what's the matter? Yi Yuni said, and then he had a guess in his mind. They want to get back the crystal cores they handed over before. After saying that, Dongfang Ruiyu sighed, I admit defeat, and there is nothing I can do about it. I don't want the ones handed over to me by Binhai Barrier. You can't say that. It's not that I don't want it anymore. Anyway, I admit defeat. I also told them that they asked me to set up a line in the middle, so I came over and invited them. Yi Yuni nodded. So that's what happened. Listening, Yi Yuni's eyes turned cold. Then he took Bai Jixi towards Yajian. On the way, Bai Jixi was also chatting with Dongfang Ruiyu. Ruiyu, do you understand the trading market? When he heard about the trading market, Yi Yuni also looked over here. Yes, and there is an auction today. Dongfang Ruiyu said and handed over the list of auction items. Here, Bai Jixi is watching. Good guy. Lots of good stuff. Different strain. And the fur, teeth and claws of alien beasts. Of course, good products come with good prices. The price is not cheap either. Yi Yuni also waved towards Bai Jixi. Bai Jixi handed the roster to Yi Yuni knowingly. Yi Yuni looked at it, this is okay. The different strains he wanted were all there. If we get it all together now, we can make a pot of good medicine. He has also absorbed a lot of crystal nuclei recently. If this medicine is refined again, it might really be able to break through the level. Come to the diamond middle stage. Yi Yuni thought and cast an admiring look at Dongfang Ruiyu. After a while, come to the private room. Here, several city lords stood up instantly when they saw Yi Yuni. Lord Yecheng, Lord Yecheng, Lord Yecheng. Voices came out one after another. Here, Yi Yuni was also invited to sit down. Then Yi Yuni looked at the dish, thinking about those different strains just now. After finishing the meal, I went over to take a look. Here, a city lord was toasting Yi Yuni. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. A city lord here looked at Yi Yuni. City Lord Yi, I invite you today because I want to talk to you about our previous crystal core. In a word, other city lords also looked at Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni looked at him without saying anything. Then he stood up and said, everyone, please go back to your respective barriers as soon as possible. Pay attention to safety on the road. He looked at Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu, let's go to the auction. With that said, he walked towards the door. All the city lords listened to Yi Yuni's words. There was anger in his eyes right now. Yi Yuni's words meant that they would not return their crystal nuclei. At this moment, there is a city lord who is angry. He stood up and looked at Yi Yuni. Chengdu Yi. You resisted Zhao Kang and were dissatisfied with him for accepting the crystal core. Now, aren't you just like Zhao Kang? Dragon slayers cannot become evil dragons. Yes, Lord Yi. That is indeed the alien beast we killed and the crystal core we dug out. One sentence. Yi Yuni stopped for a moment. Then he looked at the chopsticks at the door of the private room. Take out 2 pairs. Then he threw it towards the back. Poof, 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 kang. 3 sounds of flesh and blood breaking were heard. Blood immediately splashed on the faces of several other silent city lords. They looked to the side, their eyes widened, they couldn't believe what they saw. Killed. Yi Yuni flicked the chopsticks casually. It penetrated directly into the heads of the 3 city lords who just spoke. The remaining one. It's nailed into the wall. Deep and invisible. This power. In an instant, everyone was frightened. Thump. The sound of a heavy body falling to the ground was heard. I said, everyone should go back early, but since some people don't want to go back, don't go back. Drop the next sentence. Yi Yuni walked out with the 2 girls. The remaining city lords looked at each other in confusion. Then he slumped in his seat. Outside, Bai Jixi also snorted in her heart. Playing moral kidnapping, right? Standing on the moral high ground and urinating everywhere. Why didn't you dare to talk to Zhao Kang like this when you were making friends? Snort. Next to him, Dongfang Ruiyu also looked calm. These people are just bringing the blame upon themselves. Then, they walked towards the trading center. Yi Yuni looked at it and saw that it was much bigger than the nebula barrier. One in heaven and one on earth. Then, He looked at the different strains, but there was nothing he wanted. Let's go to the auction. The auction is inside, Dongfang Ruiyu said, leading the two of them towards the inside. Arrived at the auction, Yi Yunyi looked at this place. Good guy, such a big venue. It feels like it was transformed from an auction before the end of the world. Then, they entered a private room. For privacy, I'll get some tea. Dongfang Ruiyu said that and headed outside. After a while, I got some tea and walked back. At the same time, far away, a look was staring at her. This guy, why are you here? In the distance, a girl stared at Dongfang Ruiyu and snorted softly. Then, she was thinking about how she and Dongfang Ruiyu discovered a different orchid in the wild at the same time. After a fight, the orchid fell into the hands of Dongfang Ruiyu. HMPH. Back then, you relied on the strength of your 100 Flowers Alliance's large number of people, but you didn't expect that today we would be on the wrong side of the road. The girl murmured, thinking about Dongfang Ruiyu. This guy is not only the lord of a city, but also the deputy leader of the 100 Flowers Alliance. Back then, she didn't dare to act rashly on Dongfang Ruiyu's territory. But now, it can be considered her home court. This time, did you bring anyone here? Are your little sisters from Baihua League here? No, see how I deal with you today. Next to her, the man looked at her. Sakura, what's wrong? Lu Ying turned around. Dad, I saw an enemy. Enemies. The man was startled. It's better to make friends than to make enemies. Where did you get the enemy? You're so ridiculous. Looking at her father, Lu Ying also knows her father's temper and kindness to others. She didn't bother to refute. Is it better to resolve enemies than to make them end? Fart. She is also in the early golden stage now, and Dongfang Ruiyu is almost the same. Without the help of others, even if she couldn't defeat Dongfang Ruiyu, she would still have to teach her a lesson after today's auction. Thinking about it, I started to prepare. Inside the private room, Dongfang Ruiyu also poured tea. Pour the brewed tea to Yi Yunyi and Bai Jixi. Thank you, Ruiyu, Bai Jixi said. After a while, the auction will begin. The auctioneer takes the stage. Start the auction. Yi Yunyi was not interested in the things in front. After a while, a different flower appeared. Dongfang Ruiyu's eyes lit up instantly. Then comes the bidding. On the other side, Lu Ying also saw Dongfang Ruiyu making a bid. Now it's time to raise the price. A few rounds. There were only 2 people left raising the price. Dongfang Ruiyu was just about to bid. This way. There was a knock on the private room door. Bai Jixi looked at it, went over and opened the door. Then, I saw a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, appearing at the door with a box in hand. What to do? The man looked at Bai Jixi, and then looked inside the private room, as if looking for something. When I saw Yi Zan, just a smile on my face, just like chrysanthemums blooming. Master Yi, I am the head of the Wang family. Yesterday I was out hunting exotic beasts. The juniors in the family were not sensible and the gifts were neither light nor heavy. I will make up for it today. Please don't mind. As he spoke, he handed the box in his hand towards this side. Bai Jixi looked back at Yi Yunyi, and saw Yi Yunyi nodded. Bai Jixi took the box over, put it in front of Yi Yunyi. Yi Yunyi opened it. Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu both came over to watch. Astonishingly, there are 2 golden crystal nuclei. This color, this size. It should undoubtedly be the crystal core of the late golden stage. Dongfang Ruiyu, you guys, are you so rich? Once they are released, they are all late-stage golden cores, right? Bai Jixi also had a happy face. He looked at the head of the Wang family and asked, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Is this good? After Wang family master finished speaking, he entered the private room. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. After coming in, he was pouring tea for Yi Yunyi, talking and laughing on his face. My heart is so happy. Compared to other families' formal gift-giving yesterday, this one is different, and you are so close to Mr. Yi. Next to him, Dongfang Ruiyu sighed in his heart when he looked at the Wang family leader. This is the first time I saw a gift and I was so happy. It's due to Yi Yunyi's strength. Here, when she was thinking about it. There, the auctioneer has dropped the hammer. Ah, Listen to the sound of the hammer falling. Dongfang Ruiyu is also numb. Her bid was interrupted by the head of the Wang family, and because she was so shocked by the gift, she didn't even bid. It really gives the other party an advantage. However, there is no use regretting now. All deals have been made. At the same time, over there, Lu Ying watched the deal. There was also joy on his face. This guy, I just made a few bids. Stop barking. What a coward. Why aren't you awesome this time? HMPH, come on, you're a young man. You don't have to look at how much money you have to compete with me for something. Lu Ying spoke. It also fell into the ears of the man next to him. He looked at her with an expression that made him hate the iron. You simply don't understand what I said before. The man thought, follow me to the private room later. What are you going for? Lu Ying heard this sentence. I felt numb immediately. Dad is going to bring out the old routine of, it's better to resolve enemies than to marry them, again. Be a peacemaker. But, the next moment, she was stunned. After a while, it's not impossible. After all, if I go there with the auctioned exotic flowers, I can mock Dongfang Ruiyu. Okay. Thinking about it, Lu Ying also started to be eager to try it. After a while, the man took Lu Ying in that direction. Lu Ying's face was full of pride. Here, the footsteps were also light and they followed closely. After arriving, men just knock on the door. Then, Bai Jixi opened the door. Dongfang Ruiyu inside looked at Lu Ying outside. And the alien flower in her hand. Everyone was stunned at the moment. What does this mean? The auction is successful and you still come here. Come to show off. Lu Ying's eyes immediately locked onto Dongfang Ruiyu inside. There was a smile on his face right now. But, next moment, his father looked inside and was stunned. Master Wang, you are here too. One sentence made Lu Ying suddenly come back to her senses. Then he looked at the man inside and was stunned. His eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe what he saw. This is the head of the Wang family. A strange person with late gold strength. This morning, I heard that he came back from outside and led a group of strong men in a bloody fight. After killing many people, I killed 2 late gold beasts. Unexpectedly, now that I have no rest, I am here. A moment, Lu Ying just didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, the head of the Wang family here is not someone she can afford. Instead, he looked forward respectfully. But, gradually, she felt something was wrong. The head of the Wang family actually picked up the teapot at this moment. Pour tea for the boy next to you. His face was full of respect. This, she looked over. Then he saw 2 golden crystal nuclei placed on the boy's right side. Lu Ying, what's this? This shouldn't be the case. The crystal cores of the 2 late-stage golden beasts hunted by the head of the Wang family, right? Is this a direct gift? The head of the Wang family also saw the man at this time and nodded. I'm here to pay a visit to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. The man listened to the name the head of the Wang family addressed to the young man. I was also stunned. Mr. Yi. Which Mr. Yi? The dignified head of the Wang family, are you talking like this? Next moment, his eyes suddenly shrank. All the hairs on my body stand up. Is it possible? This one. He thought about what happened in the barrier yesterday. Zhao Kang was killed. The person who killed him was a young man named Yi. It seems so. That's right. Lu Ying next to her also realized this. Beads of sweat as big as peas were falling from his head. Fear. It's so scary. She couldn't even think of killing her. Dongfang Ruiyu was actually serving this one. Thank you for not taunting me directly just now. But now, she and her father are standing here in embarrassment. You can literally dig out 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms under your feet. Next moment, behind them, someone pushed them. Borrow it, borrow it. Several figures also headed towards the private room. Master Yi, I am from the Zhou family in the barrier. Yesterday our family went out to hunt exotic beasts. This is our gift. Master Yi, I am from the Lin family. Alas, I was out yesterday and didn't visit in time. I just found out about it just now. I regret it so much that I came here quickly. Master Yi. In an instant, many people came up from behind. All of them were carrying congratulatory gifts and smiling on their faces. Don't be too respectful. Dongfang Ruiyu looked numb. Now Yi Yunyi's influence is so terrifying. This is a gift on a pole. Yi Yuni looked at Baizhixi and asked her to accept the gift. Baizhixi suddenly had a smile on her face. She is most happy to do this. Oh no, second pleasure. Here, Lu Ying looked like chaff. Keep shaking. None of these family heads can be offended by her. The head of the Wang family also saw these people at this time and snorted, these guys. I'm afraid I didn't go back to prepare gifts just now. That's why I'm here now. But, he who is close to the water and tower gets the moon first. The following family heads also looked at the Wang family leader, and they secretly cursed the old fox in their hearts. After a while, many family heads gathered in front of the private room. So many people pushed Lu Ying and the others aside. Lu Ying also breathed a sigh of relief. These family heads came just in time. So timely, otherwise, she might really be trapped here. If they offend this person, their lives will be lost. For a moment, she also remembered Dongfang Ruiyu accompanying Yi Yuni and her father's words about how it is better to dissolve enemies than to end them. Dad, simply amazing. But now, I haven't solved this section yet. Forget it. Run quickly. Lu Ying then hurriedly left in despair. In the private room, Dongfang Ruiyu also looked at Lu Ying's figure. Naturally, I know why she is like this. She looked at Yi Yuni. Master Yi, Yi City Lord, hurry up and collect your magical powers. In the private room, Yi Yuni received the gifts happily. Outside, in the entire auction house, such a scene attracted everyone's attention. What's wrong, Wu Kao? Aren't those people the heads of the clans in the barrier? Yes, it's them. It's really strange. These people are rushing into that private room. I don't know, does anyone have any news? One by one, the strangers were talking, with puzzled expressions on their faces. After all, this scene is too strange. There is no city lord among their strongholds, they are all powerful and powerful. These powerful people are usually in a confrontational situation. But now, they are all heading towards the same place. Isn't this surprising? A stranger next to him encouraged the person next to him, would you like to go and take a look? The person next to me. What did you say? Why did you ask me to go take a look? I'm going to take a look. If I offend any house owner, with my little strength, why don't they just slap me away? Ah, why the hell don't you go? In an instant, this stranger had 10,000 complaints in his heart. Then he looked at the man fiercely and said, go ahead. I don't dare. The man immediately shrank his neck. People nearby, look how cowardly you are. That's not what you asked others to do just now. While everyone was talking, a stranger came not far away and saw them discussing. Come here too. Someone over there was spreading rumors about what happened. One word, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. What's wrong? Say it quickly. Seeing everyone's anxious looks, he got straight to the point. Do you know what happened yesterday? It's the Exorcist Society, destroyed. One word. Everyone nodded. After all, they didn't know about such a big thing right away. It's been so long since yesterday, and they know it now. But what does this have to do with these family heads? Next moment, a stranger's eyes lit up. You mean, the man who destroyed the exorcism club yesterday is in there? So many house owners are visiting. One word. Everyone around him was stunned. Then there was a gasp. That one appeared here today. No wonder. These family heads are flocking to them. This person single-handedly overthrew the Exorcist Society and killed Zhao Kang in the early diamond stage. No wonder. After hearing this, they also understood the situation. Gradually, the news spread. Everyone at the auction knew about this situation. Everyone was whispering at that moment, and the eyes they looked at the private room were solemn. Many female aliens are also looking this way. However, there are some different emotions in his eyes. The auction site was also suspended for a while because of this incident. Then it's time to start again. Here, Yi Yuni is also looking at the subsequent auction items. After all, he still needs to get a few spiritual plants. A big pot of medicine is needed. After a while, that's when we arrived at the different strain that Yi Yuni wanted. Start the auction. Someone is bidding. This way. Yi Yuni also paid a fixed price. In the front, the foreigner who made the bid before was prepared to increase the price. He was just about to raise his hand. He was quickly pressed down by the stranger next to him. You're crazy. Don't even look at who paid the price just now. After a word, the man motioned to Yi Yuni's private room. The person who was about to raise the sign was also stunned for a moment. Almost. Forget it. Give up now. Here, when other people saw that it was Yi Yuni who made the bid, they all stopped. Present. This spiritual plant was sold at a slightly higher price than the reserve price. Even though the auctioneer was talking eloquently on the stage, everyone below was also unmoved. Who dares? In the end, the auctioneers on the stage dropped their hammers with tears in their eyes. The next few plants were also sold at the lowest price. Inside the private room, several family heads looked at Yi Yuni's actions. Master Yi, you seem to have a special liking for spiritual plants. Well, I want some useful spiritual plants. Yi Yuni also didn't hide it. Everyone listened and had some calculation in their hearts. Keep it in mind at the moment. After a while, the auction is also over. Master Yi, let's go out. The head of the Wang family looked at it with a smile on his face and said. Yi Yuni also nodded, and beside him, Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruyu were also carrying congratulatory gifts. Everyone walked towards the outside of the private room. Got outside, Yi Yuni paid the money and took the things. Then he went out. After a while, a girl came over. In an instant, the girl's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Beautiful face. Beautiful figure. More importantly, that's a rough walk. It can be said that small branches bear fruit. Then, the girl came to Yi Yuni and looked at Yi Yuni, Senior Yi. Everyone looked at the girl, confused. What is this guy doing? The girl paused, with a blush on her face, and then opened her red lips slightly. Senior Yi, I have been practicing boxing recently. I don't know if the method is not right, but there is a feeling of blockage in the chest. Can you invite Senior to come to the small house for a while? Let's get together and teach the younger generation. Help this junior to clear the blockage. One word. Everyone around was stunned. Then their eyes widened. Good guy, I can tell. It is indeed blocked. But how to unblock this? Next to me, many female strangers were also listening, and they felt numb if they let go. Good guy, naked, right, here, Yi Yuni hasn't spoken yet. Behind him, another beautiful woman came over. Interrupting the previous girl's words, she looked at Yi Yuni. Senior, I have been practicing ancient yoga recently. I have practiced various postures. I would like Senior to help teach me whether the movements are in place. People nearby. Me. One more powerful than the other. I just want to ask, is this ancient yoga technique of yours serious? Afterwards, many strange women came towards this direction. Senior. Senior. As the female strangers came over one after another, delicate voices sounded. Next to Yi Yuni, a group of family heads watched this scene. He was also stunned at the moment. Good guy, what a battle is this? They also became envious for a moment. Mr. Yi, this blessing is not shallow. But shouldn't they be here now? But how can this run? Here, Yi Yuni also looked at these strange women. At the moment, I was thinking that I could just accept it all. After all, they are all good. Look at each one. Exquisite face. Beautiful figure. Thin branches bear fruit. It can be called the best in the world. And, more importantly, these have some strength. This can improve their family's overall combat power. Why not? Thinking about it, Yi Yuni also gave Bai Jixi a look. Bai Jixi also understood it for a moment, and immediately walked forward. Sisters, my husband is discussing business with other family heads today, how about I take you home later? If there is something, can we discuss it at home? One sentence. All the eyes of the female strangers fell on Bai Jixi. Then I thought about Bai Jixi's words. Husband. At this moment, they knew Bai Jixi's identity. A beautiful woman reacted first. Sister, let me help you get your things. Sister, I'm coming too. Sister, let me help you. Bai Jixi also felt happy when she heard her sister's voice. This sounds good. Next to her, Dongfang Ruyu looked at the situation in front of her, her beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Can Bai Jixi still be like this? Bring people directly to your home. Later, Yi Yuni and several family heads also walked and chatted. Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruyu also gave all the gifts in their hands to the beauties behind them. Although these gifts are not heavy, But after all, it is better to have someone holding it than holding it yourself. Dongfang Ruiyu approached Bai Jixi and whispered, "Are you going to take this home directly?" What if? Bai Jixi responded that she was tired from all the trouble this morning. After all, Yi Yuni is simply getting more and more fierce now. The other sisters are not strangers, but have even worse fighting ability, so they can torment her. How can she bear it? Why don't you quickly find someone to share the firepower? Here, Bai Jixi looked at Dongfang Ruiyu, with a smile on her face for a moment. An idea appeared in her mind. Today she was still in the embarrassment of being heard by Dongfang Ruiyu. If only I could drag Dongfang Ruiyu into trouble. Hey, then, everyone will whisper. She won't be embarrassed anymore. Here, Bai Jixi also whispered, "I don't blame them for being like this. My husband is really awesome. You know it too." Listening to Bai Jixi's words, Dongfang Ruiyu also thought that Yi Yuni was indeed powerful. One man single-handedly caused an exorcism. Moreover, she also remembered what happened in the morning. According to City Lord Yi's ability in such a long time, it seems that he has no pressure at all with so many girls. Then, Bai Jixi continued. "And, didn't you know, my husband can also make medicine." Refining medicine. This sentence made Dongfang Ruiyu take a breath of cold air. This is not simple anymore. Refining medicine is not something that ordinary people can do. A moment, she just figured it out. Why is Yi Yuni so interested in exotic strains? Why did he improve so quickly? It turned out to be based on his medicine refining skills. Thinking, Dongfang Ruiyu also felt a dull pain in his heart. Immediately he gritted his teeth. This is a sequelae. She is not only the city leader of the Seaside Barrier, but also the deputy leader of the 100 Flowers Alliance. Back then, I formed the 100 Flowers Alliance with my senior sister. There are some female aliens in the 100 Flowers Alliance. Back then, she and her senior sister discovered a way to use flowers from different plants to increase their strength. However, this approach creates a chronic poison. While allowing them to improve their strength, they will also feel pain every night. She was now in excruciating pain every night. As for her senior sister, she was in agony. This is the price you pay for improving your strength. As for the other members of the 100 Flowers Alliance, they are all vaguely related. At that moment, Dongfang Ruoyu's eyes lit up. Can Lord Yi know how to refine the antidote? Are you poisoned? Bai Jixi looked at her doubtfully. Seeing Dongfang Ruoyu nodded. We'll talk about it later after my husband has said goodbye to those family heads. This way. The head of the Wang family looked at Yi Yuni. By the way, Mr. Yi, I still have some exotic plants in my house. I'll look for them when I go back and send them to you. The head of the family next to him looked at the head of the Wang family. This guy. Quite good at things. At the moment, they also spoke one after another. Master Yi, I have some over there too. Me too. Okay, thank you very much. Yi Yuni naturally accepts everyone who comes. Master Yi, what did you say? I will go back and look for it now. The head of the Wang family bowed his hand. Then he left, and the other family heads did not stay. The birds and beasts dispersed. Yi Yuni looked at the different strains he bought. Now, I can go back and refine a pot of great medicine. Here, Bai Jixi also came over with Dongfang Ruiyu. Husband, there's something wrong. Bai Jixi came over and told Yi Yuni about Dongfang Ruoyu's poisoning. Yi Yuni looked at Dongfang Ruiyu. She also came over and briefly talked to Yi Yuni about the 100 Flowers League. City Lord Yi, can you refine antidote medicine? That's natural. Among the medicines Yi Yuni refined before, there is an antidote, but the level is not high, but it should be enough to deal with this. One sentence made Dongfang Ruoyu's eyes light up. So, they can be saved. No more suffering. Lord Yecheng, can I buy some? Dongfang Ruiyu asked anxiously. Yi Yuni looked at her and smiled immediately. That's not good, but as long as you agree to one condition, I'll give it away for free. Just one condition? Dongfang Ruiyu asked doubtfully. What are the conditions? Follow my husband and give birth to my husband's children just like me. Next to her, Bai Jixi said first. She understood this condition very well. She did this to save her sister before. She was quite resistant before, but now it seems that it smells so good. Dongfang Ruiyu gritted his teeth when he heard this condition. There was a blush on his face. I stayed silent for a long time. There are other senior sisters and members of our 100 Flowers Alliance who have also been poisoned. Can you help them get rid of it together? Dongfang Ruiyu murmured. Bai Jixi was also stunned. This was the first time she saw the powerful Dongfang Ruiyu like this. Cute, so cute. Yi Yuni was decisive. Then I agree. After saying a word, Bai Jixi also rushed forward and hugged her. Then he whispered in her ear, good sister Ruiyu, we will be a family from now on. We will face difficulties together and share the firepower together. Dongfang Ruiyu. So, we will be comrades fighting side by side from now on. Strange. However, it seems not bad to have this guy as a companion. Here, Yi Yuni is also in a good mood. He led everyone towards the garden. Return to the garden. Bai Jixi also told Zhou Weiwei and others. Everyone also had smiles on their faces. Looking at Dongfang Ruiyu and others, they all welcomed him warmly. This time, their pressure was relieved again. Here, Yi Yuni and Bai Jixi also came to the room arranged for Dongfang Ruiyu. Then, Yi Yuni took out the medicine and said, this will do. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at it and immediately swallowed it. Next moment, a pain that hit my soul suddenly came. Ah, a wail. Yi Yuni was shocked, not to mention the Beizi River next to it. She was also stunned when she looked at Dongfang Ruiyu rolling on the bed. Looked towards Yi Yuni. I saw that Yi Yuni was remembering something. Looking at the small notebook. Antidote. Pain after taking it. Bai Jixi. Ah, I just remember it now. For a moment, Bai Jixi looked at Dongfang Ruiyu with pity in her eyes. Now Dongfang Ruiyu is like a guinea pig. It is also like Shenong who tasted hundreds of herbs. She was afraid that Dongfang Ruiyu would be like Shenong. Say that last sentence before sighing. This thing is poisonous. Ah, another painful cry came. Dongfang Ruiyu was rolling around like crazy at this time. Yi Yuni couldn't stand it anymore. Then he looked at Bai Jixi and said, let's tie her up. What if my house collapses later? Bai Jixi. Husband, you are a devil. So cruel. But, she also started fighting with Yi Yuni the next moment. Straight away, he tied up Dongfang Ruiyu. For a moment, Dongfang Ruiyu was like a caterpillar. Constantly twisting. After a while, Dongfang Ruiyu also felt that the pain had passed. I suddenly felt relaxed. The dull pain before is no longer there. Really detoxified. So smart. When Bai Jixi saw Dongfang Ruiyu recovering, she also let her go. How's it going? I didn't lie to you. Yi Yuni said. Dongfang Ruiyu also nodded. Then when will we set off to the 100 Flowers League? The 100 Flowers League is in another fortress. Dongfang Ruiyu also did not forget his senior sister and other members of the 100 Flowers League. Let's get married tonight and then go there later. Okay. Dongfang Ruiyu blushed when she heard that the wedding was completed. After all, she was also a yellow flower girl. It was the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair. Things are over here. Yi Yuni is also preparing to refine medicine. He has already been eager to try it. At that moment, he was going out. Bai Jixi came close to Dongfang Ruiyu. Are you completely fine? Yeah, the poison is gone. That's right. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at Bai Jixi. I remember you were in the late silver stage before, right? But when you tied me up just now, you were definitely not in the late silver stage. Are you in the early golden stage now? That's right. Bai Jixi didn't hide it. Don't worry, my husband will help you improve your strength. One sentence made Dongfang Ruiyu's eyes widen, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Can Yi Yuni help improve his strength? How to improve? Dongfang Ruiyu asked. Bai Jixi glanced at her and said, Anla, this matter will definitely be arranged for you in the future. As he spoke, some of the words Bai Jixi emphasized a little more. Dongfang Ruiyu, is that accent you just mentioned serious? Outside, Yi Yuni is already preparing to refine the medicine. The beauties just now came over to watch. Seeing that Yi Yuni could even make medicine, everyone covered their mouths. The face is full of surprise. Here, Yi Yuni put everything in. Pay close attention to the details. A few hours later, the medicinal fragrance wafted out. Yi Yuni controls the details. After a while, lift the lid suddenly. The aroma suddenly fills the air. Yi Yuni looked at it and saw that the eyes of everyone around him were shining. Want to try it? Listening to Yi Yuni's inquiry, Bai Jixi nodded immediately. Next to her, Zhou Weiwei, all the girls, and Dongfang Ruiyu also nodded. Dongfang Ruiyu blushed. She nodded now. Was she a little shameless? After all, it's not the future yet. However, this fragrance is so tempting. However, Yi Yuni asked them if they wanted to eat. It's useless to try it. If you eat it, you'll explode and die. Everyone. Then don't you have to ask more. Rub the pills, don't be stunned. Yi Yuni looked at their expressions and said with a successful smile on his face. Everyone had no choice but to start rubbing pills. After, Yi Yuni came to the innermost room. Take the medicine directly. Next moment, power is like a rolling torrent, constantly hitting the barriers in Yi Yuni's body. Call, boom, a muffled sound. Yi Yuni opened his eyes suddenly. In the eyes, a ray of light suddenly shot out. Don't be too aggressive. Then, he just made a fist. A moment, the space feels distorted. This power. Yi Yuni then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills, second stage of Juyuqi, god-level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapon, tomahawk level 1. Props, 19 god-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets. Strength, late golden stage, 9 bottles of god-level alien beast blood pure liquid. Reward, 100 poison pills. Diamond mid-term. Finally, a breakthrough. With so many crystal nuclei and the effect of this drug, we finally made a breakthrough. However, Yi Yuni was worried because so many crystal cores had been consumed for this advancement. Next time, I don't know how much it will cost. However, he then thought about it. Crystal cores can't be spent. Just waste your wife. Many children, many blessings, same. Moreover, they are all pregnant now. If you give birth to a child, the system will reward you with super god level rewards. At that time, it was simply invincible. Okay. Now prepare for the wedding in the evening. In the garden, another lantern display. Evening. In each family. After hearing the news, the head of the family stood up excitedly. His eyes were constantly trembling. What did you just say? Master, let me tell you, Mr. Yi is getting married again tonight and invites you to come over. House owner. No, I got married 2 days in a row. You can't play like this. The point is, this gift is not something you can afford. At that moment, he was also gritting his teeth with a pained expression. Let's go. Go pick out gifts. Other family heads also had similar reactions. Get ready. Night. They once again saw Bai Jixi sitting there with a smile as bright as a flower. However, compared to their previous expressions, some of these family heads are feeling even more heartbroken now. After all, these things are extremely precious things in their family. They are usually reluctant to take them out, but now they are embarrassed to take them out. In an instant, a terrifying idea suddenly appeared in their minds. After this, Master Yi, shouldn't you be like this every night? It should be, right? If it is true, what should they do? This. With a worried heart, they sat down. Looking at the stage, it was Yi Yuni and Dongfang Ruiyu. At this time, Dongfang Ruiyu looked shy. Although she is the city lord and the deputy leader of the 100 Flowers Alliance, this is the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair. At this time, she was wearing chape. Lotus arms wrapped around Yi Yuni's arm. Because of nervousness, she hugged Yi Yuni tightly. Yi Yuni was also moved at this moment. He looked towards Dongfang Ruiyu. At this time, her face was full of peach blossoms. Eyes rolling. There is a lovely and touching feeling between being shy. It's like the little girl next door being held by someone's hand for the first time. That shyness, that restraint. God feels pity for you. It also made Yi Yuni suddenly excited. After a while, the party is over. Here, Yi Yuni dragged Dongfang Ruiyu to the innermost room of the garden. Then he entered the house. Then Yi Yuni kicked back and the door was closed. The next morning, Yi Yuni got up. Here, Dongfang Ruiyu also woke up, but he was extremely tired. She now understands why Bai Jixi looked like that after she came out yesterday. It's really more tiring than fighting alien beasts. However, she can still bear it. Maybe it was because of the antidote Yi Yuni gave her yesterday that she felt unprecedented pain. So it pales in comparison to that one. Thinking about it, she saw Yi Yuni getting up. She also wants to follow. Then her face turned red. Let Yi Yuni go out first. After all, she needs to take a break. Next moment, she just heard Yi Yuni humming a little tune, and she felt extremely comfortable. I was stunned at the moment. Beautiful eyes widen. Good guy, still so energetic. Monster, what a monster. For a moment, Dongfang Ruiyu also felt that Yi Yuni had some secret skills. The talent and strength are so strong. Definitely is. Definitely is. However, there is no use knowing it, she is already married. Yi Yuni is also out here. Next moment, the light curtain pops up. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. Reward a god-level beautiful fruit tree. Is this a different strain? Yi Yuni looked at the introduction of the god-level beautifying fruit tree. God-level beauty fruit tree. The fruit is taken by girls to enhance their physical fitness. It maintains your appearance and has an excellent beauty-retaining effect. With this sentence, Yi Yuni also nodded, this thing is okay. Next moment, the light curtain pops up again. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Get 100 god-level detoxification pills as a reward. This one actually corresponds to the previous 100 god-level poisons. If I fight poison in the future, I will feel confident. Then, Yi Yuni brought up his own panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills, second stage of Juyu Chi, god-level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapon, Tomahawk level 1. Props, 19 god-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets. Strength, late golden stage 9 bottles of god-level alien beast blood pure liquid. Reward, 100 poison pills, 100 detoxification pills. Yi Yuni looked at it and nodded. Then there is the divine beauty resident fruit tree. Then, a big tree appeared in front of Yi Yuni. It's such a big fruit tree, it's thick enough for several people to hug it. Moreover, the above has already yielded fruitful results, which is really exciting. Here, Yi Yuni is walking in the garden holding a big tree. Prepare to plant it in a suitable place. This way. Zhou Weiwei and the others had just come out of the room. Stretching, Bai Jixi looked towards the deepest part of the garden, with a smile of success on her face. Come to think of it, Ruiyu almost had the same experience as her last night. That's it, everyone is the same, she thought. Next moment, she looked not far away. His eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he saw. At the same time, next to them, Zhou Weiwei and other girls were also looking at a place across the street, all in a daze. Who can tell them what it is? Why, such a big tree, moving. Different strain, absolutely alien. It will grow legs and run, can it be a different strain? At that moment, they were also heading that way. After a while, around the corner, Bai Jixi stuck her head out and watched. How are you doing, Sister Bai? Zhou Weiwei and others were waiting behind and asked quietly. Bai Jixi, harmful, what is this? What is this? It's okay, come and see. When Bai Jixi said a word, everyone behind her also watched. At this moment, helplessness appeared on everyone's face. Really, what is this? It's not a big deal. Yi Yuni also saw their expressions at this time. Not sure why. What a look. Yi Yuni glanced at them, then looked at the fruit trees. Let's find a place to plant them. Han Bingyu looked at it and said, Husband, there are so many trees in our garden, why do we still need to plant trees? This is a beautiful fruit tree. As the name suggests. After eating this, you can beautify your face and keep your appearance. Yi Yuni said everything he saw in the light curtain just now. What enhances your physique? What beautifies your face? They were all spoken out in one go. The more he talked, the smiles on the faces of all the girls became brighter. From being in a daze at the beginning, to now it is extremely brilliant. So good. Let's go plant it. Husband, please leave quickly. Let's find a good place and plant it well. There were sounds of urging. Yi Yuni, good guy. Then, Yi Yuni went with them. Planted. Then, Yi Yuni stepped a little closer to the crown of the tree and picked a lot of fruits. Go down one at a time. Eating. Next to him, Dongfang Ruiyu also came over. Everyone looked over. I saw Dongfang Ruiyu holding on to the wall and limping over. Everyone watched. They were all stunned for a moment. What's going on? Bai Jixi looked at it and said in her heart, oh my god. She found out. My husband treats ordinary people like Sister Zhou Weiwei and the others. It's such a pampering. And for strangers like them. It's like standing up and pedaling hard on a bicycle. Now, Bai Jixi also understands why her husband likes foreigners now. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at everyone's eyes at this moment, and a blush suddenly appeared on his face. How could such naked eyes make her not know what everyone in front of her was thinking? At that moment, she glared at Yi Yuni, as if coquettish, complaining that Yi Yuni would not show mercy to her. Really, it's all your fault. Here, Yi Yuni also smiled at her and narrowed his eyes. The threat is too obvious. You dare to stare at me. Still want to be dealt with. One look made Dongfang Ruiyu lower his head in fear. Don't dare to provoke. Don't dare to provoke. Bai Jixi also walked towards Dongfang Ruiyu, with a half-smiling expression on her face, and handed her the beauty fruit in her hand. Then he introduced the effects that Yi Yuni just mentioned. Dongfang Ruiyu was also stunned when he heard this. This thing, so magical, I ate it immediately. Sweet and juicy, not bad. Everyone was eating. After a while. Also looking in the mirror. Looking at his face, he was stunned. They feel as if their skin is brighter. The beautiful fruit tree certainly deserves its reputation. Dongfang Ruiyu also looked at Yi Yuni. Honey, when are we going to the Yingtian barrier? This is the barrier where my senior sister and our 100 Flowers Alliance are located. Just a day or two. Yi Yuni thought, this is what he promised Dongfang Ruiyu before. The flowers have been picked now. I have to do something. Here, Dongfang Ruiyu listened and nodded. I want to use a strange beast to send a message to my senior sister. With that said, she went to get it. Here, other girls are paying attention to their changes. After a while, outside the manor, someone is coming. But several family heads. Zhou Weiwei opened the door, saw them standing outside, and quickly invited them in. Living room. Bai Jixi and the others also made and poured tea for them. Yi Yuni sat in the main seat. I don't quite understand what these people are here for. What, you guys have something to do with me? Yi Yuni got straight to the point. A few people here looked at it. We have nothing to do, we just want to ask Mr. Yi if you have time, so that we can go deep into the jungle together. We heard that you like strange plants, and there happen to be a few strange beasts inhabiting the place. It's just that those places are guarded by early-stage diamond beasts. We are not very strong. But I can show you the way, sir. Just a few words. Yi Yuni also understood. A few of you are interested. Yi Yuni was polite. Several people stood up immediately. My lord, what are you talking about? This is what we should do. That's right. With that said, a family head gave Yi Yuni a map of the surrounding area. Yi Yuni looked at it. The locations of several different strains are marked. Then he looked at the position far away from the barrier, and there was a large area. Marked in red. I was stunned at the moment. What's here? Several people came over and saw where Yi Yuni was pointing. Sir, this is an area where poison gas is located. This poisonous gas is quite powerful. Whether it's a strange person or a strange beast. If you enter with low strength, you may be poisoned to death in a short while. Those who are stronger will not be able to go very far. But it's also strange. We don't know how this poisonous gas was formed, but there is such an area. It's been listed as a forbidden area by us. It is said that there are many alien beast crystal nuclei and so on. After saying that, several family heads sighed. It's just that no one dares to go in. Even the other diamond experts in the barrier don't dare to set foot easily. In one sentence, Yi Yuni knew this place. He nodded immediately. Master Yi, what do you think about Yizu? When should we set off? One of them took advantage of the opportunity and asked, but they had no other intention. They just wanted to be Yi Yuni's guide and build a relationship with Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni thought for a while, I may leave for Yingtian Barrier today to get some things done. Wait until I come back. Okay, Master Yi, we are available at any time. Several people were talking, and they no longer stayed at all. However, after going out, they met other people who were coming to find Yi Yuni at the same time. Hey, family heads, have you already come to see Mr. Yi? Yes, we came to ask Mr. Yi for something, but he doesn't have much time now. Mr. Yi said that he is leaving for Yingtian Barrier today. No time for us. I think you shouldn't go in. It would be bad if you make Mr. Yi unhappy. The owner of the house who came out reminded the people in front. However, it is also selfish. After all, the devil knows what they are looking for Mr. Yi. What if they were more enthusiastic, or came up with something more important to draw Mr. Yi over? So the owner also added fuel to the fire. This time, the few people who had just arrived heard it. Also frowning. These old guys, what they say is really true. However, it is better to believe that it exists than to believe that it does not exist. However, if they don't go in, they can't let other people with such thoughts in. Then, the news that Yi Yuni was leaving the barrier and heading to Yingtian Barrier spread like wildfire. Half a day later, within the Yingtian Barrier, a girl came to the Alliance leader with a mutated pigeon. Alliance leader. It seems to be a message from the deputy Alliance leader. The female member knocked on the door and came in. Look at the girl sitting inside. The girl has a cold face, her peerless appearance coupled with this cold look. It gives people a feeling that they can be viewed from a distance but not played with. Just like a fairy from heaven descending to earth. Her skin is whiter than snow, and she is extremely graceful. At this moment, Yin Weimeng hurriedly waved and put the mutated pigeon in his hand. Then take out the message. Watch. Gradually, the expression on her face also changed. The face changed from calm before, to shock, and finally, it was shock. Is that true? Yin Weimeng's eyes suddenly filled with expectation. After all, she has been tortured to a terrible state every night. It is true that she is the strongest person in the 100 Flowers League, and her strength has reached the golden stage. But, along with strength comes immense pain. Now Ruiyu has found a good way to crack it. At the moment, she looked at the female member who had come to deliver the letter. Quick. Call the senior officials of the 100 Flowers Alliance to come over. I will announce something important. We are going to have a distinguished guest here. Get ready for the reception. She couldn't hide her excitement as she spoke every word. After a while, every girl in Baihua League stood in front of Yin Weimeng. A pair of long and straight legs. They all have beautiful faces. CDE has it all. It can be said to be dazzling and dazzling. Here, a group of girls looked at the leader, and they didn't know why. Why are you calling them all here? Yin Weimeng looked at the few people and slightly opened her lips. Our deputy leader of the 100 Flowers Alliance, that is, the deputy leader of Dongfang Ruiyu, is coming back. Oh, vice leader, are you coming back? No wonder. Gather them all. Then, Yin Weimeng spoke again. This time, not only is the deputy leader back, there is also someone who can remove the chronic poison from us. Wow, this sentence is simply shocking. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe what they heard. They are even a little numb. But after a while, I realized that I was also ecstatic. After all, this is a great thing for them. The pain on their bodies has begun to show now. And I have heard about the situation of the Alliance leader. At night, I am even more miserable. But, in this apocalypse, between strength and pain, they still chose strength resolutely. So they are also mentally prepared for pain in the future. But now, the deputy leader has brought back such a divine man. Very good. It's so good. Okay, you all go back and get ready. When the time comes, we will go to the city gate to greet you. Yin Weimeng said that others also knew the importance of this welcome. They all go back and prepare to put on their best clothes to welcome us. At the same time, they also fixed their makeup. At the same time, within the Yingtian Barrier, other families were also gathered together. Everyone's face is solemn, but it seems to be filled with hope and excitement. Now you all know the deeds of Master Yi. The head of the family said, and then added, I have a friend in the blue and white barrier, this is what he told me, absolutely it's true. When such a strong man comes to our fortress, we should receive him. And, I heard that the big families in the blue and white barrier respect this person very much. Tisk, I can't even imagine it. After saying a few words, everyone started to care about it. Afterwards, the party ended and everyone started making various preparations. A householder returns home. Then he started asking his wife to look for clothes. Very rushed. What are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? My wife doesn't understand either. Usually this is done in a regular and unhurried manner. She has never seen her husband become like this. Hurry up, the head of the family said angrily, and then added, a diamond-level strongman is coming to our stronghold. I must hurry up to greet him. What? Diamond level? This is really a strong person. Then, she also started to panic. Hurry up and find some clothes for your husband and put them on. A few hours later, at the gate of the barrier city, all the family heads gathered. A number of gold-level exotic beast mounts, spread out in a straight line. All the family heads even stood in a row respectfully at the gate of the city. The view is as far as the eye can see. Don't be too solemn at all. The stranger who was originally preparing to enter and exit the barrier saw this posture. We were all confused at the moment. What the hell is this? What are these family heads doing? How could the door be blocked directly? The key is that each of these family heads are strangers in the late golden stage. Even if you give little Kurami like them 100 courages, they won't dare to go up there. Do you know what's going on? I do not know. It's impossible for these family heads to tell us such things. Looking at this posture, it looks like I'm waiting for someone. What the hell? What kind of person can let so many house owners wait here? These family heads are all powerful strangers in the late golden stage. Is it possible that someone above the diamond level is coming? Everyone said one word at a time. Then, he saw the distance. Everyone's attention was attracted right now. A row of beauties. Coming from afar with long legs. All of them are beautifully dressed. While walking, the waves are magnificent. So eye-catching. Such a group of beauties standing together. It's simply dazzling. After all, these beauties all have different postures. The temperament is also different. These young people looked at it. If they were asked to choose one to be eliminated, they would definitely suffer from difficulty in choosing. Here, everyone in the 100 Flowers Alliance also saw the posture in front of them. Why are there so many housekeepers at the city gate? At that moment, the corners of their mouths twitched. Why did you block the door directly? Then their deputy leader and that divine man will come back soon. This is how to do. Why don't we discuss going out? Leader, looking at their posture, they seem to be waiting for someone, but they are blocked at the door and we can't greet them. A girl said. The alliance leader looked in front of him and frowned. After all, the person Ruiu brought back was their savior, so how could this lack of etiquette? Leader, why don't we wait and see if they can pick up someone in front of us? Alliance leader, it doesn't seem to work. I just asked and it seems that these family heads have been here for a long time. But I haven't seen any wavering trends yet. A sentence fell on Yin Weimang's ears. She thought for a moment and immediately walked towards the head of the family in front of her. After all, this one cannot be neglected. She came to these family heads. Guys, could you please give in and let us out? Yin Weimang said. At that moment, several family heads just looked at it, and then snorted coldly. The leader of the 100 Flowers Alliance. They do know each other. But I didn't take it to heart. After all, the two sides are not on the same level at all. The difference is too great. And, if this allowed them to pass, other strangers would follow. After a while, an adult came and saw this situation. If you take the blame, who can afford it? Didn't you see that everyone else is waiting? You just can't afford to wait, right? That's right. Go back. Just wait patiently, we will leave as soon as we finish picking up the people. None of the family heads gave Yin Weimang a good attitude at all. A slap in the face is a meal of output. When Yin Weimang heard this, he clenched his fists, but then he let go and sighed. There's nothing she can do about this. After all, there is a huge gap in strength. Now, they can only pray that the person they want to pick up comes back before Ruiu and the others. Thinking about it, Yin Weimang also returned to the team. Everyone was stunned by Yin Weimang and sighed. This is the end of the world. If you don't have strength, you will be bullied. Here, wait for a while. The owners of the house are all tired of waiting. However, no one dares to complain. Yin Weimang behind was even more anxious. But, next moment, a crisp chirp resounded throughout the sky. Fall into the ears of everyone present. In this apocalypse. This chirping immediately aroused everyone's alert. Now, they were looking into the distance in the sky. Then I saw a big bird coming out of the sky. At that moment, their eyes widened and they couldn't believe what they saw. What level of alien beast is this? Such a body shape. This size. This speed. It is definitely a strange beast above the golden stage. And, alien beasts that can fly are a greater threat than alien beasts on the ground. The barriers built have no effect on them at all. They can jump right over the barrier. Enter the barrier. Moreover, there is nothing that strangers like them can do against such strange beasts. After all, even if the alien is physically strong, he can't jump that high. In the apocalypse, there are not many strange beasts that can fly. However, each one is a huge threat. Especially such a powerful beast poses an even greater threat. Prepare. Everyone is on alert. Seeing this scene, several family heads quickly made arrangements. They are the strongest here. Of course, we must take the responsibility of resisting this flying beast. Later, Yin Weimeng also tensed up for a moment. Just don't be too nervous. The female members at the back are also average. They are all ready. None of them knew what the next move of this flying beast would be. I don't know what kind of disaster this strange beast will bring to Yingtian Barrier. On top of the city wall, the drums even started to sound. The entire barrier is tense. But, gradually, everyone also felt that something was wrong. This strange beast, why does it feel like I am not ready to attack? Instead, it fell down. Coming towards them, the speed is also slowly decreasing. On the city wall, when the rock is level with the city wall, the guards on the city wall looked at it with their eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they saw. The air conditioning is even more breathtaking. The hair on my body stood up even more. What's this? Above this big bird, there were actually several people sitting there. There is a person sitting on top of the big bird. One word, suddenly it came from the city wall and fell into the ears of everyone below. None of them reacted. Is there a person sitting on this big bird? What's the meaning? That adult is here. In one sentence, all the family heads came back to their senses. Yes, who else could use such a strange beast as a mount? At this moment, they all hurriedly prepared. Behind them, seeing the improvement of the situation, Baihua League and other strangers were confused, but their bodies were no longer so tense. They all looked towards the landing rock. Then, the rock bird landed. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying. Kicks up a lot of dust. After they dispersed, Yi Yuni, Dongfang Ruiyu and others also got off the bird's back. Here, when all the family heads saw it, their hearts twitched. The rock bird is already huge when it is in the air. Now in front of them, when they folded their wings, they felt even more how huge it was. If you can, use such a strange beast as a mount. He is indeed a strong man with such deeds. They were thinking, but it didn't stop them from smiling. Then quickly move forward. Are you Mr. Yi from Blue and White Barrier? One sentence made Yi Yuni look at them with a trace of doubt in his heart. How did these people know his itinerary? Then, he remembered the several family heads who had gone to his manor before, and feared that they were connected and spread the news that he was coming. However, it's not a big problem. He looked ahead. All the family heads also came over, with extreme enthusiasm on their faces. I'm Yi Yuni. After Yi Yuni finished speaking, all the family heads smiled even more. Master Yi, we have been waiting here to greet you very early. You have worked hard on your journey. Let's find a place to sit. Let's relax first. As soon as the words came out, several family heads rushed to speak, trying to establish their presence in front of Yi Yuni. Later, they also noticed the girls behind Yi Yuni. Master Yi, you brought your family here. We will arrange a place for you. Here, the head of the family said, and everyone in the Baihua League behind them also looked at it. Yin Weimeng looked at the front and was stunned. Following Yi Yuni. Isn't this her junior sister Dongfang Ruiyu? What does this mean? Is this the one that junior sister brought back? A strong man who can be welcomed by all the family heads. At the moment, she didn't know what to do. Stunned there. In front, several family heads also led Yi Yuni towards the inside. Then I saw these people from the 100 Flowers Alliance, still blocking the back. At that moment, everyone's faces turned evil. These people from the 100 Flowers League are too short-sighted. What the hell? He's still standing here blocking Master Yi's way. This made Mr. Yi unhappy. Who can afford it? At this moment, they are ready to speak. Tell them to go away quickly. But the next moment, Dongfang Ruiyu looked at Yin Weimang, senior sister. Senior sister. All the family heads are stuck. With trembling eyes, he saw Dongfang Ruiyu coming to Yin Weimang behind Yi Yuni. Senior sister, I brought this person back, he can remove the toxins on our bodies. Later, Dongfang Ruiyu turned his attention to Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni also looked at the people of the 100 Flowers Alliance here. I also feel that this time, I really came to the right place. Good guy. Different body shapes. But if you let anyone out, they are all beautiful women. Have to say, Bai Huameng's aesthetics for recruiting members is still very online. At this moment, all the family heads also knew what Yi Yuni was doing when he suddenly came to their stronghold. It turns out that I came here at the invitation of 100 Flowers Alliance. What about their attitude towards Yin Weimang before? Then, with smiles on their faces, they walked towards Yin Weimang. Coalition leader Yin, you didn't tell me in advance that Mr. Yi was here because of you. We must cooperate well in the future. I remember that your 100 Flowers League likes flowers of different strains. I still have some over there. The head of the family said, and then looked at the members of his own family. The man immediately understood and hurried back to prepare. The others also came towards Yin Weimang, all with smiles on their faces. Speak politely, Yin Weimang. I have to say, these people pretend to be so similar. It's just like the real thing. If Yin Weimang hadn't been shouted at by them before, she would have really believed it. But now, she also knows why these family heads changed. It was Yi Yuni standing there. Then, she headed towards Yi Yuni. He came to Yi Yuni and stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuni also shook hands with Yin Weimang, this feeling soft as if there were no bones. Then, Yin Weimang looked at Yi Yuni and said, Master Yi, do you think you are going to our 100 Flowers League now? One sentence. Those family heads began to become anxious. Good guy. They have been waiting here for so long just to get closer to Mr. Yi. As a result, your words now will make all their previous efforts in vain. Is this good? Isn't this bad? Yeah, okay. Yi Yuni nodded. Come up. Yi Yuni patted Qingling Dapeng, who spread his wings directly. That wingspan is 20 or 30 meters long. Every feather feels extremely dark under the sunlight. It's like being able to suck a person's soul into it. Extremely horrifying. Then, Yi Yuni picked up Dongfang Ruiyu and everyone from the 100 Flowers Alliance. Let's go. Yi Yuni gave the order. Call. A howling sound of strong wind suddenly came. Next, it's all flying sand and rocks. The smoke and dust flew in all directions in an instant, making the surrounding family owners and strangers almost unable to open their eyes. While everyone was hiding their faces and coughing, everyone headed towards the 100 Flowers Alliance. Council leader Yin is so disrespectful. A family leader left Yi Yuni, and he was indignant at the moment. We have been waiting here for so long, and leader Yin welcomed Master Yi away with just one word. Okay, Lord Yi is here for the 100 Flowers Alliance. The way we treated the 100 Flowers Alliance before, Alliance leader Yin didn't add insult to injury. It's already good. Ah, if you say so, it seems to be true. These two sentences made everyone silent for a moment, as if this is the truth. However, they were still unwilling to give in. It's okay, we'll go visit Baihua League later. One of the family heads suggested. At that moment, the other family heads were stunned, and then nodded. This is a good suggestion. Here, the Qingling Dapeng is flying in the sky. After a while, we have arrived at Baihua League. This time, but the remaining members of the 100 Flowers Alliance gathered over. It's all nervous, but I saw that the Alliance leader and deputy Alliance leaders were all there. I am also relaxing now. Master Yi, would you like to go to the living room first? Yin Weimang said, and Yi Yuni shook his head. Turning over his hand, he took out a bottle of medicine. Open now. It's better to treat you first. We'll wait until the rest is cured. Yi Yuni's words shocked everyone's hearts. Oh my God. Mr. Yi is simply great. At that moment, the members of the 100 Flowers Alliance looked at Yi Yuni, thinking about the pain they had endured, with stars in their eyes. It's like looking at a savior. Yi Yuni gave one directly to Yin Weimeng. Then he turned around and came to the senior officials who greeted him just now. One per person. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thanks. A series of delicate sounds sounded. They didn't dare to look directly at Yi Yuni at this time. So handsome, and so powerful, it can make the heads of so many families in the barrier bow their heads. How can we keep them from being excited? Especially when Mr. Yi gave them medicine just now, he had to touch their hands. Then slowly put down the medicine. This further shows how precious this medicine is. I'm afraid even Mr. Yi is a little reluctant to give up. Such a thing was given to them, how could they not be moved? It's okay. No need to thank you. If you want to thank you, please thank your deputy leader. Eat it quickly. The poison will be cured after you eat it. Yi Yuni's soft words fell in their ears, making their hearts beat even more. Since there were many members of the 100 Flowers Alliance, it took Yi Yuni some time to distribute them all. Okay, you go ahead and eat. After eating this, you will experience severe pain, but please bear with it. Listening to Yi Yuni's words, everyone nodded. No matter how painful it is, it doesn't matter, as long as I don't suffer any more in the future. At that moment, they went back to their houses. Start eating. Then, a severe pain hit. At that moment, a low cry and a cry came out. Yi Yuni was wandering in the 100 Flowers Alliance, and then heard low voices. This feeling is also a bit strange. Yi Yuni listened to the timbre and picked out a few low-pitched sounds that he liked. Only, after a while, some of it disappeared. Yi Yuni wondered if he was directly numb or fainted. Probably. However, this is also pain they are willing to bear. Here, Yi Yuni heard someone knocking on the door of Baihua League, and he went there. After opening it, outside. They are the family heads just now. At this time, when they saw Yi Yuni, they all had smiles on their faces, like chrysanthemums blooming. Master Yi, we have prepared something to give to you. How about we go in and have a chat? Go in, Yi Yuni thought for a while. It's not very convenient inside now, so just stay here outside. Everyone, not very convenient. Why is it not convenient? What's the inconvenience? However, no one dared to disobey Yi Yuni now, and they all nodded repeatedly. Then, he quickly took out the gifts. Yi Yuni looked at it and nodded. I chatted with these house owners outside for several hours. Wait until these family heads leave. Yi Yuni also asked Dongfang Ruiyu and the others to move the things in. After opening it, gold-level crystal nuclei, as well as some exotic strains, furs of exotic animals, etc. are all prominently displayed. After dismantling it, place it somewhere. Over here, in the room. Yin Weimeng finally ended the pain. At this time, her whole body was soaked in sweat. Pain. It was so painful. However, she is relaxed now. No dull pain. It's really lifted. She was just getting ready to go out. Then he looked at himself. Now, her clothes are soaked. It's simply not very elegant. Better take a shower first. After a while, people from the 100 Flowers Alliance came out one after another. But the same thing is that they all have new clothes and there are water drops on their hair. Beauty comes out of the bath. So beautiful. When they came here and looked at the situation here, they were all stunned. Then there was a gasp. This. What a scene. I saw so many good things placed there. Master Yi, what are these things? Yin Weimeng also asked about the exit. Yi Yuni looked at them and his eyes lit up at the same time. What a beautiful view. These were given to me by the family heads just now, saying they were a meeting gift. Everyone, meeting gift. Just give me such an expensive thing. At this moment, their understanding of Yi Yuni was once again refreshed. What kind of strong man is this? At the same time, the beautiful members of the 100 Flowers Alliance looked at Yi Yuni, some with thoughtful eyes. As if thinking about something. Chapter 71. After a while, Yi Yuni, Dongfang Ruiyu and the others also finished packing. Yin Weimeng also asked people to clean up the room for everyone. Yi Yuni came to his room. It looks pretty good. Then, a girl came over to serve him tea. Yi Yuni looked at this girl, and he was impressed. He was also one of the people who met him at the city gate. It looks very unique. Master Yi, please drink tea. The girl's cute voice came. At this time, her face was slightly red, and her already delicate face was blushing, and she looked like this. You can say Sai Chishi. At that moment, she bit her lip lightly, as if thinking about something. Then, take courage. Master Yi, I want you to help me check whether the toxins in my body have been eliminated. Master Yi, if you have time at night, can you come to my room and check for me? One sentence made Yi Yuni stunned. Then I understood the meaning. Of course there is no problem with this. After Yi Yuni's words, the girl also left her room number with Yi Yuni, and then trotted out. Night. Yi Yuni waited until the blood moon rose. Also walked out of the room. I immediately felt refreshed. Then he headed towards the girl's room. Come to the door of the room. Yi Yuni also looked at the ajar door. Open. Then close the door. Midnight. Several girls from Baihua League around the room were all lying on the bed. Get ready to enjoy pain-free dreams. But, the next moment, all heard the sound. He was stunned for a moment. At first I thought I heard it wrong. But gradually, they also reacted. At that moment, both eyes were widened, and they couldn't believe what they had discovered. Ah, this. What to do? Go tell the leader. This doesn't work either. After all, this person is also a senior member of the 100 Flowers Alliance. And, the only man in the 100 Flowers Alliance now is Master Yi. If they talk about it, can the alliance leader take care of it? Do you dare to take care of it? No way. Just bear with it. It's okay, it will pass if you bear it. You can sleep well in a while. They also covered their ears as they thought this way. Get ready to sleep well after a while. But gradually, they also felt that something was wrong. Ah, let no one sleep. It's past midnight. Ah. For a moment, they all felt like they were going crazy. The next day, Yi Yuni got up in the morning. Simply refreshing. He went out the door. Then he looked at the members of the 100 Flowers Alliance in the rooms next to them. None of them showed any signs of getting up and going out. There were 2 clicks of the tongue at the moment. This is not diligent at all. Don't get up early. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. Get thousands of different strains. Yi Yuni just looked at it, stunned. So much. Directly gave 1,000 plants. Then, he looked at the list that popped up on the light screen. There are so many different strains, many of which are rare. Okay. The next moment, the light curtain pops up again. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Obtain the battle axe upgrade and reach the 2nd level. Tomahawk upgrade. Yi Yuni's eyes narrowed. At the moment, he looked at his property panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills, 2nd stage of Juyu Chi, god-level movement, 2nd stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapon, Tomahawk level 2. Props, 19 god-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets strength. Late golden stage 9 bottles of god-level alien beast blood pure liquid reward, 100 poison pills, 100 detoxification pills. Then, Yi Yuni flipped with one hand. The battle axe placed in the system space appeared in his hand. At this time, the battle axe has transformed again. The whole body becomes darker. Like a black hole. When one takes one glance at it, one feels like one is staring into the abyss. The blood lines that had solidified on it are now flowing like a real river of blood. Blooming with a strange scarlet color. It further highlights the coldness of the axe blade's cold light. Yi Yuni touched the axe blade with his fingertips. At that moment, I felt a little sting. This moment, Yi Yuni's eyes shrank. The current battle axe, the 2nd level, is already so powerful. You know, he has already reached the middle stage of diamond, plus the 2nd stage of indestructible diamond. But there is still such a stinging feeling. If an ordinary strong man of the same level was hit by this axe, wouldn't his flesh and blood be broken into pieces? Good. Yi Yuni was also excited, and immediately made a stroke in the air. Aha! A strange sound sounded, and then a long mark appeared on the ground in front of Yi Yuni, extending for more than 10 meters. Inside, there was even a little water stain oozing out. Next to them, several girls from the 100 Flowers League came out with dark circles under their eyes when they heard this voice. Master Yi, what happened? They looked at Yi Yuni standing there and asked. Nothing's wrong, I tried my axe. Yi Yuni said, attracting everyone's attention to the battle axe in Yi Yuni's hand. At that moment, when they looked at the battle axe, their hearts trembled. Some chills. At that moment, Yi Yuni held the axe in one hand and headed forward. At the same time, here, in the living room, Yin Weimeng has already gotten up. Then a member came in a hurry. Leader, someone seemed to have discovered a notice outside the barrier just now. Yin Weimeng was also stunned. Then he looked at the member. What's the content? It seems like there's a reward. Here, just as the man was about to speak, Yin Weimeng looked at the door. Then interrupt the member. Master Yi, you are here. Yi Yuni looked at him. Are you talking about business? No, no. Yin Weimeng looked at Yi Yuni, her eyes full of gratitude. After all, after detoxifying yesterday, she really didn't suffer from pain. Last night was the best sleep she had ever had. Yi Yuni is now the great benefactor of Baihua League. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a lifesaver. All affairs of our 100 Flowers Alliance are open to Master Yi. Yin Weimeng said while looking at the members next to him. The members also understand each other very well. He immediately said, Master Yi, the people at the barrier found a notice outside. There seems to be a wanted notice above. Hearing this, Yi Yuni also frowned. Who sent it? I don't know, but the bounty amounts above are extremely high, at least for late gold crystal cores. One sentence. Dongfang Ruiyu and the others who were about to come in at the door were also stunned. Who issued this reward? It's such a big deal. Let's go to the city gate and have a look. Yi Yuni thought that it was pointless to listen to it like this, so he went to see what the wanted order was about. Yi Yuni and the others arrived outside the barrier after a while. Now he looked at the reward outside. Yi Yuni looked at it. Good guy. All of them are young girls. It is no exaggeration to say that each one of them has conquered the country and conquered the city. Absolute top beauty. Next to them, Yin Weimeng, Dongfang Ruiyu and others were also watching, and they were also shocked by the beauty of these girls. However, then I started to have doubts. Who is this person? Why are these girls wanted for arrest? Dongfang Ruiyu expressed his doubts. But no one helped her answer it. Yi Yuni looked at the reward. As the member just said, the least is the golden late-stage crystal core. The tallest one. It has actually reached the early stage of stars. Moreover, the wanted order requires that the girl's life and body should not be harmed. This is strange. Looking at it, there were noises coming from behind. Then the family heads came over one by one. Get out of the way. A house owner said impatiently and dispersed all the strangers in front of him. Keep them out of the way. But the next moment, when he saw Yi Yuni, his legs went weak. Master Yi, what I just said was not directed at you. I didn't know you were here. You, don't be angry. For a moment, the head of the family was at a loss to explain. The people next to me were stunned when they saw it. This guy was still arrogant just now, looking like he was not afraid of anything, he was the boss. But now, he is as cowardly as a grandson. Okay, you guys should come and take a look, see if anyone knows what's going on. Yi Yuni waved his hand impatiently, and the head of the family was also relieved. The owners of the house behind also came to watch. Many people had doubts in their eyes. Have no idea. I have never seen these people, and I don't know who posted it. I heard them say that this thing didn't exist yesterday, but they found it this morning. Someone should have posted it last night. One sentence made many people's mouths twitch. So to say. Did the posters cross the jungle at night and line up at each barrier? He is a strong man. Hey, I think I've heard of some. A house owner looked at it and touched his chin. Then he looked at Yi Yuni looking at him and quickly added. I heard it from hearsay. It seems that a plan was announced in the super large barrier, called the Dawn Project. It's just to select powerful aliens, give birth to offspring, and see if a powerful alien can be born. I heard that this is a plan thought up by the big families in the super large barriers. Now in the apocalypse, although we have barriers, the living environment is too unoptimistic. In the wild, those alien beasts kill each other and grow much faster than us. So they came up with this idea to turn things around, and they wanted everyone to help. However, these girls should have run away after refusing, so that's why they were treated like this. It can be considered as killing the chicken to scare the monkey. After saying one sentence, Yi Yuni roughly understood what it meant. Then he looked at these. At that moment, a thought arose in my mind. Are these big families carrying private goods? Nima's kiss, these girls are so beautiful. Not one ugly one. Is this reasonable? This is so unreasonable. At the moment, Yi Yuni looked at it with cold eyes. There's nothing to see anymore, just go back and forget it. When Yi Yuni spoke, everyone dispersed. Ordinary aliens looked at the notice, that is, to take a look. After all, according to what the head of the family just said, these girls are relatively powerful aliens, and it is difficult for them to catch them dead, let alone capture them alive. That would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Return to the 100 Flowers Alliance. Dongfang Ruiyu also sat with Yin Weimeng. The two of them were alone in the room. Yin Weimeng opened his mouth. Junior sister, I think this Master Yi has something to do with you. In a word, Dongfang Ruiyu also blushed. At that moment, he covered Yin Weimeng's mouth. Then he changed the topic and talked about Yi Yuni's deeds. Single-handedly overthrown the exorcist meeting and killed Zhao Kang. One after another, Yin Weimeng's eyes widened and his chest began to rise and fall violently. She knew Yi Yuni was a strong man, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. At the moment, Dongfang Ruiyu also suggested, Senior sister, how about we move to the blue and white barrier, which is much better than here. Moreover, we will have more care there and it will be safer. One sentence made Yin Weimeng's heart move. If so, that's okay. Saying that, Yi Yuni also walked in. What are you whispering about? Husband, I just asked my senior sister to move the 100 Flowers League and go to the blue and white barrier. Yi Yuni also smiled when he heard this suggestion. This is good. What a good wife he is. This time, his reserve resources are too sufficient. At that moment, he thought for a while, then just in front of the garden. It's vacant anyway. Yes, it's better there. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at Yin Weimeng, waiting for her to make the final decision. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey, Mr. Yi, thank you. Yin Weimeng also said. Don't be so polite, you go ahead and make arrangements. Okay, Yin Weimeng stood up and went to make arrangements. Here, the members received the news and heard about going to the blue and white barrier. Everyone is elated, that is a huge barrier. I don't know how much better it is than this Yingtian barrier. Moreover, he has the protection of Mr. Yi. Tisk tisk. At the moment, everything was packed up. After everything is tidied up, the whole team is ready to go. In Yingtian barrier, everyone looked at this team and were stunned. Oh my god, what is this? Aren't these people from the 100 Flowers Alliance? Where are they going? Why do you look like you are leaving? At that moment, many men and women nearby looked at this scene and were confused. What does this mean? Escape en masse. You know, the people in the 100 Flowers League can be said to be the most beautiful girls in Yingtian barrier. They are all coveted. Naturally, I am paying special attention to it now. If this goes away, their usual chance to enjoy themselves will be gone. Then, a person next to him said, I seem to have heard them chatting just now. I was following Mr. Yi to the blue and white barrier. After one sentence, everyone turned their attention to Yi Yuni, who was at the front of the team. In an instant, a sentence of Wukao came out of my heart. It can't be like this. You are considered a strong person. But, you can't come all at once. Just take away the most beautiful ones from our Yingtian barrier group. How will we live in the future? However, they did not dare to say these words. You can only keep it in your heart. Looking at the girl walking away, she was also looking forward to seeing her. Do not go. Do not go. There's gunfire ahead. However, the girls from the 100 Flowers League in front of them cannot hear the cries in their hearts. Follow Yi Yuni directly towards the front. Of course, even if they heard the shouts in their hearts, everyone in the 100 Flowers Alliance would not react. After all, who are you? After going out, Yi Yuni and Yin Weimeng are at the front. Yin Weimeng looked at the forest. Even she didn't dare to cross it in such a big way. More dangerous. Although she has reached the golden middle stage, she is not very good at the end of the world. But now that Yi Yuni is here, she becomes bolder. The sky is falling, Master Yi is there to hold it up, right? Next moment, a chirp, suddenly it came from the air. Then, a huge shadow fell on everyone. Here, all the girls from the 100 Flowers League are looking towards the sky. Everyone gasped and their eyes widened, they couldn't believe what they saw. This, Qingling Dapeng, so huge. From below, it looks like it's blocking out the sky. When Yi Yuni rode it from a distance before, they had already felt the hugeness of this strange beast. But now, as it looms over them, they realize the enormity of this strange beast even more. After a chirp, there were a lot of rustling sounds coming from the jungle nearby. They are the sounds of alien beasts fleeing in all directions. The Qingling Dapeng is in the air, exerting pressure. Drive away all the strange beasts around them. The girls of Baihua League exhaled immediately. All the tension in my body was gone with a smile. This sense of security is too great. It can be said that with Master Yi, even in the jungle, they feel safer than they were in the barrier before. Many girls looked at Yi Yuni with wild eyes. What follows is a long journey. Here, Yi Yuni is also at the front, chatting and laughing with Yin Weimeng, Dongfang Ruiyu and others. It's also joyful. Before you knew it, you had arrived at Qingyan Barrier. Everyone in the Baihua Alliance looked at Qingyan Barrier. It's really much better than Yingtian Barrier. Just the city wall seen from the outside is thicker than the Yingtian Barrier. Taller, more magnificent. When the stranger at the door saw Yi Yuni, he stepped aside in an instant. They know this Master Yi. Master Yi, Master Yi. A group of strangers stood on both sides, looking at Yi Yuni's team. Yi Yuni was in the first place and nodded to the strangers on both sides. Everyone behind was watching this scene. Mr. Yi, does he have such influence even in such a big barrier? Fear, it's so scary. Do these strangers line up to welcome them when they see them? After a while, that's when we arrived in front of the garden. Look, let's settle here. Yi Yuni gave Yin Weimeng a signal. Yin Weimeng looked at this place, which was larger than their previous territory, and nodded immediately. Later, Yi Yuni told them to make arrangements themselves. He took Dongfang Ruiyu and the others into the garden. Then, thousands of different strains were distributed. I found a large room specifically. Inside, Yi Yuni started to choose. You can still refine a lot of medicines. Yi Yuni thought that he could go to the poison barrier tomorrow and have a look. He didn't know if the antidote he had refined could support him going deep into it. After all, the detoxification pill he refined was not very advanced. But it should be enough to take a look around. But it should be impossible to get into the depths. However, it's not a big problem. No big deal, just take a god-level detoxifying pill. Yi Yuni thought about it and made up his mind. After sorting out the different plants, Yi Yuni also carried out some low-level flowers of different plants. Dongfang Ruiyu saw it. Husband, what are you doing? Don't your 100 Flowers Alliance mainly rely on flowers of different strains to increase your strength? These useless ones can be given to them. Yi Yuni said, leading Dongfang Ruiyu outside. After arriving, Yi Yuni also put down the different strains and explained the situation. Yin Weimeng thanked him again and again. Okay, you're welcome. I'm getting married tonight, so you can come to the banquet too. One sentence made Yin Weimeng stunned. Wedding. Such a coincidence. This was her first time here and she encountered such a good thing. He nodded immediately. This is a gift that needs to be carefully prepared. After all, Master Yi helped them so much. Of course they want something in return. Now, it's time to start preparing. Night. In the garden, there are lanterns and colorful decorations. Many family heads are here too. All with congratulatory gifts. However, compared to the high-spirited look on the first day, the look on the second day was indifferent. Today, I feel a bit dusty. They looked at the gifts in their hands, their faces full of reluctance. The gift has gone far. Good guy, Master Yi, it's so cruel. Is he really just the groom every night? Ah, how can they bear this? This happens every day. Give so many gifts every day. Will he survive? Ah, in an instant, all the family heads roared in their hearts. However, no one dared to show it at all. Do you still want to die? Do you think your neck is harder than Zhao Keng's? Here, the recipient of the gift has changed from Bai Jixi alone to Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu. Yin Weimeng looked at so many gifts and felt helpless at the moment. Her gifts seemed a bit inferior compared to those of these family heads. However, this can be regarded as a precious gift that she can give out. At the same time, not far away, a word came. You go inside and sit down. Yin Weimeng and others in the Baihua League listened to these words. Look back. I saw Yi Yuni dragging a senior member of Baihua League towards Zhou Weiwei and others. At that moment, she was arranged to sit there. For a moment, they were all confused. What happened? Why, that's it. Why did you just bring someone into the middle? Then, a bold idea appeared in their minds. No way. So fast. What a speed. It's better to strike first, but don't be so proactive. In an instant, many girls in Baihua League looked at the senior management with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at it and said with a smile, Senior sister, tisk tisk, it seems that there are many members of the 100 Flowers Alliance who admire my husband. Yin Weimeng, she didn't expect it either. It can still be like this. After a while, the feast is over. During the banquet, the people of Baihua League looked at the senior management from time to time. The treatment was much better than theirs. At that moment, they all left here thoughtfully. Go back. Yi Yuni directly carried the girl into the innermost room of the garden. Then, kick back and kick the door shut. I believe that the next day will be another refreshing morning. The next morning, Yi Yuni came out of the room. Looking at the garden outside, it's another early morning. Call, just as expected. Feel refreshed. Next moment. In front of him, a light curtain popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. Reward 100 tracking charms. Tracker. Yi Yuni looked at this thing. This introduction. It's like a locator before the end of the world. As long as the tracking talisman is used on someone, that person will not be able to notice it, but the location will always be known to Yi Yuni. This thing doesn't seem to have much effect. That is, it's okay. Yi Yuni is also thinking about the next moment. A light curtain pops up again. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Obtain 10 tons of God-level animal food. That's fine. The animal food rewarded last time was only 500 kilograms. Now the food eaten by these guys is almost gone. Yi Yuni is worried about this matter. Moreover, these guys are eating more and more now. If the God-level animal food is gone and we need to feed them the flesh and blood of alien beasts, the amount we need to feed would probably be on the level of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yi Yuni opened the properties panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, God-level hunting skills, second stage of Juyu Qi, God-level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapon, Tomahawk level 2. Props, 19 God-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets. Strength, late golden stage. 9 bottles of God-level alien beast blood pure liquid. Reward, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 100 tracking charms. Yi Yuni walked out of the yard. 3 guys immediately ran over. The speed of each one is simply not too fast. When running, there is a sound of breaking wind. Yi Yuni. Is there something wrong with my head if I am really not active in my work? Here, Yi Yuni is also generous. A big wave today. Directly double the animal food. The 3 guys were stunned when they saw so much animal food. Looking at Yi Yuni doubtfully, as if to confirm if this is still their owner. Why is this happening today? Yi Yuni glared at them, and their hearts trembled. Then he started eating. Gradually, Xiao Haizi's aura has also changed. The size is much bigger again. The hair on his body stood up like steel nails. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Not to mention the gleaming claws. This change made Qianyu and Qingling Dapeng next to them stunned. However, they only took a glance. Let's get on with the cooking. What a joke, nothing can stop them from doing their job now. Here, Yi Yuni also looked towards Xiao Haizi. Variety, moon-eating serious. Bloodline, pure. Grade, mid-golden stage. Really? Promoted. Not bad. Eat more, eat more. After Yi Yuni thought for a while, he turned his hand. A bottle of elixir fell on his hand. This was something he had refined before. helped him break through to the mid-diamond stage. But later on, this elixir was of some use, but not much anymore. After all, it will become increasingly difficult to advance. This thing can be used by Dongfang Ruiyu and the others. It is of great benefit to them. Outside, Dongfang Ruiyu was eating with Bai Jixi and the others. Then I saw Yi Yuni coming out. Several girls lowered their heads in unison. Yi Yuni looked at these girls and snorted softly. I'm afraid you are talking about him again. It seems that he wants to be worked over. Then, he came here carrying the porcelain bottle. Put it on the table. Huh, husband, what is this? Dongfang Ruiyu looked at the porcelain bottle and asked. This is for you to help you advance. Yi Yuni also got straight to the point. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at Bai Jixi for a moment, recalling what she said before that she could improve her strength, but she would talk about it later. Can it really improve strength? You guys split up, I'll go do something first. Okay. Dongfang Ruiyu took the porcelain bottle, looked at it, then opened it, smelled it, and felt refreshed. She also understood that this was a good thing. Here, Yi Yuni said a word, and then whistled, and Kai Yanhu ran over with a huff. Yi Yuni rolled over onto a tiger. Head outside. Outside, many girls in Baihua League wake up in the morning. Then he looked towards the garden. Next moment, the door is open. Yi Yuni came out riding the red flame tiger. Then he galloped away into the distance. This moment, they were all excited. This tiger riding action is really cool. Yi Yuni went out all the way. Follow the pictures given by the previous family owners and head towards the poison barrier area. After arriving, Yi Yuni also felt the miasma. The moment he took out the antidote pill he had made. He ate one for himself, and then gave one to Kai Yanhu. Then, headed inside. As soon as he entered, he saw many crystal nuclei scattered around. It seems, these should be strange beasts that have entered the poison barrier. However, they were all poisoned to death. Then there may be the accumulation of corrosion of the poison barrier over time. Their skeletons, flesh and bones are gone, only the crystal core remains. Yi Yuni took a cursory look. Can be poisoned on the periphery. That is, below the gold level. However, Yi Yuni also saw many footprints of alien beasts above the gold level, heading towards the depths of the poison barrier. These guys are not stupid. How could they feel the poison barrier and still move towards it? Yi Yuni looked at the Kai Yanhu next to him with doubts. The Kai Yanhu was also staring inside with a dull look in his eyes. Yi Yuni, go straight up and let the two big guys fight. Snapped, snapped, don't leave your hands behind. Kai Yanhu's eyes suddenly brightened. This still works. Yi Yuni understood immediately. There should be something here that attracts strange beasts. However, it is not very attractive to foreigners. Follow Yi Yuni as he walks deeper. The crystal core of a gold-level alien beast was also discovered. Yi Yuni looked at it and smiled at the corner of his mouth. There are quite a few. Then he took the red flame tiger and collected them while racing wildly. They only want crystal nuclei above the gold level. As for the rest, it's too low end. Yi Yuni reached the depths of the poison barrier. However, he found that the power of his detoxifying pills could no longer support his pain any further. Yi Yuni thought for a while, he could go back first and collect some information. Look at the range. After all, this place is really weird. However, today you can also collect the surrounding gold-level crystal nuclei first. This is a huge fortune. At that moment, Yi Yuni took the red flame tiger to collect them. After a while, in Yi Yuni's system space, golden crystal nuclei were piled up like a hill. It's simply not too scary. Yi Yuni looked at it with a smile on his face. Not bad. Unexpectedly, there is such a harvest in it. So many gold-level crystal nuclei are a considerable fortune. Subsequently, Yi Yuni felt the red flame tiger swaying under his crotch. It feels like a bit of a stumble. Yi Yuni looked at it. After all, this guy is a strange beast from the middle stage of the golden stage, so it is different from him. Even with the medicine he refined, this guy couldn't hold on for long. Never mind, get out first. Otherwise, after a while, this guy fell down directly, and he had to drag this guy home, so why bother? Later, if he comes again, he will not bring this guy with him, and he will waste an antidote pill. Thinking about it, Yi Yuni gave Kai Yanhu a few more medicines. Give it some relief. Then, he rode it wildly towards the outside. After going out, Yi Yuni also discovered that there were many strangers wandering around the poison barrier. They also know that there is something good in this poisonous barrier. But there is no way to get in. Watch this. Yi Yuni also had a smile on his face. At that moment, an idea appeared in his mind. Now work harder. Back inside. Boom. A dull voice sounded. As soon as Yi Yuni came down, Kai Yanhu fell directly on the stone brick floor of the garden. Here, several girls looked at Kai Yanhu and were stunned for a moment. This guy, what's wrong? Why did you just take a break right after you came back? Or, just straight up. Husband, is it Qianyu? It's okay. This guy was poisoned. He will be fine after he sleeps. Everyone, I was poisoned, are you okay? Don't you care about it that much? Zhou Weiwei and the Han sisters also went over to touch the red flame tiger. He even took a breath. Yi Yuni, don't worry, this guy won't die that easily. After Yi Yuni finished speaking, he also looked at this guy. After all, he was still in the middle of the golden stage. Moreover, its bloodline is pure, far superior to other exotic beasts. Even a little poison like this can kill you, that's too bad. Thinking about it, Yi Yuni also noticed that Dongfang Ruiyu and the others were no longer there. Where are Ruiyu and the others? Sister Dongfang and the others have taken the pills you gave them and are now in the room. Yi Yuni nodded. At the moment, he is just waiting and collecting materials for the poison barrier. Those left behind by the head of the family that day. This way. After a while, in Dongfang Ruoyu's room. She opened her eyes suddenly. A light suddenly flashed in his eyes. She really made a breakthrough. Now comes the golden middle stage. Magic. Amazing. At that moment, she was even more shocked. Her husband was so awesome. Everything is great. At that moment, she went out and told Yi Yuni the good news. Husband, I have made a breakthrough. I have reached the golden stage. There was a lot of excitement in one sentence. However, Yi Yuni's reaction was not big. He had already known that this would be the result. After a while, Bai Jixi and the others also came out. Everything has been upgraded to a higher level. Bai Jixi has also reached the golden stage. Come on, let me tell you something. Yi Yuni waved towards Bai Jixi. Then he took her into the house. Entered the house. Bai Jixi's face suddenly turned red. My husband is getting more and more over the top now. Bring her into the room in front of so many sisters. Then, she walked towards the bed. Where are you going? Yi Yuni asked doubtfully. Bai Jixi was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't this routine? Do we need to change the rules? Where to be? Yi Yuni was also confused. Come here, I want you to do something for me. Oh. Bai Jixi's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. So this is It turns out that he called her in to arrange things for her to do. She thought. Thinking about it, she was so embarrassed that she almost dug out a garden. Then, Yi Yuni gave her some pills. These pills have detoxification and antitoxic effects. Hide your identity, disguise yourself and go to the auction. The starting price should not be lower. Yi Yuni thought for a while and did not give all the pills to Bai Jixi. There is still a part left. Use your talents and get a good price on these. Yi Yuni explained. Bai Jixi also patted her chest immediately. The sound of duang was made immediately. Don't worry, I can do business. Okay, let's go. At that moment, Yi Yuni and Bai Jixi walked out. Outside, everyone was just about to go back to their respective houses. After all, the two of them had just entered, fearing that there would be another protracted battle. It was like this before, but now Bai Jixi has advanced. Not to mention, if you look like this, you may not be able to see your husband come out at night. Tisk tisk. But, next moment, they just saw the two people walking out of the room. His face was full of doubts at the moment. What's going on? What? It's coming out now. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Bai Jixi blushed even more and hurriedly walked into the house, preparing to disguise herself and complete the task given by her husband. Yi Yuni looked at everyone with a half-smile expression on his face. What are you looking at? Doubt me. Come on, who wants to try? One sentence made all the girls lower their heads. Don't dare. Who dares to do this? Here, Yi Yuni also went back to sort out the information. After a while, Bai Jixi is ready. Go out. Dongfang Ruiyu also went to find her senior sister. Out the door, Dongfang Ruiyu went straight to senior sister's room. Here, Yin Weimeng is still studying different flowers. Then I felt a figure passing quickly in front of the house. I was shocked at the moment. Master, go out. Just saw Dongfang Ruiyu standing there. She was stunned for a moment. There was shock in his eyes. As a junior sister, she didn't have such speed before. So fast, there is only one possibility. Have you become the golden midterm? There was astonishment in the sentence. Dongfang Ruiyu also nodded. Let's go into the house and talk. Entering the room, Yin Weimeng also looked at Dongfang Ruiyu. Why did you suddenly break through? Hey, it's my husband's idea. What can I do? Can you tell me about it? Yin Weimeng also asked. She had been stuck in the golden stage for a long time and wanted to break through. Then, Dongfang Ruiyu's face showed a look of embarrassment. How should I say this? Can you tell me? Then, she remembered what Bai Jixi had said to her before. Senior sister, I can't tell you this. If you want to know, wait until my husband tells you in the future. Isn't it easy to say this? Is this some kind of secret technique? Yin Weimeng was also numb. But she didn't ask any more questions. Let's wait until later. At the same time, Bai Jixi also came to the auction venue. Now he looked at the medicine in his hand. There was a smile on his face. This kind of thing, she is so good at it. At that moment, he strode in quickly. After a while, the auction is about to begin. Here, sitting in the stands, is a young girl. Skin is white as snow. Her long hair is like a waterfall, hanging down on her shoulders. Coupled with the gorgeous clothes, one glance makes people feel as if they have returned to before the end of the world. Not too luxurious at all. The girl was sitting there. Although she was not as tall as an average male, her cold aura was enough to suppress the people around her. Next to him and behind him, there were several middle-aged men sitting. However, when he looked at the girl, there was still some respect in his eyes. At this time, the girl was looking at the auction list. After taking a look, there are no poison glands for the highly toxic poison I want. And I didn't find what I wanted in the trading market just now. Pan Shichun muttered after reading the auction list, his voice a little gloomy. Then the master's main medicine. A middle-aged man next to him said, but was interrupted by Pan Shichun. However, I just heard some news in the trading market. It seems like there is a poisonous barrier deep in the jungle outside this barrier. As for how it was formed, I'm not sure. But there must be a lot of poison inside. We can go over and take a look. Maybe we'll have what we want. In this case, we have searched so many places but have not found it, so we cannot let go of the slightest chance. Pan Shichun thought about the news she had heard earlier. It seemed that no one here dared to go to that poisonous barrier. It can be said that it is a land of death. But they can go and see. One is because their team is quite strong. Including her, everyone has strength above the middle stage of gold. The man next to her has even reached the early diamond stage. Moreover, there is also an antidote made by the pharmacist at home. Go check it out. Walk. With Pan Shichun's words, everyone was ready to leave. But the next moment, the auctioneer clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, several lots will be inserted below. For a moment, everyone heard the news. I was also stunned. Pairs of eyes widened, ears pricked up to listen. This is strange. After all, this kind of thing is not common. Add items midway. It must be something unusual. At this moment, they all looked towards the stage, their faces full of expectation. Then, the auctioneer just lifted the red cloth in front of him. Then the contents are revealed. When everyone takes a look, are these pills? What's the meaning? This is the antidote pill. Everyone also knows that there is a poison barrier in the forest far away from our barrier. Everyone is suffering from the poison barrier and has no way to get in. But after eating this, those with strong strength can enter. Everyone knows some rumors about what's inside, so I won't say more. The auctioneer said a few words briefly. It aroused everyone's interest. Antidote pill. Enter the poison barrier. This is simply their dream. Rumor has it that there are many poisoned beasts there and there are many crystal nuclei. Just pick it up casually. Even the heads of the family straightened up in an instant, looking at that thing, their eyes shining. Things that can only be refined by alchemists, their blue and white barrier. There is actually an alchemist. Alchemists, aren't they only found in super large barriers? This alchemist is a person who is regarded as a guest by all the families in the super large barrier. However, they can't think about that much at this time. Purchase. Must buy. On the stage, the auctioneer looked at the light in everyone's eyes and felt so happy. At that moment, the red lips opened slightly. Now, the first one. Starting price, 3 golden midterm crystal cores. Wow, in an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. Nima's kiss. Even if it's a good thing. You can't steal money either. What the hell? Coming up are 3 golden midterm crystal nuclei. Even the heads of several families twitched at the corners of their mouths. But, the next moment, I couldn't bear it and someone made the first bid. I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5. In an instant, everyone started competing to bid. In the corner of the venue, Bijixi in disguise was watching the scene and humming a tune. Good guy, hubby, this is so powerful, anything you refine can be snatched up by everyone. This posture is going to make a lot of money. After a while, just a few were sold at high prices. Here, Pan Shichun and the others were also looking at that thing. Later, Pan Shichun also took a photo. After getting it, took a look. Miss, how are you? Next to him, the man was talking. Pan Shichun looked at the medicine and laughed angrily. Uncle Yi, this thing is far inferior to the antidote that the alchemist in the family refined for us. Pan Shichun said, looking at the family heads inside, this group of big grievances. However, I got all the shots. Never mind. The top priority now is to find the venom glands of highly toxic poisons. Then our money was spent in vain. Yi Ming curled his lips. It doesn't matter, our only mission when we come out this time is to find the poison glands. Pan Shichun shook his head. Grandpa's poison is very poisonous. The alchemist at home said that the only way to fight poison with poison is to fight poison with poison, but now we are short of the main medicine. Grandpa's star-level strength cannot withstand that poison. If you want to fight poison with poison, you will definitely need highly toxic poison glands. The word has been spread in the family. If anyone can find him and help Grandpa detoxify, he will have made a great contribution. In the future, with Grandpa's protection, our family will be able to reach a higher level, and these family wealth will not matter. If Grandpa dies, we are afraid that we will be annexed by other families, and the wealth will be even more useless. Yi Ming thought about the situation, but the lady saw it thoroughly. Miss, let's go to the poisonous barrier now. Pan Shichun said. Just follow the crowd. At the same time. This way. Yi Yunyi has arrived outside the poison barrier. Now he took out a god-level detoxifying pill. Then swallow it in your mouth. Then, he headed towards the depths. Arriving deeper in the area he and Kai Yanhu had reached before. After entering, Yi Yunyi also twitched the corner of his mouth. Good guy. There are quite a few crystal nuclei. At that moment, he picked it up very quickly. After a while, Yi Yunyi just watched. The further inside, the fewer crystal nuclei there are. After all, there are too few strange beasts that can walk inside. Next moment, not far away from him, a rustling sound was heard. Then there was the sound of someone speaking. Oh, someone came in. At the same time, Pan Shichun was walking here with a few strangers. The antidote made by the alchemy master at home is still more effective. It is much better than the antidote I bought in the barrier just now. Pan Shichun immediately started to complain. She had really been wrong just now. Next to him, Yi Ming looked at the young lady like this and sighed and shook his head. Okay, as long as we can complete the task. Here, several people are walking. Then, Yi Ming suddenly looked at the forest behind him and shouted. Who? One sentence made everyone stunned. Then he looked far behind. There's no one around. But, next moment, then he saw Yi Yunyi slowly walking out from behind a thick tree with his hands on the back of his neck. There was a half-smile expression on his face. There are really people. As expected, he is worthy of being a strong player in the early diamond stage. He can feel someone from such a long distance. They looked at Yi Ming, with admiration for the strong at the moment. Then, they all looked at Yi Yuni with hostility in their eyes. What is this guy doing here? Here, Yi Yuni also looked at the people in front of him and smiled. Are these guys still so prepared? If he hadn't taken the initiative to show up, could these few stinky sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs have discovered him? Joke. Here, Yi Ming also looked at Yi Yuni and the crystal core he picked up in his hand. At that moment, he understood what Yi Yuni was here for. He should be here for these crystal nuclei he picked up for free. Next moment, Yi Yuni suddenly bent over. Wow, an action made everyone including Pan Shichun suddenly alert. What is this guy doing? Subsequently, Yi Yuni picked up an early-stage gold crystal core at his feet. Then he wiped it and wiped away the dust. Put it in your own little bag. Everyone, what the hell are you doing in such a surprise? Isn't it just a golden early-stage crystal nucleus? In an instant, everyone also made a judgment in their hearts. This guy is not of a high level. Pan Shichun looked at Yi Ming. A diamond expert like Uncle Yi would not bother with this kind of crystal core. This guy can't get in without any strength. It should be a gold level. As for being able to get here, I almost don't know where to get the antidote. Only then can he be supported to get here. We don't need to pay attention to him. Yi Ming also made a judgment in his heart. Classified Yi Yuni is not a threat. Pan Shichun listened to Yi Ming's words, and then glanced at Yi Yuni. This guy, appearing for no reason and delaying their progress. However, there is no need to add extraneous details. At the moment, they ignored Yi Yuni and headed towards the depths of the poison barrier. Hiss. Next moment, several armored scorpions rushed out immediately. Each one is as big as a calf. Wearing iron armor. A pair of pliers glowed with cold light. Same for the tail. However, the tip of the tail still carries yellow venom. At first glance, it looks like it is extremely poisonous. The poisonous insect in the golden period. The golden level behind is different from others. Now everyone is on alert. Clang, with the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Yi Ming rushed out. A face-to-face meeting. An armored scorpion had its head chopped off. The other armored scorpions were instantly angered as they watched their kind being killed. Then he shot towards Yi Ming. Court death. Yi Ming's figure changes. Then he came to the armored scorpion and thrust his sword straight in. Nail into the eyes. GG. The armored scorpion howled in pain. Then the tail stabbed towards Yi Ming. Call. The sound of breaking wind sounded suddenly. Yi Ming is facing to the side. Then he drew back the sharp sword in his hand. A golden crystal core suddenly shot towards the distance. Thump. A dull sound of a corpse falling to the ground sounded again. Next up, Yi Ming rushed out like a stream of light. The remaining 1 or 2 armored scorpions were eliminated. Pan Shichun and others looked on. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they couldn't believe what they saw. So amazing. This is diamond level strength. Far away. Yi Yuni also saw Yi Ming's actions. The corner of my mouth smiled immediately. Diamond early stage. That is the level of Zhao Kang. Maybe not even as good as Zhao Kang. Too slow and not powerful enough. Here, he thought, he was picking up the middle stage golden alien beast crystal core that had just collapsed. It feels really good to pick it up off the shelf. Yi Yuni gradually started to like this feeling. Here, Pan Shichun was furious when she saw Yi Yuni accepting the crystal core. She was just about to speak when Yi Ming looked at the situation around her and said, "There are already a lot of high-level poisons gathered here. It seems that they are getting closer to the center. Come on, let's speed up the pace. After all, the detoxification pill is also time-sensitive. We have to go out after we go deep." Yi Ming gave the order, and everyone around him nodded. Yes, Jiayu pill is time-effective. Now it's time to head towards the front. This way. Seeing them leaving in a hurry, Yi Yuni quickly came to the armored scorpions that had just been killed. He took out the crystal core directly. Then the poison glands were also taken out. These poisonous insects have crystal nuclei, which are poison glands, which are more useful. As for the others, they don't have much effect. At this moment, several more golden mid-term crystal nuclei were obtained. Pan Shichun, who had already walked some distance away, turned back and saw Yi Yuni's movements. The corners of his mouth were twitching right now. My feet were stamped unconsciously. This shameless guy. This is the strange beast they killed. They killed it. You just pick it up off the shelf. Is this good? This is not good. At that moment, she couldn't bear it anymore and came towards Yi Yuni. Do you know where the center of this poison barrier is? Pan Shichun thought, if this guy took their things, he would naturally provide some information. Yi Yuni looked at her. This girl was pretty, but she was a bit domineering, so it didn't matter. He likes to train this kind of character the most. Then he looked at a fool and said, don't you see that I am following you? What if I know where it is? Do I still need to follow you? Silly, Pan Shichun, who do you think is stupid? You guy, you, a guy of low strength, only worthy of picking up ready-made crystal nuclei behind them. How dare you be so crazy? My aunt will teach you a lesson today. Miss, this way should be heading towards the center. Yi Ming frowned when he saw Pan Shichun and Yi Yuni choking on their anger. Looking at Yi Yuni, if he hadn't been too lazy to stir up trouble, this guy would have been killed by his sword today. Feeling Yi Ming's eyes, Yi Yuni also looked at him, and then put on a harmless smile on his face. Here, a few people are advancing cautiously. Yi Yuni was sweeping forward beside him. I have to say, it smells so good when I pick it up ready-made at the back. It smells so good. Here, Yi Ming didn't feel anything. After all, these crystal nuclei are of little use to him. However, Yi Yuni's behavior is different in the eyes of Pan Shichun and others. Sit naked and enjoy the results. At that moment, their resentment towards Yi Yuni suddenly rose. The concentration is getting higher and higher here. Yi Ming also felt it. There is also caution in the eyes. This is also his first time in such a strange place. If they are not careful, they may all be wiped out. Here, Pan Shichun and others listened to Yi Ming's words. In fact, they didn't even need him to say anything, and they understood. Even if they take detoxification pills now, they still feel a little sluggish in their steps, and they have already reached the symptoms of mild poisoning. Here, a gold-level stranger jumped directly towards the giant tree. Then he jumped out of the tree crown. Rush out high. Look into the distance. Then he was stunned. His eyes narrowed. That is, after falling, Lord Yi Ming, eldest lady, there is a mutant spirit plant in the distance. A tree that is smaller than these giant trees, but it is golden yellow. It should be a huge different tree. Shall we go over and take a look? Oh, Yi Ming and others listened and moved forward according to what the stranger said. After a while, they arrived nearby, saw the golden trees. Yi Yuni also saw it from behind. Good guy. What a huge strain. I saw that this strange plant looked like the giant tree in the tropical rainforest that I saw on TV before the end of the world. The canopy is huge. Moreover, there are many branches hanging from the trees and inserted into the ground. Let this area covered by giant trees turn into a golden castle. Simply stunning. Here, Yi Ming and others are also heading towards that place. Looking at this place, I was also attracted. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. Just when everyone was sighing. Next moment, there was a hissing sound. A moment. This sound made everyone's lips twitch. The hairs on my body stood up in an instant. This feeling is too dangerous. They are watching. I just saw a pure black mist heading towards a golden stranger. The stranger was immediately enveloped. The next moment, in the black mist, there was a corrosive hissing sound. In the dark mist. The stranger suddenly made a painful sound. Gradually, the fog is diluted. Reveal the stranger inside. Looking at the stranger, their eyes tightened. It was as if sulfuric acid had been poured on the stranger's body, and he was corroded into a bloody man. Still struggling at this time. Still wailing. He scratched his body with his hands, and when he scratched, his flesh and blood fell out. Finally, die in pain. However, the corrosion of the body still did not end. Until the whole body turned into blood. It's time to stop. Then, a branch extended from the crown of the tree, absorbing the blood. Nothing left. It was as if the alien just now had never come to this world. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming was stunned. Wrong. This is not made by this alien strain. There's something in the canopy. Be careful, it's poison in the canopy. One sentence woke everyone up, and they all looked towards the tree crown. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. Rustle. The tree crown then made a rustling sound. An extremely regular triangular snake head. Get out of it. Those scarlet snake eyes were staring at everyone. Snake Shinzi is constantly spitting out, capturing everyone's information. Every time Nobuko stands out, there will always be black mist. It turns out that the poison in this poison barrier area was spit out by this guy. What a poisonous thing. Then, the giant snake popped out of the tree again. Between the squirming golden scales, a body as wide and thick as a truck appeared. Pan Shichun's face turned pale as he looked at it. What kind of strange beast is this? It must have gone through another mutation. Although many of these bodies are in the canopy of the trees, based on a rough estimate of their thickness, they are at least 50 or 60 meters away. And this triangle head, it's really scary to look at. The triangular head was a symbol of venomous snakes before the end of the world. The same will be true after the end of the world. Such a standard triangular head shows how poisonous this thing is. In an instant, everyone was on alert. Be careful, Yi Ming said. The sword is also in his hand. A pair of eyes stared at this thing closely. My heart gradually started to get excited. This thing looks like what they are looking for. As long as you take its poison glands back, you can really save the old man. Miss, we may have found it. One sentence made everyone feel excited. Really, they traveled so much. I have never seen any poison that is so poisonous. Nice one. Must get it. Go together. Here, Yi Ming whispered, and other strangers also knew. Next moment, Yi Ming steps down. Boom. The ground beneath his feet was cracked. My health has also skyrocketed. Sword flowers are flying in the hand. With the sound of breaking wind, it seems to tear apart the space. Head towards the giant snake. The others were just like that, heading towards the giant snake. Clang. Yi Ming stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand. But, the next moment, he was suddenly shocked. His long sword didn't even break through the scales of the giant snake. You know, his long sword is made of the sharp claws of early diamond beasts. Something's wrong. After he struck, he backed away. Over here, the giant snake is in pain. Just as he was about to head towards Yi Ming, he heard the shouts of several golden strangers coming next to him. At that moment, its snake head reversed its direction and looked at those golden strangers. Then, black mist sprayed out from the sky. Get out of the way. Even if someone reminds me. But there are still two strangers who are slow. Next moment, it was shrouded in black mist. Heart-rending shouts suddenly came. Then, the snake's tail roared. Coming through the sky. Hit them directly. Poof. The sound of flesh and blood suddenly sounded. They were whipped to pieces in an instant. Falling to the ground, the body parts were emitting black smoke. Turn into blood. Then, another branch fell. What a strong strength. Here, the fallen golden stranger's heartbeat was racing to the extreme. The threat of death suddenly enveloped their hearts. This giant snake. Unusual. At this time, Yi Ming was also shocked. He is now at the early stage of diamond. However, there is nothing that can be done about this guy. So let's put it this way. In an instant, a terrifying idea appeared in his mind. This poison is the middle stage of diamond. With one sentence, everyone was shocked. They all listened to Yi Ming's words, and their eyes widened at the moment. They couldn't believe what they heard. Diamond midterm. Doesn't that mean, compared to the strongest among them, Yi Ming, even more powerful? Then how can they hunt this strange beast? Isn't this crazy? Here, Pan Shichun looked at her with a face ashen as dust. What to do? Originally, she thought she could complete the task given by her family and bring the poison gland back. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a poison. Here, Yi Ming is also gritting his teeth. Although he knew the strength of this giant snake, he still wanted to struggle. They can go to the family to find a strong person, but this will take a lot of time. If something unexpected happens again, or the giant snake escapes, then it won't be that easy to find it in the future. What to do? In an instant, he made a choice. Now, he takes one step forward. The ground beneath your feet cracked apart. Yi Ming's body came to the tree trunk. Then connect the dots with your feet. Head towards the tree. Then, there was a flash of body. Come to the top of the giant snake's head. Call. The giant snake also felt Yi Ming's movements. He immediately raised his head and sprayed a black poisonous mist towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming flashed. Just avoid it. Then, He came directly to the head of the giant snake. Keep an eye on the triangle head. Put your hands together. Become a hand hammer. Directly towards the bottom, hit hard. One punch, directly breaking the wind. For a moment, it seemed as if the space was distorted. Boom! One hammer hit the giant snake hard on the head. Ouch! Accompanied by a roar, the giant snake smashed towards the ground. Kususu, Kaka, wow! In an instant, all kinds of sounds sounded. A powerful and heavy blow hit the giant snake's huge body, causing it to break the branch and fall down. It hit the ground. He was still roaring and howling in pain. Good. As expected of Lord Yi Ming. It's too strong, it's really too strong. Here, Pan Shichun and others saw this scene, and they all had smiles on their faces. They couldn't be too happy. After all, this giant snake has always given them a feeling of being too oppressive. Just a puff of poisonous mist can corrode their people. And now, Yi Ming punched. Give it a direct blow. Made it fall from the tree. It was as if this hammer directly opened the haze in their hearts. It's simply not that exciting. Here, Yi Ming was shocked when he heard the cheers from the people in the distance. He looked at his arms. That hammer just now, gathering all the strength of his body. It can be said that he is extremely domineering. But that's it, not to mention severely injuring the giant snake. Even its scales are not broken. Look at him. The moment he came into contact with the giant snake's scales, his arm almost broke. Now, the muscles are broken and a lot of blood is flowing out. It seems that this difference in strength is really not just a tiny bit. Roar! A thundering roar suddenly came from not far away. With a roar, everyone felt that their bodies began to resonate. At that moment, their hair stood on end as they looked at the giant snake. The giant snake at this time already rested. The body of 50 or 60 meters is now coiled up. The snake's head is raised high. It looks extremely huge. A pair of originally scarlet eyes were now glowing with murderous blood. Yi Ming looked at it and his heart trembled. It seems the blow he just made angered this guy. Call. Next moment, the snake's mouth opens. A cloud of poisonous mist suddenly came towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming clicked on his feet and quickly avoided it. Hoo ho ho. The poisonous mist that came one after another made Yi Ming exhausted. Gradually, while he was dodging, I also felt something was wrong. Good idea. This giant snake is so calculating. Even though he escaped the poisonous mist just now. But the concentration of poisonous gas here is too high now. Even his body became paralyzed. With sluggishness. Oops. Next moment, there was a sonic boom. Yi Ming looked not far away. Just saw a thick snake tail swinging towards him. At that speed, there is only an afterimage left in the air. It's over. Can't escape. Subconsciously, he put his arms in front of his chest. Suddenly, he was knocked out. That feeling, it was like being hit by a train. Yi Ming suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. All the internal organs have been moved. At this time, Yi Ming really saw it clearly. The gap between him and this giant snake is really huge. Just now, he was so whimsical. Boom. Next moment, he was accompanied by a fierce whistling sound in his ears. It directly smashed several giant trees. Then it was embedded in a giant tree. The bloody arrow in his mouth suddenly shot out. Pan Shichun. Everyone. In an instant, they all shrank their eyes. They watched Yi Ming being smashed into the tree. At that moment, they all felt that their hearts were being driven into the abyss by the giant snake just like Yi Ming. Oh no, Yi Ming is the most powerful among them. But it's Yi Ming. There was no way he could withstand the blow from the giant snake. They also want to take the giant snake's venom glands back. It's simply wishful thinking. Run quickly and don't stop for a moment. In an instant, this thought occurred. They just ran towards the front. The giant snake stared at them and knew their intentions. Now he is preparing to head towards them. Here, Pan Shichun and the others are also heading towards the back. Passing by Yi Yuni. Then, I saw Yi Yuni standing there stunned. I was confused at the moment. What is this guy doing? Are you stupid? Don't you want to die? Don't run yet. Ah, she took one breath and ran away. Look back. I saw Yi Yuni was still there. Frowning now. This guy. Next moment, the giant snake also discovered Yi Yuni, and at that moment, it sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist towards Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni is still standing there. Then, it was shrouded in poisonous fog. It's over. Pan Shichun looked at it. This guy has finally explained it here. The giant snake is coming towards them. They're just about to speed it up again. However, I saw the giant snake standing there stunned. Looking at the poisonous mist that was gradually dissipating, the snake eyes stared closely. Pan Shichun and the others also looked at the poisonous mist. I saw that the poisonous fog dispersed. Among them, a figure slowly walked out. It's none other than Yi Yuni. At this time, he was just like a normal person. Moreover, he was holding a battle axe as tall as a man in his hand. Fine, is he okay? How did you do that? Here, Pan Shichun and the others looked at Yi Yuni with incredulous expressions and stopped in their tracks. See, Yi Yuni walked slowly towards the giant snake step by step. The battle axe in his hand was slowly put down. There was a cold light shining on the axe blade. Here, the giant snake also looked at Yi Yuni. Look at the metallic luster scattered on the surface of his body. There was a hint of doubt in the snake's eyes. It really doesn't understand why this human being can remain intact under its poisonous mist. Weird, it's so weird. But then he was enveloped in extreme anger. Next moment, roar, it roared, just rushed towards Yi Yuni. The snake's mouth opens. A pair of fangs flashed out. Glowing with cold light, there are huge droplets of venom hanging on the fangs. The giant snake is ready to swallow Yi Yuni in one bite. Teach this human being who dares to provoke it a lesson. Here, Pan Shichun and others are watching. I saw the giant snake rushing towards Yi Yuni. Next moment, seeing that the giant snake was about to swallow Yi Yuni whole into his mouth. But, the shadow flickered. Yi Yuni disappeared directly on the spot. The giant snake pounces. The snake's head hit the ground hard. Wipe out. Go directly towards the distance. It stirred up a lot of smoke and dust. Wherever it passed, the giant tree exploded. The ground was plowed into deep pits. Roar. The giant snake roared angrily. The snake's head is just about to be raised. It just felt like a figure appeared on its head. A cold feeling immediately enveloped it. It looked over. No one else. It was Yi Yuni who was holding a sharp axe at this moment. Next moment, the battle axe in his hand roared down. Click. A shattering sound sounded. The giant snake's scales suddenly shattered. With one strike of the axe, half of the giant snake's head was almost chopped off. Ouch! A scream suddenly came from the giant snake's mouth. Blood spurted out like water from a broken fire hydrant. This, Pan Shichun and others took a look. Their eyes widened for a moment, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Waves of cold air rose from their feet and rushed toward their scalps. This, who can tell them what is happening? This. In the end, what happened? This guy, aren't you still picking up those gold-level crystal nuclei? Shouldn't he be of low strength? However, the scene before them forced them to accept a reality. That is, the person in front of me is a strong man. Much stronger than all of them. Before, they looked down upon others. Thinking of this, Pan Shichun's legs became weak. She had dared to talk to this person like that before. This was simply seeking death. This way, the giant snake also felt Yi Yuni's terror, and was ready to escape immediately. But, the next moment, Yi Yuni flashed in front of it. One punch, distort space. Then, it landed on the giant snake's head. When its already opened wound widens even further. The giant snake is feeling severe pain. Just ready to roar. Another cold light flashed. Poof. Flesh. Broken. A huge snake head. It just flew out. Boom. There was a dull thud to the ground. The snake's head fell heavily to the ground. It landed not far from Pan Shichun. The snake's body also fell to the ground. However, it is still rolling. Snakes, that's what. He was beheaded, but his body can still move. In an instant, the snake's body writhes. Smoke and dust are everywhere. The joint between the head and the body is like a dam that has opened its gate, and the blood is flowing wildly. However, the snake body no longer poses any threat. Here, Pan Shichun and others also looked at the snake head. They all felt like they were numb. Shocking. So shocking. What kind of strength is this? Just a few tips. Just take the giant snake in the mid-diamond stage. Behead him directly. Horrible. Hiss. Next moment. While they were stunned, the snake head also started to move. A pair of scarlet snake eyes looked at Pan Shichun and others with unwillingness. The black mist condensed in his mouth and was ready to be sprayed out towards them. But, just getting ready to spray, a figure flashed past, came to the snake's head, and stepped down heavily. Close the mouth of the snake. A mouthful of black mist bloomed directly in the snake's head. Then, the battle axe fell from Yi Yuni's hand. Just cut open the snake's head. A huge crystal core like a diamond fell into Yi Yuni's hands. Then, Yi Yuni looked at the crystal core and put it into the system space first. Then a backhand axe. Take out the poison glands. This time, the snake head completely stopped moving. There is no longer any threat. Over there, the giant snake remained motionless after writhing for a while. Fall there. Yi Yuni looked at the poison glands and crystal cores. Think about it. Before, he guessed that there must be something here to attract strange beasts. He looked at the golden tree. It should be over there. The present is the past. Just a little tap under your feet, and you'll skyrocket. Then he searched for it in the trees. Yi Yuni looked to the other side, his eyes tightened. There is a huge tree hole here. It seems that this giant snake was resting here before. Then, he went in directly. Look inside. It was originally dark and smelled fishy. Yi Yuni walked towards the inside. After a while, at the end, there is a light. Yi Yuni looked there and was stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked here with an incredible expression. What is it? All I saw was the stone platform in front of me. There is actually a huge scale. Those scales are exactly the same as those that Yi Yuni got from Zhao Keng before. At this time, there are 2 lotuses growing on the scales. Yi Yuni walked over. Look at this thing. Those 2 lotuses. One black, one white. The black one has been eaten. Only the stems are left here. Yi Yuni looked at it and was shocked in his heart. What does this mean? Could it be that this giant snake changed because it ate this black lotus? Only then did he produce a poison that was incompatible with his strength. Probably. So what effect does this white lotus have? More importantly, this lotus relies on absorbing the energy of its scales. This is how you can grow. Where do these scales come from? All these things, one by one, all appeared in Yi Yuni's mind. At this time, Yi Yuni had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Do not care. Take this thing back first. Let's study it carefully. At this time, outside, Pan Shichun and the others were not idle either. He quickly came to Yi Ming's side. He was dug out from the giant tree. Seeing the shattering scene and the depth of the embedment, even they were shocked in their hearts. Lord Yi Ming was not there yet. If it were them, I don't know how many times it has quaked. That snake's tail might even turn them into powder. After a while, Yi Ming was also dug out. At this time, his eyes were still trembling. After all, even though he was in the giant tree just now, he still witnessed the entire battle between Yi Yuni and the giant snake. He is the strongest among these people. As someone who has faced off against a giant snake, I even know how terrifying Yi Yuni's strength is. Chapter 81. Alone, in a short time. Just kill the giant snake. Fear, it's so scary. Yi Ming's mouth twitched at the moment. They thought Yi Yuni was an ordinary stranger at first, but they didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face so hard. They really look down upon others. Ignore such a strong man. Uncle Yi Ming, what should we do now? Pan Shichun looked at Yi Ming. After all, he was still the strongest among them. Now, the giant snake has been killed by Yi Yuni, but the corresponding poison glands have also been taken away by him. They originally came here for the poison glands of this highly poisonous thing. Not to mention the loss of troops and generals, the poison glands have not been obtained yet. What to do now? Here, Yi Ming thought for a while and sighed. After all, we didn't get this thing ourselves. We still need to discuss it with the adult. In one word, everyone nodded. After all, if we don't need poison glands now, that's definitely impossible. If you want it, you can only discuss it. You can't grab it forcefully. If that happens, none of them will survive. Here, everyone is waiting for Yi Yuni to come down from the tree. Tell me, is there something extraordinary in this tree? Pan Shichun said something. The eyes of the people next to him also lit up. It's really not accurate. After all, this giant snake has always been here. I'm afraid there's something different about it. Next to him, Yi Ming also nodded. Then there was a wry smile. So what if this is something incredible? That's none of their business. They are also resting here honestly and waiting. Waiting for Yi Yuni to come down from the tree. Here, Yi Yuni also came out of the tree hole. Standing in the tree canopy. Look at the huge snake corpse below. I also thought about it. Were you impulsive just now? Wouldn't it be nice to take this guy back as a mount? As soon as this idea came out, the next moment, Yi Yuni rejected it directly. After all, this thing is highly poisonous. What if I brought this poisonous mist back to the blue and white barrier? If it spreads, I am afraid that more than half of the people in the entire blue and white barrier will die. The key is, hell, Zhou Weiwei and the others are not even strangers. What if they were poisoned? That's one corpse and 2 lives. When the child is born later, there will be super god level rewards. Forget it, just kill it. At that moment, he jumped down. I came to the giant snake and looked at it. I could take this guy back. They are all treasures. However, this body is a bit too huge. If you put it into the system space, it can be installed. While Yi Yuni was thinking about it, Pan Shichun and the others also came over from behind. Yi Yuni looked at them, probably knowing their purpose. But he didn't speak. Here, Pan Shichun spoke first. Hello, we want to come over and discuss with you. Can you sell the poison glands to us? My grandfather was a strong man in the early stage of Xingqian, but now he is poisoned. We need the poison glands of highly poisonous things as the main medicine. So you see, a few words made Yi Yuni frown. Star early stage. What does it mean to talk to him like this? Is this coercion? Here, Yi Ming listened to the words, looked at Yi Yuni's expression, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Is the eldest lady stupid? Now that they are asking for help, they still talk like this. The old man is thousands of miles away now, but he doesn't have such a deterrent effect. At the moment, he added, Sir, we are a family with a super large barrier. This is why we came out this time. We want to buy this poison gland. We can accept it at any price you offer. Please make it easier for yourself. We are so grateful. Here, Yi Ming said, and bowed to Yi Yuni with his hands raised. Yi Yuni looked at Pan Shichun and raised his lips. It's not impossible to sell it to you. Anyway, staying in his hands won't have much effect. He has a bunch of god-level poison pills. In one sentence, everyone was overjoyed. Really? 5 diamond mid-term crystal nuclei. Pan Shichun. Yi Ming. Everyone. 5 diamond intermediate nuclei. Did they think wrong? 5. This. You know, this giant snake is a strange beast in the middle diamond stage. If Yi Yuni knew what they were thinking now, he would definitely say, country bumpkin, directly. The venom of this giant snake far exceeds its level. After all, this guy ate the black lotus. Pan Shichun bit her fangs lightly. Why don't you grab it? Yi Yuni suddenly glared. Next moment, a pain came from Pan Shichun's neck. At this time, Yi Yuni's battle axe has been raised. Put it on Pan Shichun's shoulders. Even though the axe blade was still far away from Pan Shichun's shoulder. But, a blood mark has been drawn on the neck of Pan Shichun, who is a golden stranger. At this time, blood dripped down. At this moment, Pan Shichun felt the feeling of death. The hair all over my body exploded in an instant. Her eyes widened and her breathing accelerated suddenly. The already turbulent chest was rising and falling even more violently at this moment. Next to them, Yi Ming and others were also shocked. They didn't expect that Yi Yuni would be so violent. Do you think, if I want to rob you, I still have to talk nonsense with you? I have changed my mind now, 5 diamond mid-term crystal nuclei, and I want you to be my wife. Boom. One sentence made Pan Shichun even more dizzy. This guy, what are you talking about? The original number of crystal nuclei remains unchanged. And, he wants her to be his wife. Pan Shichun almost broke his teeth at that moment. Think about it. If it doesn't work, forget it. Yi Yuni also put down his battle axe and walked towards the other side. Be prepared to look around to see if there is anything good. Yi Yuni just put down his battle axe. Pan Shichun simply collapsed to the ground. After all, she has never been so close to death. Miss. A stranger next to her helped her up. Everyone here is looking at her. Even Yi Ming looked at her. After all, we are all waiting for her to make a decision now. Pan Shichun thought about it and considered it in his heart. This time they came out with a mission at home. Now, saving Grandpa is a serious matter. But the price paid is too high. This crystal core is not a big burden, after all, her family can take it out. But what's behind? What should she do? Thinking. After a while, Pan Shichun seemed to be enlightened and thought of something. Then, he headed towards Yi Yuni. She came to Yi Yuni's side. Yi Yuni looked at her. Have you thought about it? Pan Shichun took a breath, and then said slowly, I promise you. I promise you. This sentence was heard by Yi Ming and several gold-level strangers not far away. They all looked at Pan Shichun. They didn't expect that the young lady would make such a sacrifice. Yi Yuni also smiled when he heard this. Immediately take out the poison glands and prepare for exchange. Then Pan Shichun said again, but when we come out now, we don't bring so many high-level crystal nuclei. Now that I have taken the poison glands, I have to go back quickly, otherwise, my old man will be in danger. Can I owe it first, wait until I go home, and then come back to you? Yi Yuni also narrowed his eyes after listening to Pan Shichun's words. Then, with his backhand, he took out a tracking charm. Use it on Pan Shichun. With this tracking charm, Yi Yuni is no longer afraid. However, Pan Shichun couldn't see the tracking charm at all, let alone feel anything. Then, Yi Yuni threw the poison gland directly towards Pan Shichun. Pan Shichun was holding the poison gland and was stunned. This, just gave it. Let's go. Yi Yuni waved his hand towards her. He signaled her to leave quickly, go back and finish the work quickly, and come back quickly. Now that there is a tracking charm, he can find this girl wherever she goes. As for the old man in his family, Yi Yuni is not afraid. Now, his level is rising rapidly. Are you still afraid of so much? Pan Shichun looked at the poison glands with a smile on his face. Then he and Yi Ming and others walked towards the distance, waiting to go far away. Several gold-level strangers nearby looked at it and murmured in a low voice, I didn't expect that this person actually gave us the things directly. And there's no deposit required. These two sentences also made Yi Ming look at Pan Shichun. Miss, what do you think? If my grandfather cannot be saved, our family will not be able to escape the tragic fate. If my grandfather is saved, then my family will be able to prosper for many more years. When the time comes, just give him more crystal nuclei. My grandfather is in the early stage of Xingqian. Even if he is dissatisfied, what can he do? Don't you have to take the crystal core and leave? Give him more crystal nuclei. Yi Ming thought for a while and nodded. After all, in the end of the world, how can a woman have crystal nuclei? At that moment, they walked quickly outside. This way. Yi Yuni also used the tracking charm, and suddenly, the light curtain popped up. Pan Shichun's location suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha, good guy, not bad. This thing is like a navigation before the end of the world. Still updated in real time. Later, Yi Yuni looked at the giant snake and put it directly into the system space. Then, Yi Yuni looked at the golden tree and felt a little embarrassed. Take this back. Strange. Forget it. Although this is a different strain, it feels good, but moving it back with such a big fanfare, doesn't this affect his plan? Keep it for now and move it later. After making up his mind, Yi Yuni began to clean up the battlefield. Restore this place to almost the same as before. No trace of battle can be seen. Afterwards, I made some small arrangements and left. Arriving at the outskirts of the poison barrier. Oh. It must be the stranger who bought his detoxification pill and came here to hunt for treasure. Okay. Children can be taught. It seems that he spent a lot of money to auction his antidote. At this time, poison pill is on the outside. Oh my god, so many alien beast crystal nuclei. Old Lu, how many did you pick up? Old Lu. The stranger was talking to the person next to him, but got no reply. At that moment, he was just looking at it and was stunned. I saw this guy Lao Lu, who was too lazy to talk to him and concentrated on picking up the crystal core. Joke. They are now in a competitive relationship. After picking it up, it was picked up by others. At that moment, the man had a dark look on his face and stopped talking. Pick it up quickly. Everyone seemed to be swept away. Start picking up like crazy. After a while, all the crystal nuclei in this area were cleared. Then, he pushed forward inside. Oh my god, there are already crystal nuclei of early-stage golden beasts here. I have a mid-golden one here. I have it here too. In an instant, everyone started talking. Everyone's eyes were wide open at that moment, and they couldn't believe what they saw. There are so many crystal nuclei here. Isn't this just a random pick? Then, they looked into the depths of the poison barrier. Then what will be in here? Wrong. What a mistake. They should have gone in and picked it up from the beginning. Not here. Harmful. They had just come in, and everyone was rushing to pick up the crystal cores. How could they think so much and pick up the crystal cores along with them? Thinking about it now, they are so stupid. Herd mentality is not advisable. Now, the effect of the antidote is dissipating little by little. Fortunately, no one else went in either. At the moment, they were all staring at the poison barrier. There might be a golden stage in there. Even diamond level exotic beast crystal nuclei. Diamond level. Think of this level. Even they were trembling in their hearts. Excitement suddenly enveloped their hearts. Then, they walked forward first. But gradually, their consciousness began to blur. Not good. This is poisoning. They also understood it instantly. It's because their strength is too low. There is no way to go any further. At that moment, they also sighed. I am saddened by my misfortune and angry that I will not fight. There is no way. I can only go back and pick up the crystal cores again. Now the capital has not been returned. Not to mention plenty. Get your blood back quickly. However, when they returned, most of the surrounding area had been picked up. Good guy, you can't steal the chicken but lose the rice. For a moment, regret filled their hearts. There's no way, I can't get in now. We can only go back to the barrier first. This way. Yi Yunyi looked at them in the dark, with a smile on his face. He really followed his ideas. At the moment, he looked at the people leaving here, and secretly thought in his heart to go back and promote it. Yi Yunyi did not appear in the eyes of everyone. He relied on god-level movement skills and then took a long detour. Get ready to go back to the ramparts. At the same time. In the jungle, next to a creek, a girl pulled off her mask, revealing her fair face. It is no exaggeration to describe it as overwhelming the country and the city. She held the stream water in her delicate jade hands, and then drank it gently. It's like a kitten licking the water of the stream. She felt her body, and her strength had recovered to some extent. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Next moment, she just felt someone staring at her. Then he turned his head and looked at the other side. There is coldness in the eyes. Who? Then, far away. A leisurely voice came. I really made a mistake that day. I didn't expect you to be such a beauty. Listening to this voice, the girl was stunned for a moment. He frowned at the moment, with doubts in his brows. This sound, so familiar, she thought about it carefully. Then I remembered it. It's him. She was injured and hunted before. Then I met the alchemist. The one who made her feel the pain she had never felt in her life. Right, yes, it's this guy. She thought. In the distance, Yi Yunyi was also walking over. With such a smile on his face. When he looked at the girl in front of him, he really didn't expect that this guy turned out to be so beautiful. If I had known, the last time I was in the jungle. Etc. Yi Yunyi looked at this guy. Huh, isn't this guy the one on the wanted order? But it's a crystal core worth diamond grade. The name is Yu Yan. Yu Yan. Yi Yunyi's words made the girl understand immediately. Have you seen the wanted notices? Yu Yan heard that Yi Yunyi knew her name, so she must have seen those wanted notices. At that moment, he curled his lips, thinking that those big families are so shameless. Can you think of such a way? However, she also looked at Yi Yunyi with interest. What? You want to arrest me and collect the reward? There was sarcasm in the words. She knew that this guy was also an alchemist. As the saying goes, there is a sequence of learning, and there is a specialization of skills. One person can't multitask. The average alchemist's strength is average. Let alone in a place like this where there is no first-line barrier. Yi Yunyi nodded. I really had this idea just now. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yu Yan was holding her stomach and laughing. Then he looked at Yi Yuni with a sparkle in his eyes. Why don't we give it a try? If I win, you will follow me from now on, become my slave, and obey my words. Yu Yan is full of confidence, if there is an alchemist beside her, coupled with her already not weak strength. In that case, when the two of them are paired together, her strength will improve faster. In the future, maybe settling down in a corner shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, this can also provide an additional toolman and a slave, killing two birds with one stone. Then, she looked at Yi Yuni with the eyes of the toolman. Okay, but what if I win? That's simple. I will obey your words. Whatever you say will be yours. You can send me to collect the bounty. Okay. Seeing Yi Yuni agreeing, Yu Yan couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This guy, you really have confidence in your own strength. Little did she know that he, a little alchemist, was not enough in her eyes. Thought she was injured before. Now her strength has been restored to 7,788, which is no longer the same. Although he was cured by this guy's medicine. Snort. She was just about to take action. But, next moment, Yi Yuni in the distance moved. The body suddenly turned into a shadow. Moment. Just came to Yu Yan. His hands pinched Yu Yanu's neck directly. This. Yu Yan's eyes widened suddenly, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Feel something. At this time it was above her neck. Yi Yuni's hands were like iron pliers. Clamp hard. Unshakable. This guy. Such strength. In her shocked eyes, Yi Yuni leaned into her rear and whispered, I'm sorry, I just killed a giant snake in the mid-diamond stage. I don't know where you get your confidence. You feel like you can be better than me. Yu Yan. The corner of her mouth twitched immediately. The head, the giant snake in the mid-diamond stage. She is only in the early diamond stage. Careless. If I had known earlier I wouldn't have made a bet. But then she thought about it. It seems like it's useless if you don't bet. She couldn't leave in front of this guy. I lost. Please take me to collect the reward. When Yu Yan said these words, she felt her whole body soften. She and the other sisters escaped from those big families. Scattered away. But I didn't expect that I would not be able to escape the fate of being captured. After I go back, I'm afraid I'll be killed to scare the monkeys. I don't know how humiliated I will be. Next moment. Yi Yuni just put her on his shoulders, who said I would take you to collect the reward. After Yu Yan whispered, she heard what Yi Yuni said and was stunned. Then what are you going to do? Didn't you say you would obey my words? My request is simple. Come back with me and give me 10 or 8 children. A word came out lightly. However, it fell into Yu Yan's ears. But it made her feel like she was struck by lightning. What? Simple. You call this simple? You stinky guy. Say what? 10 or 8. How many years will it take to give birth? Ah. At that moment, Yu Yan began to struggle. Yi Yuni felt this guy's movements. What a good guy. He was still in the early diamond stage. Not bad. She is the strongest among his wives. Only, he won't get used to such disobedient people. Then two crisp sounds sounded. Yu Yan felt the pain, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Now cover your face with a mask again. Too embarrassed to see anyone. Here, Yi Yuni also watched Yu Yan swaggering through the jungle. Then we entered the city through the gate of the barrier. The door. Many strangers looked at Yi Yuni and bowed their heads. Master Yi, you are back. Master Yi, voices sounded. Then, they also saw the girl on Yi Yuni's shoulder. Although the face is not visible, the figure on Mr. Yi's shoulders is highlighted by the clothes. But not bad. It's good material for giving birth to a son. Here, all the men looked at Yi Yuni, their faces full of envy, jealousy and hatred. After all, a few days ago, Mr. Yi just brought back a group of beautiful girls. Now, you caught another one. I have to say that Mr. Yi is extremely talented when it comes to spreading branches and leaves. Not far away, a family head also saw Yi Yuni like this. I was stunned at the moment. Hurry home. Then, the family members were asked to contact several family heads. After a while, several family heads also came in a hurry. What's wrong, Lao Zheng? Why are you so anxious to find us? Yes, I was leisurely drinking tea just now. You have to make up for it. You don't look very good. Voices rang out one after another, and then the head of the Zheng family looked at everyone, frowning with his hands. I just saw Master Yi coming back with a girl on his back, I'm afraid he will do it again tonight. With one sentence, everyone who was talking just now fell silent. Then, I felt like everything was spinning. They raised their hands and patted them on the forehead. Oh my God. Groom every night. Isn't he tired? Mr. Yi is not tired, but they are. They can't stand it anymore. I have to prepare gifts every night. Now the quality of their gifts has dropped visibly. None of the other diamond powerhouses in the city are like this. For a moment, they all felt that Master Yi could be regarded as a dragon slayer who finally became an evil dragon. Even worse than Zhao Kang. But, how to say? Zhao Kang was reaching out and asking them for it. And Mr. Yi was given by them. This is a different nature. Well, have no choice. Everyone, think about Jay. If this continues, my family's fortune will soon be wiped out. I'm just numb. As the head of the Zheng family said, he also looked at everyone, asking for help. Several family heads also sighed again and again. What can they do? They are numb too. There was only one head of the family who actually had a smile on his face. The head of the Zheng family looked at it and was also stunned. Old Yang, what do you enjoy? What do you think? You have to give so many gifts and you still laugh. In a word, other family heads also looked at Yang family master. Seeing him really have a smile on his face. I remember happy things. Everyone, do you still remember happy things? What gives you pleasure? Are you kidding me? That's Mr. Yi's groom, not your Yi's groom. Why are you happy? The Master Zheng's words were also filled with disdain. However, the head of the Yang family smiled softly, my beautiful and fragrant daughter comes of age today. One word. The whole audience was silenced, and then they all looked at the head of the Yang family. There is incredible look in the eyes. What did this guy say just now? Does this guy want to? Then, the head of the Zheng family stood up. This guy, does this mean that you want to marry your daughter to Mr. Yi? If that's the case, isn't this guy trying to climb up to Mr. Yi? They also need to prepare one more gift. Brothers, flatten him. Then the Zheng family head made a hysterical voice, and the other family heads also stood up suddenly. Meanwhile, in front of the garden, members of the 100 Flowers Alliance also saw Yi Yuni. Then he looked at the girl he was carrying on his shoulders. Many members also have fantasies, if only that girl was them. This way, Yi Yuni entered the garden. Zhou Weiwei and the others also came over. Seeing Yu Yan being put down, she was also stunned. Then I saw that she was still wearing a mask. This husband, is this the new sister? Zhou Weiwei asked. Yi Yuni nodded. Then he looked at Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu. She should be familiar to you. Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu also had doubts on their faces. What do you mean? Saying that, Yi Yuni is Yu Yan's mask. Next moment, Yu Yan's face appeared in front of everyone. So beautiful. This is everyone's first impression. However, Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu thought of something. Now, cover your mouth. Isn't this one of those girls who are being rewarded? Moreover, he is still the one who can receive the diamond-level alien beast crystal core bounty. How did her husband catch her back? However, Bai Jixi then thought about Yi Yuni's previous words. Sister, we will be a family from now on. My husband is a very nice person. It's also very powerful, you'll know later. After a few words, Yu Yan was also stunned. The family. This vocabulary is also somewhat unfamiliar to her. However, this feels good. Come on, let's take you on a tour. Here, several girls also held Yu Yan's hand and led her around in the garden. Bai Jixi came to Yi Yuni's side. There is an expression on his face begging for favor. Hey, hubby, praise me. With that said, Bai Jixi took out a big package and opened it. There are gold-level crystal nuclei inside. When Yi Yuni came out of the poison barrier, he saw many strangers there and knew that Bai Jixi had auctioned off all the antidotes. But I didn't expect so many to be auctioned. He said, this girl has the blood of some businessmen in her body. Okay, I'll reward you with a few more hours next time. Bai Jixi. Not enough. Yi Yuni looked at her expression and smiled evilly. Enough is enough. It's enough without adding more. Bai Jixi said quickly and waved her hands. Yi Yuni looked at these crystal nuclei. Now, the giant snake was killed by her. The poisonous fog will gradually dissipate in the next few days. It seems that there is a high probability that all the antidotes in hand will be released tomorrow. Gotta make a good buck. At the same time, here, the strangers who auctioned antidote pills today are also coming back one after another. How about it? Are there many crystal nuclei in the poison barrier land? Give me a message quickly. As soon as they came back, they were surrounded by a group of strangers. All of them have expectant eyes. In this look, several strangers also smiled. That's really a place of treasures. Just pick up the crystal core. The few of us who worked diligently to pick up crystal cores covered the cost and still made a little profit. Said. They just showed all the crystal nuclei they picked up. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe what they heard. It's just like a guess. Are there really that many crystal nuclei? Envious. I'm so envious. Not far away, several strangers who were greedy for high-level crystal cores but did not pick up the outer crystal cores listened, and the corners of their mouths twitched. What the hell? Not only did they not get their money back. Big loss. What a big loss. Now that I'm being insulted, it feels so numb. If I had known, I would have gone to the auction. Good guy, I didn't expect it to be just like the legend. Then why are you back so early? Has the detoxification pill lost its effectiveness? At this moment, the strangers also started to talk nonsense. A foreigner who had been to a poisonous place pressed it down with his hand, and everyone fell silent. He sighed, we are still not strong enough to go deeper. I feel that there must be a late-stage golden core inside. Or even a diamond-level crystal core. What? Diamond level? This. At that moment, all of them were jealous. But then he calmed down. They can't go deep into that depth. Moreover, there is no antidote pill available for purchase now. Well, night. In the garden. It's also the beginning of the wedding. Yu Yan was dressed in red. But, wearing a red hijab. Walk slowly towards Yi Yuni. That graceful figure, those long legs. It's simply fascinating. Yi Yuni thought. Diamond's early strength is coupled with this figure and face. I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle. After the wedding, Yi Yuni carried Yu Yan to the innermost room in the garden. Then, he walked towards the inside. Close the door. The next day, Yi Yuni walked out of the room. Feeling refreshed on your face. The diamond level is indeed different. Next moment, the light curtain popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. Get the sun shooting bow. Unlimited arrows. Current level, first level. This is. Yi Yuni's heart moved. A huge bow and arrow fell into Yi Yuni's hand. That bow and arrows are all silver. Although the bowstring is slender, it is still pulled. Even though Yi Yuni used Juyu's energy to fully draw the bow. What material is this made of? Thinking of this, Yi Yuni began to study. However, nothing was found. This thing, he couldn't understand it, but it felt like it was something from a strange beast. Then, he took a backhand look. In the system space, an arrow fell into his hand. The arrows are similar in color to this bow. However, in addition to the metallic luster, there is also a strong cold light on the arrow. Sharp energy, beyond words. Here, Yi Yuni looked at it and was also ready to test it. Yi Yuni opened the system space and took out a giant snake scale. I was originally going to place it next to the wall and shoot it with a bow and arrow. But now it seems strange. According to the force you just drew the bow. If this arrow goes down, won't it completely destroy the manor? Then, Yi Yuni took a bow and arrow, put the scales on the ground, and thrust them towards the ground. Kang, just a touch. The scales are broken. Oh. Yi Yuni was stunned. Then he took out a few pieces again and stacked them together. Then it was inserted again. It's like cutting tofu with a knife. Yi Yuni stopped trying. After all, cutting tofu with a knife, no matter how thick the tofu is stacked, isn't it still simple? Thinking about it, Yi Yuni drew the bow again. Next moment, there was a creaking sound coming from the room. Yi Yuni looked over and saw that Yu Yan had packed up and walked out. She looked at Yi Yuni, her eyes gleaming like a little spoiled wife. Yi Yuni looked at this girl. This night, the transformation is completed. There is also a lot of femininity in her body. Not bad. Moreover, it is truly worthy of the strength of diamond in the early stage. He didn't hold anything back last night. But now I can come out so early. The physical fitness is evident. Here, Yu Yan also heard sounds from outside the room just now, so she came out to take a look first. But now it's out. Just a pair of eyes widened, looking ahead. For a moment. What is this? Such a big bow and arrow. She looked at Yi Yuni. Honey, such a big bow and arrow, is it yours? The first time she used this title, she inevitably stumbled. Well, come here and try to see if you can pull it apart. Yi Yuni looked at this girl's eagerness to try, and waved to her. Yu Yan, you don't look down on people so much. She is a strange person in the early diamond stage. That power is not ordinary. Such a little thing can't be pulled open. Here, Yu Yan also came over. Lift the bow. Feeling the weight of the bow, she also felt something was wrong. Then he put his hand on the bowstring. Pull. Next moment. She was stunned. What's the weight? Why can't she pull away? Ah, drink. Yu Yan then shouted. However, the bow and arrow remained motionless. At that moment, Yu Yan felt numb. Okay, it seems you can't draw this bow and arrow. Yi Yuni took the bow and arrow from her hand, and then pulled the bow. Goodbye, young man with full bow. Then, knock an arrow. Next moment, Yi Yuni shot directly into the air in the distance. Anyway, the arrow must have landed outside the barrier in the end. Call. A violent sonic boom. Ring. In an instant, the space around the arrow was distorted. Sharp arrows pierced the air. Yu Yan watched from the side and shook her head in shock. Then, another light curtain popped up. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Obtain 10% of the advanced card creation progress, and the current progress is 10%. This is good. Yi Yuni suddenly felt that he was one step closer to the diamond stage. Here, Yi Yuni is also looking at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, God-level hunting skills, second stage of Juyuchi, God-level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapons, battle axe level 2, sun shooting sky bow level 1. Props, 19 God-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets strength, late golden stage 9 bottles of God-level alien beast blood pure liquid reward, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 99 tracking charms, advanced card creation progress 10%. Yi Yuni looked at Yu Yan, his eyes full of satisfaction. Not just at night, and the rewards are also quite generous. Let's go and eat. At the same time, this way. In the jungle dozens of kilometers beyond the blue and white barrier. A small group of men and horses are riding wild beasts to plunder. Although these men and horses are not many in number, under their crotches are all late golden beasts. Their strength is evident. The leading man looked at the girl next to him and everyone else. Have the reward orders been posted? In one sentence, the girl next to him and everyone behind him nodded. The girl here looked into the distance in the sky. Beautiful eyes froze. Then it can be said that the beauty of the country is heavenly, and the face of the country is full of confusion. What? Next moment, whoosh, a voice suddenly sounded. For a moment, everyone was confused. Careful, the girl spoke immediately. But she wasn't finished yet. The arrow is coming. Coming towards the young man next to her. Then, not good. The young man also noticed this momentum. Now slap the alien beast on the back. His whole body suddenly jumped up. The moment he flew up, the arrow hit where he was just now. Poof, a moment. The arrow penetrated the strange beast in the young man's crotch. Dripping with blood. Ouch. The alien beast suddenly began to writhe. His mouth was filled with howls of pain. Everyone looked at it with shivers down their spines. What is this arrow? Ah, what power is this? So devastating. At that moment, the young man pulled out the arrow from the ground and looked at it. I also don't understand what kind of metal this is made of. However, at this moment he was furious. Brother, how are you? The girl looked at her cousin and was frightened for a moment. After all, he is a direct descendant of the family. This time he also led a team out. If he was injured or something, the family would have to blame them. Fine. The young man held the arrow and looked into the distance. Who shot this arrow? Although it can be seen that it is not directed at him. But, Thinking about it, the young man's eyes were also full of sinister birds of prey. Ouch! With the last cry, the strange beast that had been pierced by arrows in the back and abdomen just fell down. Then, just no breathing. What is already dead cannot die again. Look at the strange beast. The young man's mouth twitched. Next moment, he went directly over and crushed the beast's head with his foot. Take out the crystal core from it. Not a word, but everyone around him felt the young man's overwhelming anger. This way, around the poison barrier far away from them. Many people also came here, then looked at the poison barrier. Gradually, I discovered something was wrong. The poison barrier seems to have dissipated somewhat. No, a lot of it has dissipated. Mist grass. This is big news. If there was an antidote now, wouldn't it be possible to go further? However, the antidote is gone now. The strangers who just entered yesterday saw it and patted their thighs in regret. Why are they in such a hurry? Why did you take the antidote yesterday? If only I could use this today. Wouldn't it be possible to go further? There are higher level crystal nuclei inside. The golden period. Even diamond-grade crystal nuclei. Here, everyone is looking at each other. But there is no other way. There is no detoxification pill now, so they don't dare to enter rashly. Isn't this courting death? What to do? What should we do now? Everyone felt like a cat scratching their hearts. This way, after a while, the news also spread back to the barrier. In an instant, all the strangers and the family heads were shocked. This is big news. After all, the poisonous barrier has been there for so long. Now, it is dissipating. 1 passed to 10 and 100 to pass. They all started buying antidotes at high prices. Did you hear that? I heard, you are talking about the poison barrier land. How could we not know? But it's useless to know now. Where can I use the antidote now? I regret it. I wish I had been useless yesterday. Say it in one sentence. Next to him, a disguised figure listened to these words. I was also shocked at the moment. However, the next moment, she also smiled. Look at the antidote in her hand that her husband just gave her. Then, just walk towards the auction house. After a while, the news spread. There is another antidote auction. At this moment, the strangers in the entire barrier were boiling. They all headed towards the auction venue. This opportunity is a rare one. Buy it quickly, buy it quickly. After the auction. In the garden, Yi Yunyi was also sitting there, with Yu Yan helping him squeeze his shoulders from behind. In front, Dongfang Ruiyu was squatting and beating his legs. Enjoy it. Yi Yunyi was also enjoying it. Next to them, Zhou Weiwei and others looked on with smiles on their lips. Sometimes, it might be beneficial to not be an alien. Just like now, their hands are not strong enough to satisfy their husbands. That is to say, only sisters Yu Yan and Ruo Yu can satisfy their husbands in terms of strength. But, my husband's attitude now is really that of the former landlord. There are maids waiting around. Then, a figure hurriedly came from outside the garden. Found Yi Yunyi. Husband, get rich, get rich. Outside. Bai Jixi walked in excitedly. He was also carrying a large sack. Then he put the sack on the ground. Then the bag fell. What comes out from inside and out are all gold-level crystal nuclei. In an instant, everyone saw it and their eyes widened. There is an incredible expression on her beautiful face. This. So many high-grade crystal nuclei. Landlord, a proper landlord, you deserve this kind of enjoyment. Even Yu Yan, who was the strongest among the girls, couldn't help but feel shocked as she watched. So many crystal nuclei. Husband, you haven't seen what happened today. It's hard to find a cure. Bai Jixi thought back to the scene just now, it was so exciting. Every household owner is bidding crazy. Already bidding red. It's almost to the point of a fight. Ordinary strangers have no chance to bid. I can't afford it. Bai Jixi was also thinking about it, dancing and talking with everyone. Everyone listened and regretted that they had not witnessed the scene just now. Yi Yunyi looked at it. Also nodded. After Bai Jixi finished speaking, she thought, by the way, husband, there could have been more. But, then Bai Jixi started talking again. Aren't there a few diamond-level aliens in the barrier? They also auction it. But, Just like the situation during your auction that day, no one dared to mess with it. So a few were sold at the lowest price. Yi Yuni. Everyone. Good guy. Here, Yi Yuni also had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past in his heart. Nima's kiss. It's equivalent to using my things for free, right? Now, after a while, the Han sisters also came in from outside. Husband, someone is looking for you outside. Yi Yuni listened and went out too. Yu Yan did not go out. After all, she was still being rewarded, so she couldn't bring any trouble to her husband. After Yi Yuni went out, it turned out that several diamond strangers were here. They are all strangers in the early diamond stage. He is on the same level as Zhao Kang before. This way. When they saw Yi Yuni, they also had smiles on their faces, but they didn't smile like other family heads. Yi Yuni looked at a few people. You guys came to see me, what's going on? Brother Yi, we are here to invite you to enter the land of poisonous barriers together. A stranger suddenly spoke. In an instant, Yi Yuni understood what they were thinking. These old foxes. I didn't move around much before. However, now, I know that there may be high-level poisons in the poison barrier land. So come and invite him. What the hell? Yi Yuni cursed secretly in his heart. Another stranger has already come over. He took out an antidote from his pocket. Brother Yi, this is the antidote we just bought at a high price at the auction house. If you eat it, you can enter the poison barrier land. No need to thank us. Yi Yuni. High price. High price. You told me the price is high, right? You old guys. If it weren't for you, how many more crystal cores would I be able to get back? You still dare to ask a high price in front of me. Ah, no need to thank you. Thank you for what? I'll thank you with a slap in the face. Do you want it? Here, Yi Yuni also had a smile on his face. He came to the stranger who just spoke and took the antidote. Okay, don't worry, I will thank you properly from now on. Later, Yi Yuni imprinted their appearance in his mind. The days are long and I want to thank you very much. Here, several people heard what Yi Yuni said, all with smiles on their faces. Brother Yi, there's no need to be so polite. That's what we said. We will take care of each other in the future. Shall we leave now? A diamond stranger said. He was also worried. After all, those late golden family owners also obtained the antidote at auction. They thought there would be powerful beasts inside. Don't enter hastily. So I came here to find Yi Yuni first. Come to think of it, those family heads who had just auctioned off the antidote should have headed towards the poison barrier land by now. The earlier they go, the more crystal nuclei inside should be available. Otherwise, it will be easier for those family owners. Yi Yuni listened with a smile on his face. In a hurry. What's the rush? Anyway, there's nothing left after I go. Yi Yuni still left some of the crystal cores outside. But inside, how could high-level crystal core Yi Yuni stay? There aren't many strange beasts inside. Although there are some fish that have slipped through the net, there will definitely be no more than 2 hands. Seeing these old men looking anxious, Yi Yuni was not anxious anymore. Come, sit down and drink tea first, don't be in a hurry. Yi Yuni's words made everyone's eyes widen. They simply couldn't believe what Yi Yuni said. Want some tea first? This guy, are you so uninterested in the poisonous land? Mist grass. Brother Yi, let's set off quickly. One person said it, and the others echoed it. Then everyone was ready to go out. Fine. Yi Yuni also followed, and then he whistled. The Qingling Dapeng flapped its wings and reached outside the garden. Out of the garden, Yi Yuni stepped forward and stepped directly on Qingling Dapeng's back, and then Qingling Dapeng flapped its wings. Call. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying. Qingling Dapeng suddenly skyrocketed. A group of diamond strangers. We haven't gotten on the bus yet. We haven't gotten on the bus yet. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Yi Yuni was not in a hurry. Yi Yuni has this mount. What a rush. They looked into the sky. The Qingling Dapeng flapped its wings a few times and then disappeared from the sky. Move. I don't know who said a word before everyone came back to their senses. Hurry towards the poisonous place. This time, if you go late, there is really no more. At this moment, they all felt as if inviting Yi Yuni was a wrong decision. At the same time, here, in the poisonous land, Several family heads have already penetrated deeply. But after searching for a while, I didn't pick up the crystal core either. The corner of his mouth twitched right now. Why is there no crystal core? That's right, I didn't find it just now either. Do you think it's because it's too poisonous here that those high-level alien beasts have become intelligent? So they don't come in at all. One sentence made everyone feel nervous. But don't do this. After all, they spent a lot of money to buy the antidote, and they just listened to the reports from the aliens who came here before. There may be many late-stage golden alien beast crystal nuclei in the depths, or even diamond-level alien beast crystal nuclei. But now, it has become like this. The faces of several family heads dropped. But, next moment, rustling, a strange voice suddenly sounded. It immediately attracted the attention of several family heads. Then, everyone looked for the sound. Look at the giant tree next to you. Then, just saw a huge centipede entrenched. This centipede is huge, like a car before the end of the world. The whole body is red. Moreover, there are actually 3 pairs of wings on the back. 6-winged blood centipede. In an instant, all the family heads saw this strange beast. I also know its origin. Suddenly, just a numb scalp. This is poison in the late golden stage. Moreover, this blood centipede's outer armor is extremely hard. It's not something they can resist. Plus poison. Oops, let's go together. After a family leader finished speaking, rows of blood centipedes started to move in unison. Extremely fast, heading towards the head of the family. The owner of the house took out the giant knife, slashed towards the blood centipede. However, the knife struck the blood centipede's body as if it were striking a hard steel plate. Not only is it motionless, even the owner of the house felt his arm hurt from the shock. Good guy. Then, blood centipede flicked its tail. It shook the head of the family out. The other family heads looked at this posture and felt guilty. How to deal with this thing? The next thing they think about. Blood centipede suddenly raised its upper body. Then a stream of venom sprayed out in all directions. Get out of the way. Each of the family heads quickly hid behind the tree. Tisk. The moment the giant tree and the ground below were touched by the venom, bursts of white smoke erupted. Moreover, the corrosion did not stop immediately, but continued to corrode towards the depths. I don't know when I will run out. Several family heads looked at it and probably understood in their hearts. The blood centipedes in this poisonous land seem to be different from those outside. More toxic. Them. What are you waiting for? Let's run separately. Behind the tree, a family head was talking, but his voice was also trembling. After all, with them scattered and running like this blood centipede will definitely not let them go. Also, they are less powerful when spread out. I'm afraid 1 or 2 family heads will die here today. But now this is the only way. Next moment, everyone just ran away. Here, the 6-winged blood centipede also saw the intentions of the family heads. Now, the 3 pairs of wings behind him suddenly spread out. Then fan, full speed, heading towards a family head. A family leader saw the blood centipede coming toward him at great speed, and despair arose in his heart. Why did you choose him? Isn't this certain death? When other family heads saw this scene, they also rubbed their feet with oil. Get ready to slip faster. Otherwise, it might be their turn soon. The owner of the house saw the blood centipede coming and knew he couldn't escape. The moment was to react, holding weapons in hand and preparing to fight. Let's fight to the death. But the moment he had this idea, whoosh, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from a distance. Then, it penetrates directly through the blood centipede's head. In the air, after a flash of white light, the blood centipede's head bloomed into dazzling blood flowers. Plop, after the dull sound of the body hitting the ground. The owner of the house trembled when he looked at the dead blood centipede on the ground. What's this? Died. Just die. The other family heads also stopped for a moment, with shock in their eyes. Then he looked to the side and saw a hole punched through the giant tree. After the white light penetrated the giant tree, it also entered the ground. Now the depth is invisible. What's this? What is that white light? Who can tell them? For a moment, they were all shouting in their hearts. Next moment, boom, a figure came down from the sky. Hit them hard. Smoke and dust rose instantly. All the family heads looked at the smoke. They all stared closely with pairs of eyes. The heart is beating fast too. That's how they stood. You can clearly hear the pounding heartbeat. Like an imperial engine. Their bodies are tight. I don't know what's coming down here. Friend or foe. Still a strange beast. Watch the smoke and dust in front of you gradually dissipate. Then a familiar figure appeared. This is Lord Yi. A family head looked at the figure in front of him and immediately spoke out. At this moment, everyone seemed to have let go of their fear and grasped at straws. I almost burst into tears. They looked at Yi Yuni. At this time, Yi Yuni was holding a giant bow, standing there like a god of war. So, the white light just now was the arrow shot by Lord Yi. Here, Yi Yuni also came to the side of the six-winged blood centipede, a little below his feet. Its crystal core appeared in Yi Yuni's hands. Then Yi Yuni looked at them. How are you? Are you not injured? A word of concern. It made all the family heads sore. They suddenly felt that so many gifts were not given in vain. Even less is given away. Mr. Yi can handle this. If there is danger, he really comes to the rescue. Help me hold the body of this blood centipede. Let's explore the depths together. After a while, other diamond-level aliens should also arrive. Yi Yuni said. Several family heads also volunteered to come to the blood centipede, and then stretched out their feet and kicked the blood centipede. Then there is dragging. Then, Yi Yuni held a long bow and started hunting with several family heads. After a while, Yi Yuni harvested the lives of several poisonous people. Also saved many family heads. After all, we have reached the depths of the poisonous barrier land. The poisonous and exotic beasts that Yi Yuni missed were not low in level, and coupled with the extremely poisonous nature, they were simply not something that these family heads could deal with. Here, all the family heads are standing behind Yi Yuni, dragging poison. Looking at Yi Yuni, his admiration is beyond words. The congratulatory gift is really not in vain. It really saved my life. Here, after Yi Yuni harvested a circle, several diamond-level talents arrived belatedly. After they came, just saw this scene. Yi Yuni is holding a giant bow. A group of family heads followed behind, dragging poisonous and strange beasts with them. What's going on? At the moment, they looked at the family heads. How many crystal nuclei did you find? What levels are there? Later gold stage. Diamond level. Say something. This sentence fell into the ears of the family master, and immediately, the corners of their mouths twitched in anger. When they arrive, ask them this question. Master Yi never asked them this question from beginning to end. Instead, ask them if they were injured. Comparing the two, they stand out. Seeing that several family heads were silent, several diamond-level strangers frowned. Keep an eye on them. A family head slowly said, there are no crystal nuclei in this. It feels like those high-level alien beasts knew that there was a heavy poison barrier inside, so they didn't come in. Or he was eaten by these poisons. These poisons are more powerful than those outside the poison barrier. If Master Yi hadn't taken action in time just now, I'm afraid we would all be dead today. As he said this, many family heads nearby nodded. Several diamond-level strangers here listened. He also frowned. What? No high-level alien beast crystal core. Then what are they looking forward to doing? For a moment, they felt that all the money they spent on auctioning the antidote was wasted. Especially the one for Yi Yuni. However, we haven't reached the depth yet, so we don't know whether there is anything inside. Yi Yuni also felt the concentration of poisonous fog in this poisonous barrier. Sure enough, after killing the giant snake, the poisonous mist dissipated relatively quickly. How long has it been? It feels like using the antidote he refined before, he can enter the central area. Yi Yuni also thought of the giant golden tree. That's good stuff. It was not easy to move back in front of everyone. But this time it's different. Let's go inside. Here, Yi Yuni led everyone towards the inside. After a while, everyone looked in front of them, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. What is it? Is this alien strain so huge? Everyone looked at the giant golden tree in front of them with their eyes in a daze. A diamond stranger headed directly towards the crown of the giant tree. Look at the traces. There's a huge hole here. But there's nothing in there. Everyone listened, and then, a voice came from the distance. Come and see. When everyone heard the sound, they all headed that way. After arriving, they looked in front of them and immediately said something like "Woo cow. Such a big snake shed. How big must this snake be? 50 meters, 60 meters, even bigger." Several diamond-level strangers looked at it, and their hearts trembled. After all, this snake is really huge. It seems that this thing is the master of the poisonous land. This poisonous place was also created by it. With this kind of strength, I am afraid he is in the mid-diamond stage, or in other words, late-stage diamond stage. At this moment, they all felt chills when they thought of this. This is simply not something they can handle. Now the giant snake seems to have left. So this poisonous land is dissipating. Let's search separately now. A diamond stranger spoke. Others also acted separately. They are all looking for it. Of course, nothing was found. Yi Yuni has searched here so many times. How could they still find it? One person returns home disappointed. At the moment, everyone is looking at this giant golden tree. Here, Yi Yuni also said, "It happens that I still lack a big tree in front of my garden. How about I take this one back?" In one sentence, the corners of the mouths of all the diamond-level strangers twitched. "What did you say? You didn't even auction the antidote. We gave it to you. Now, there is only such a good thing left, and you still want to take it away. Ah, is this reasonable?" Before they could speak, a family head said, "Master Yi, I think you are right, you can just take him away. Yes, this giant tree is just right in your garden." "That's right." Voices of support rang out one after another. Yi Yuni felt happy when he heard it. After taking their money, he still has to thank us. In an instant, public opinion was one-sided. Several diamond-level strangers also didn't know what to say. He immediately said, "This giant tree cannot be built by one person. Let's do it together, shall we?" Other diamond-level aliens also nodded. After all, this thing is really not something that can be pulled off at a diamond level. These diamond-level aliens looked at how such a big alien plant could be easily taken away by Yi Yuni alone. After all, they gave him the antidote. Without the antidote, he wouldn't be able to get in. Doesn't this mean losing your wife and losing your troops? But they didn't react much, they were just thinking. According to them, Yi Yuni couldn't pull this thing out at all. After all, it's too big. This weight is simply immeasurable. I'm afraid it would be possible to pull it out only if a few of them, the diamond strangers, come together. Here, Yi Yuni listened, and then looked at a few people. "It's okay, I can just pull it out myself." Yi Yuni said a word. Then he headed towards the golden tree. Listening to Yi Yuni's words, all the strangers' eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they heard. "This guy, you have to pull it out alone. Is this reasonable? This is so unreasonable." However, they all had smiles on their faces, ready to see how Yi Yuni would make a fool of himself. Yi Yuni's reputation is now a bit high, but we can't let him continue like this. Thinking about it, they didn't stop it. Instead, he looked at the show with an expression on his face. Here, Yi Yuni came to the vicinity of the golden giant tree. One step, boom, a loud bang. It came immediately. A moment, the whole ground shook violently. Then, the ground is cracked. Deep cracks spread out all around. Wow! Beside, everyone became noisy in an instant. This power is really terrifying. When all the family heads looked at it, their eyes shrank. "Master Yi, this is too fierce." Several diamond-level strangers also twitched their mouths. They don't have such power. Later, they saw Yi Yuni doing this in several places around the golden giant tree. Cracks suddenly crisscrossed the area. The giant golden tree is surrounded by packages. Then, Yi Yuni came to the trunk of the giant golden tree. Reflexively hug, drink. A low shout suddenly came. The muscles on Yi Yuni's hands are so strong. As powerful as the claws of an ancient dragon. Moment of strength. The giant golden tree is shaking. Then, I heard the golden tree making a clicking sound. It's like the sound of roots breaking when ordinary people pull weeds. As the giant golden tree was pulled out little by little, everyone couldn't help but stand on end as they watched. Fear, it's so scary. Then, Yi Yuni stepped on it. The whole person hugged the giant tree and flew directly into the air. Click, click, click. The sound of tree roots breaking came intensively. Then, the entire giant golden tree was pulled out directly by Yi Yuni. and was lifted into the air. Boom. Then, fall again. When it hit the ground, a lot of soil from its roots was knocked off. Everyone, a group of diamond-level strangers. At that moment, they were looking at each other. They were all looking at each other. What to do? They originally wanted a piece of the pie. But now, they looked at Yi Yuni, with trembling expressions in their eyes. This guy is so powerful. I'm afraid that when he killed Zhao Kang, he didn't even use all his strength. So, what level of alien is he? Diamond mid-term. Even in the later diamond stage. For a moment, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. All the family heads cheered. Master Yi is awesome. Master Yi, I'm telling you, this giant tree belongs to you. We will clear the way for you soon. Voices came one after another, and then, under Yi Yuni's order, we have begun a long moving journey. A few hours later. Over here, in the garden, Dongfang Ruiyu and the others were chatting. Then, I heard someone knocking on the door. Then, when he opened the door, Dongfang Ruiyu saw Yin Weimeng. Senior sister, what's wrong? Seeing Yin Weimeng's anxious look, Dongfang Ruiyu and others were also confused. However, before Yin Weimeng could answer, they saw something in the distance. At that moment, I almost slapped myself. What did they see? Far away, there is actually a huge golden tree moving slowly. Master Yi, you are back carrying a giant tree. Yin Weimeng's words brought everyone back to reality. Ah, this giant tree. Is it the husband? This way, Yi Yuni also swaggered through the market surrounded by a group of strangers. It's almost time to arrive at the garden. The members of the 100 Flowers Alliance also came out to watch. At this time, Yi Yuni was carrying the giant tree alone. It's easy to lift a heavy weight. There is even a gentle smile on his face. But, underfoot, every step you take, the huge weight made the ground under his feet crack every inch. If it hadn't been for this cracked land, the members of the 100 Flowers Alliance would have really thought that what Yi Yuni was carrying was air. They looked at Yi Yuni, with stars in their eyes. Isn't this the lover of their dreams? This power. Such a sense of security. It's simply overwhelming. This way, Dongfang Ruiyu and others are also here. Yi Yuni looked at it. Found a place. Just plant it here. Yi Yuni gestured. Here, all the family heads are also discerning. Now I'm here to help. There is no idle word in my mouth. Wei, go to your home and call all the people in your home to come over and help. Xiaofeng, please go back quickly and tell your family that Mr. Yi needs manpower and come here quickly. One sentence came out from the mouths of all the family heads. Then, everyone started to get busy. As strangers arrive one after another, dust is flying here. Wait until Yi Yuni's giant tree plunges into the big hole. Everyone also started filling in the soil. Soon after, the giant golden tree was fully planted. Yi Yuni looked at it. Ask someone to bring over the poisonous beast from before. Buried directly in the ground. After a while, the giant golden tree dropped its small branches and absorbed them all. Afterwards, the entire giant golden tree felt completely new. Come back to life. When all the family heads saw this scene, they all had smiles on their faces. Then he wisely left. As for the other diamond-level aliens, they all had heartbroken expressions on their faces at this time. What the hell? But it's a huge alien strain. How much is this worth? Just like that, it was taken away by Yi Yuni. Then they looked at each other. Also give up. After all, there is no one. You can force him now. Thinking about it, they also left. Here, Yi Yuni returned to the garden and rested for a while. Then go out. At this time, many members of the 100 Flowers Alliance were also looking in front of the giant golden tree. Everyone was also approaching Yi Yuni intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Yuni ignored it. But, next moment, a piece of paper was sent into Yi Yuni's hand. Yi Yuni also felt the note. Then he looked at the girl next to him. Beautiful face. Beautiful figure. At this moment, Yi Yuni looked at him with a peach blossom look on his face. Eyes rolling, just like the girl next door who is 18 years old. Simply tempting to pick. Just one look at it will make your heart flutter. Subsequently, Yi Yuni just looked at the note in his hand. Master Yi, after the last detoxification, I feel that my meridians are blocked again. Please come to my room and help me clear it. My room is. Yi Yuni read the note and looked at her again. The girl blushed when she saw Yi Yuni looking over. Look towards the other side. Yi Yuni looked at it and found out. Take a look, this red face is blocked somewhere. After a while, Yi Yuni also entered the house with the girl. After all, the other members of the 100 Flowers Alliance were also looking at the giant golden tree. Didn't even notice. After Yi Yuni entered the house, he kicked the door shut. This way, Yin Weimeng was also standing under the giant golden tree. He looked up at the giant tree. Too big, too high. How much weight does this have? Mr. Yi just moved back right away. Tisk tisk. Thinking about it, she shook her head and reached out to touch the giant golden tree. While she was thinking about it, she turned her head and saw several members picking up the leaves of the giant golden tree on the ground, washing them and eating them. Yin Weimeng, can I eat this too? After the girl ate, just a pair of eyes widened, feeling the feeling on his body. Immediately he blurted out, this feeling is better than flowers of different strains. After one sentence, Yin Weimeng and others were stunned. I couldn't believe what I heard. This, at that moment, she quickly tried it. Real, this alien strain, this level is too high. She looked at the members picking up and said, don't eat it yet. These are Master Yi's, let's collect them. All the members nodded. Yes, this is what Mr. Yi brought back from the poisonous barrier with great effort. How can they sit back and enjoy their success, greedy for the success of heaven? Start collecting now. Here, the collection is finished. Afterwards, Yin Weimeng was also preparing to go back to the house. Then, when passing by a room, the sound was heard immediately. Then he was stunned. Look, that's a high-rise room in Baihua League, this guy. Why don't you come out and help? She was just about to ask. But, take a few steps. She was stunned. This sound. Then, she seemed to understand something. The face is red. This. Broad daylight. It goes without saying who is inside. She gritted her teeth immediately. After all, there are few people in the 100 Flowers Alliance who don't want to be favored by Lord Yi. Well, Yin Weimeng also patted his head. Then, Yin Weimeng counted. Among the 100 Flowers Alliance, several have been picked by Yi Yuni. A few hours later, Yi Yuni came out of the room. Looking outside, several members also saw Yi Yuni coming out of the room. Then he was stunned. Mr. Yi, why did you come out of this room? Wrong. When did he go in? Then, a blush appeared on the face. As if I knew something. Yi Yuni ignored them, and then, a light curtain popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. The sun-shooting heavenly bow has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Oh, Yi Yuni was stunned. This time, the battle axe and the sky bow have reached the 2nd level. Okay. Yi Yuni thought, now he can take it out and come. Come to think of it, the current sky bow is more powerful and sharper. But, there is no target. It's of no use. Let's do this first. Then, the light curtain in front of him popped up again. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Get 20% reward for advanced card creation progress. Current progress 30%. Later, Yi Yuni brought up the properties panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, God-level hunting skills, 2nd stage of Juyuchi, God-level movement, 2nd stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapons, battle axe level 2, sun-shooting sky bow level 2. Props, 19 God-level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets strength, late golden stage 9 bottles of God-level alien beast blood pure liquid reward, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 99 tracking charms, advanced card creation progress is 30%. Yi Yuni looked at the light curtain. I think if I get a few more wives, I can build it into an advanced card. This is an advancement. It's time to reach the late diamond stage. Just think about it, it's exciting. At that moment, Yi Yuni went back. In the evening, there will be a big banquet. Yi Yuni married a member of the 100 Flowers Alliance who had transformed from a girl today. At the banquet, seeing tonight's bride, Dongfang Ruiyu was also stunned. Then he looked at Yin Weimeng. Yin Weimeng also sighed. Yin Weimeng, what does your look mean? Can I take care of it? You and I can't control it. Dongfang Ruiyu looked at senior sister's expression, with a smile on her face, and leaned into senior sister's ear. Senior sister, there are quite a lot of planned members in our 100 Flowers Alliance. Now among the blue and white barriers, the strongest one is none other than my husband. It's right for them to hurry up now. The sense of security is overwhelming. But if it's too late, the sister who came in first will have to be called later. Are you right, senior sister? Dongfang Ruiyu raised his eyebrows, making Yin Weimeng stunned. This seems to make sense. But, your expression, this tone. Why is it like the whisper of the devil? Tempting deep into hell. But then she looked at Yi Yuni on the stage, he was so handsome. It's too strong. She was very excited. Then, she also hesitated. Here, Dongfang Ruiyu looked at his senior sister's hesitant expression and immediately smiled, as if he had succeeded. It seems like there will be more fire. At the same time, on the other side, Bai Jixi received a gift again but was merciless. After all, Yi Yuni saved the lives of many family heads today. In the evening, after the banquet, Yi Yuni hugged the girl and entered the innermost room. The next day, Yi Yuni came out. It's also refreshing. Just start refining the medicine. With so many materials now, we can actually make some good medicine. Here, Yu Yan is also watching. Seeing Yi Yuni's flowing expression, the corner of his mouth twitched. So skilled. What kind of alchemist is this? When she was in the first line of barriers, she also saw alchemists, but she had never seen such a technique. Isn't he afraid of failure? Just as she was thinking about it, a strange fragrance suddenly came from in front of her. Chapter 91. Yu Yan's eyes widened when she saw this scene. She couldn't believe what she saw. Husband, it turns out, completed in one go. Ah. Those experienced alchemists in the first line of barriers do not have such a success rate. Moreover, this one seems to be of a high level. In an instant, Yu Yan was numb. Then, he also patted his chest. Suddenly I felt like Duang Duang. It was a blessing in disguise that she found such an awesome husband. Awesome in every aspect. Come on, apply some medicine. Yi Yuni watched, and it was the happiest stage of applying medicine again. In this medicine, he put all the cores of the giant snake's diamond middle into it. Plus the best stuff right now. I hope I can advance this time. Yi Yuni thought, and then began to watch the pills being rubbed one by one being put into the bottle. The remaining mud, Yi Yuni didn't ask for it anymore. It was given to Yu Yan, Bai Jixi, Dongfang Ruiyu and others. After all, no one else has the strength to absorb such a powerful medicine. At that moment, Yi Yuni took the medicine and found a quiet room. Then the search for a breakthrough began. At that moment, Yi Yuni took a few pills. In an instant, the medicine turned into billowing energy and entered Yi Yuni's body. As expected, it is a giant snake crystal core with the addition of diamond mid-stage. This medicinal power is simply not comparable to previous medicines. But, it's not enough. Yi Yuni was heartbroken. Fill all the medicine directly into your mouth. At the same time, Yu Yan and Bai Jixi also found a place. Take the pill, then feel the power. After a short time, several people came out of the room. Bai Jixi and Dongfang Ruiyu had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They actually broke through after eating some of the remaining scattered medicinal mud. From the golden midterm to the golden late stage. Ah, this is amazing. However, because Yu Yan was originally a diamond in the early stage and had a relatively high level, she did not succeed in breaking through. At that moment, they looked at Yi Yuni's room with hope in their eyes. This time, their husband should be able to break through. However, after they waited for a long time, Yi Yuni did not come out of the room. Afterwards, Dongfang Ruiyu also headed outside. Get ready to go find your senior sister to report the good news. Arriving at senior sister Yin Weimeng's side, Dongfang Ruiyu also came in. Senior sister, I've made a breakthrough. One sentence made Yin Weimeng's eyes widen. He couldn't believe what he heard. What did you say just now? Breakthrough. Why, just break through directly. Didn't you just break through? Here, Dongfang Ruiyu also told Yin Weimeng about the matter, and then took out some medicinal mud. My husband asked me to give these to you. They should also help you break through. One sentence made Yin Weimeng stunned. This thing is so precious. Yin Weimeng immediately had an idea in her mind. Why did Mr. Yi want to give it to her? Could it be this? Yin Weimeng was troubled in his heart. Then came a myriad of thoughts. I'll go out and buy some exotic strains as a thank you gift to Master Yi. Yin Weimeng looked at Dongfang Ruiyu, looking at her with a half smile but not a smile, and she was in a state of confusion at the moment. Too busy to leave. Along the way, Yin Weimeng came to the trading center absent-mindedly. As soon as she appears, it just attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, it is so beautiful. A diamond-level alien also saw it and felt itchy in his heart. Here, see Yin Weimeng selecting different strains. He just came over. Leader Yin. One sentence attracted Yin Weimeng's attention. She looked to the side and saw the diamond stranger. That greasy look. He was already looking her up and down. They all filled her eyes with disgust. Hello, what's wrong? Leader Yin, I see you are buying exotic flowers. I heard that your 100 Flowers Alliance relies on exotic flowers to advance. But I don't think it's necessary to go to such trouble. I can give you some high-level crystal cores to help you break through. One sentence, with a provocative look in his eyes, made Yin Weimeng even more disgusted in his heart. Now, she looked at the man and said, I'm sorry, I don't need it anymore. Lord Yi will help me break through. I'm just picking out some gifts for him. Mr. Yi, Yi Yuni. In an instant, the diamond stranger narrowed his eyes. Is it this guy again? Why is this guy always the same? The giant golden tree was like this yesterday, and so is Yin Weimeng today. However, he didn't dare to do anything. After all, Zhao Kang's lessons learned are still there. At the moment, he could only feel defeated. Yin Weimeng looked at the man's expression and raised his neck slightly. This was the first time she experienced the power of a fox pretending to be a tiger. So cool. Then, she also clenched her fist. It's like he has made up his mind. After going back, Dongfang Ruiyu also watched Yin Weimeng come back with the different strains. Ruiyu, please give these to Master Yi for me. This is my congratulatory gift. Yin Weimeng said, and then he bit his lips lightly. Wait a minute, I'll get some more stuff. Here, Yin Weimeng entered the back room and came out after a while. There is a letter in my hand. Then, it was handed over to Dongfang Ruiyu. Help me give this to Mr. Yi. Oh, Dongfang Ruiyu looked at the letter, and then looked at the senior sister with a peach-shaped face, and understood in an instant. She was immediately ready to walk outside. But, the next moment, just to be stopped, etc. You, don't ever open it and look. Yin Weimeng quickly explained. Harm, I know, senior sister. After Dongfang Ruiyu said that, he also walked out. Then, I looked back and thought, haha, this time, the names of sisters are about to be exchanged. At the same time, in Yi Yuni's room, with a feeling of breaking through the wall, Yi Yuni opened his eyes suddenly. Between clenching his fists, the space was extremely distorted. The sound of sonic booms is endless. This is him. Breakthrough. At that moment, Yi Yuni brought up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, late diamond stage. Skills, rapid absorption, god level hunting skills, second stage of Juyu Qi, god level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapons, battle axe level 2, sun shooting sky bow level 2. Props, 19 god level alien beast control pills, 10 dead soldier puppets. Strength, early diamond 9 bottles of god level alien beast blood pure liquid reward, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 99 tracking charms. Advanced card creation progress is 30%. Diamond late stage. He finally reached the late diamond stage. At the same time, as his strength increases, the strength of the death soldier puppet has also reached the early diamond stage. His current power can be said to be extremely terrifying. Yi Yuni then felt the power in his body. Now, with the addition of Juyu's energy and so on, he can even face the early stage of Xingqian. Here, Yi Yuni thought, it's time to go out. Others saw Yi Yuni coming out. Then they all came together. Honey, how are you? Have you made a breakthrough? Yes, yes, husband, please say something. Say it quickly, we are going to die. Everyone looked at Yi Yuni with expectant eyes, especially Yu Yan. However, she was also silent afterwards. After all, she was in the early stage of diamond, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to be in the diamond level in the picture. This is not something that can be done just by talking about it. But, the next moment, Yi Yuni looked at them and smiled. Why are you so anxious? Seeing how anxious you are, I will take action. There will be no problem. We will naturally break through. Everyone. Yu Yan also covered her mouth for a moment. There was shock on his face. Breakthrough. Is it that simple? Ah, others were also immersed in shock. After waiting for a while, Dongfang Ruiyu called Yi Yuni aside and handed her the letter from her senior sister. Husband, my senior sister gave this to you, take a look. Yi Yuni had doubts on his face. Then watched. His face was suddenly stunned. Good guy. Then he looked at Dongfang Ruiyu, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Come on, I want to reward you now. Dongfang Ruiyu immediately waved his hand. Husband, you should reward my senior sister first. Okay, I'll reward you more later. Yi Yuni then headed out of the garden. Here, looking at Yi Yuni's leaving figure, Dongfang Ruiyu also exhaled. After all, she couldn't stand Yi Yuni before. Not to mention being promoted now. That would be even more unbearable. I don't know how scary it will be now. Sister, please enjoy it. Dongfang Ruiyu clasped his hands together. Bless senior sister. After a while, Yin Weimeng was still worried in the room. Also looking at Mai Cheongsam. Look in the mirror. A pair of slender jade legs were seen extending from the Cheongsam. And paired with the Cheongsam. Thin waist. And the waves are rough. Looking at herself like this, Yin Weimeng felt her face flush with embarrassment. Beiki bit her red lips unconsciously. However, after waiting for such a long time, Yi Yuni still hasn't come. Is it possible? Is it because she's not attractive enough? At that moment, she also had a disappointed expression on her face. But, next moment, she just felt like someone was coming. Then the heart beat violently. My breathing is quickening. Then it's time to open the door. Squeak. After the door opened, he saw Yi Yuni standing at the door. Here, Yi Yuni is also looking at Yin Weimeng. It's the moment that your eyes light up. So charming. She walked like a Zhongnan beauty. Let people watch from a distance but not play with it. But, there is no such thing as being indecisive here in Yi Yuni. Master Yi. Before Yin Weimeng finished speaking, Yi Yuni entered the room. Then he kicked lightly and closed the door. This way, after a while, the members of the 100 Flowers Alliance started talking about it. They all knew what was going on. After everyone found out, their faces turned red with embarrassment. At the moment, I was thinking carefully. This time, the Alliance leader and Deputy Alliance leader followed Mr. Yi. There are also several high-level officials from Baihua League. Will they be able to be more blatant in the future? Before, I had to avoid the Alliance leader and other high-level officials, but now, thinking about it, their faces became even redder. So shameful. When they thought about it, they all felt a strange feeling. Until late at night, here, within the barrier, is a large family living room. The clan leader is waiting anxiously. After all, today is a memorable day. After being with Yi Yi for so long, Mr. Yi finally couldn't do it anymore. This is a historic moment. But he's not sure yet. So I asked the family members to go and find out first. It's back, it's back. A voice also brought the clan leader's thoughts back. He looked ahead. A stranger from the clan has also returned. At that moment, he asked anxiously, how's it going? Is there a big banquet held in Master Yi's garden today? He wanted to know whether there was no big banquet or whether there was a big banquet but he was not invited. After all, compared to the former, the latter simply made him panic. Master Yi is not holding a big banquet today. In one sentence, the head of the family was simply ecstatic. This is great too, if you say so. Will this be the case in the future? Can't get a wife anymore. Tisk tisk. So cool. At the same time, the other family heads in the barrier were all ecstatic. This is definitely great news for them. How much expense can this reduce? When they are happy, Yi Yuni also walked out of Yin Weimeng's room. Look at the blood moon outside. Staring at the blood moon, Yi Yuni seemed to want to see clearly the scene above the blood moon. However, the blood moon was shrouded in a layer of fog. No one can pry. This late? Yi Yuni shook his head. It seemed that the banquet couldn't be held tonight. One night less gifts. Then, the next moment, in front of him, the light curtain popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. Obtain 20% of the advanced card creation progress, and the current progress is 50%. Oh, the construction progress has reached halfway. Yi Yuni also looked away now. By accumulating resources, it may take a huge amount or even exhaust the strength of the barrier to break through to the next level. Let's pin our hopes on the advanced card. After all, if you want to advance again this time, you will enter the early stage of stars. Bronze, silver, gold, diamonds, stars, king level. Once you reach the star level, you can be said to be an absolute powerhouse. Then, the light curtain popped up again. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Get the reward of 10 dead soldier puppets. Oh, 10 more dead soldier puppets came. This is okay, after all, the strength of this thing follows Yi Yuni. Then, he called up the properties panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, late diamond stage. Skills, rapid absorption, god level hunting skills, second stage of Juyu Chi, god level movement, second stage of indestructible Vajra. Weapons, battle axe level 2, sun shooting sky bow level 2. Props, 19 god level alien beast control pills, 20 dead soldier puppets. Strength, early diamond stage 9 bottles of god level alien beast blood pure liquid reward, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 99 tracking charms. Jong, advanced card creation progress 50%. It's getting late now. There's no need to go back to the garden. Right here. Here, Yi Yuni turned around and returned to the room. Looking at Yin Weimang, who was sleeping soundly and tiredly, he also lay beside her. The next day, Yi Yuni also had a dream with Yin Weimang in the morning. Then he took her back to the garden. In the garden, Zhou Weiwei and Dongfang Ruiyu also woke up. They were all watching at the moment. Zhou Weiwei and the others had smiles on their faces. They were worried about where their husbands were last night. Why didn't you come back to sleep? Even the big banquet was not held. In the end, Dongfang Ruiyu told them. They also understood that they were not surprised to see Yi Yuni and Yin Weimang coming back hand in hand. He also became friendly with Yin Weimang. Good sister. Zhou Weiwei came over and was also welcomed. Yin Weimang looked at Zhou Weiwei, because she was thin and now she was starting to show her pregnancy. Of course, she spent a lot of time with everyone in the garden, so she naturally knew that Zhou Weiwei was the first to follow Yi Yuni. He was also saying hello at the moment. Dongfang Ruiyu also came over and looked at Yin Weimang with a smile on his face. Good sister. Yin Weimang. ? You little guy. How do you call you senior sister? Ah, but then, Yin Weimang felt that there was nothing wrong. After all, she is the youngest among these people now. Well, even the former members of the 100 Flowers Alliance can call her good sister. I knew this. Why bother in the first place? Get married early and get a higher ranking. Not to mention you can enjoy more pampering. After all, last night, she knew how powerful Yi Yuni was. Can attract so many girls. Here, Yi Yuni also started to feed 3 strange beasts. Wow, the sound of animal food being poured into the basin suddenly came. Red Flame Tiger, Little Haitzi, and the Qingling Dapeng came from afar. Qingling Dapeng was the last one to arrive. After all, this guy can't spread his wings in the garden. It's all about running. How could he possibly outrun Kai Yanhu and Xiao Haitzi? So I can only come from afar with the steps of not recognizing my relatives. A real wonder. After arriving here, I started eating crazily. After a while, the Qingling Dapeng chirped, ringing everywhere. Yi Yuni was also stunned. Then look at this guy. I saw that Qingling Dapeng's body was even bigger. The feathers are getting darker and darker. The claws, beak, and even feathers all glowed with metallic luster. Don't be too domineering. Yi Yuni looked at it, and a light screen popped up in front of him. Variety, Qingling Dapeng, Bloodline, Pure, Grade, Late Golden Stage. Gold, Late Stage. Is this guy promoted? That's fine. Yi Yuni thought. Then, in front of the garden, there was a rapid knock on the door. When Dongfang Ruiyu gets close, it opens. Then, there were several family heads outside. Where's Mr. Yi? When Dongfang Ruiyu heard that several people were here to see her husband, she immediately got out of the way and said, please come in. After coming in, several people saw Yi Yuni feeding the strange beast. Then came over. The steps are hurried. Here, Yi Yuni also looked over, looking at their anxious looks and expressions, and immediately asked, what's wrong? Master Yi, Jiang barrier has been breached. One sentence made Yi Yuni frown. Next to them, all the girls had their eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they heard. The barrier has been breached. Doesn't that mean this? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Wait for them to talk. Yi Yuni's mouth twitched. Let's go there. Do you know what the situation is over there now? Yi Yuni said, and several family heads followed closely behind Yi Yuni. Jiang barrier is a small barrier. There are some gold-level aliens among them, but there was a beast wave today. A powerful alien beast will crush the barrier directly. Other beasts are coming soon. These are all sent by people from Jiang barrier using alien beasts and pigeons. And they were from a long time ago, now, maybe. Speaking of this, the family owners also felt sad. It was as if the memory of the apocalypse 5 years ago was also flooding into their hearts. I'm afraid that Jiang barrier has turned into a purgatory on Earth. We have notified other diamond-level aliens and other family heads. Yes, Yi Yuni also nodded. He has been killing strange beasts for so long. There is also an idea in my heart that humans have the upper hand. But, after all, it's 5 years since the end of the world. Humanity is only just getting organized. And the strange beasts in the jungle have been fighting for 5 years. Compared to the areas where alien beasts exist, the human barrier areas are simply not worth mentioning. Therefore, the evolution of alien beasts will be much faster than that of humans. This time, it was a wake-up call for Yi Yuni. We still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. After a while, several family heads and other diamond-level strangers came. Yi Yuni then whistled. The Qingling Dapeng soared into the sky. Let's go. Let's rush there. Yi Yuni said one word, keep your feet down. The ground suddenly cracked. He soared up and landed on the back of Qingling Dapeng. Here, several family heads and diamond-level strangers are also ordinary, and they all start to move. It fell on Qingling Dapeng. Then, Yi Yuni patted its back. Qingling Dapeng flaps its wings, rushing towards the front. Call, break the wind, sounded suddenly. Everyone on its back twitched their mouths. This speed, fear, it's so scary. After a while, Qingling Dapeng is also approaching Jiang barrier. At the moment, everyone on the bird's back looked at the situation in front. They all squinted their eyes, face sinking like water. The barrier in front of you. A huge hole has been made. It seemed as if it had been knocked out by some huge alien beast. Smoke fills the air. Alien beasts are running around in it. Nibble on anyone you see. Wail, beast roar, the sound of flesh and blood breaking. A mixture of sounds. It's like purgatory on Earth. When we arrive, you can spread out and help. Yi Yuni looked at everyone and said something immediately. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The diamond stranger who had given Yi Yuni the antidote before looked at Yi Yuni, then looked at his height, how to get down. Yi Yuni looked at him. Then he raised his foot. Boom, the stranger flew directly backwards. Then, head down. Ah, after a long cry, the stranger has landed. Is there anyone else among you who doesn't know how to get down? Yi Yuni looked at them. Everyone, I know. You have done this, how can we still not know? After a while, the heads of several families looked at the height below, and their hearts trembled. After all, although they are high-level aliens, they have not jumped from such a height, and they feel unsure. But, there is a lesson learned from the past. Then they closed their eyes. Jumped off Qingling Dapeng. As the smoke and dust dissipated below, one after another, the family heads and the diamond-level strangers all fell down. They also understand that they underestimated their physical strength. After jumping from such a high place, I only felt a little pain. It's totally out of the way. Then they looked at the strange beast in front of them. Then the killing started. This way, Yi Yuni started to look here and shook his hand. The shooting sun bow fell into his hands immediately. The cold light of the bow shooting from the sun. It's even more obvious under the sunlight. At this time, Yi Yuni looked down at the world like a god of war in charge of killing. Then, Yi Yuni drew his bow and set an arrow. The boy draws his bow to full length. One arrow. Break out of the sky. Poof. A moment. That's killing a late gold beast. That arrow penetrated the head of the alien beast. Then it disappeared into the ground. Disappear. Afterwards, Yi Yuni drew his bow and arrow again and again. Harvested a wave in the barrier. At the same time, Yi Yuni also saw a series of huge footprints. Think back to the huge gap in the barrier. The size of this strange beast is probably very huge. I'm afraid it's much bigger than a giant snake. Thinking of this, Yi Yuni's heart tightened. So to say, what level of alien beast is this? Here, Yi Yuni is also preparing to pursue the pursuit with Qingling Dapeng. Let's go that way. Yi Yuni patted the Qingling Dapeng and let it rush over, following the footprints and traces in the dense forest. But, the next moment, boom boom, call, the other side. Huge trees fell one by one. Smoke and dust are everywhere. The whole jungle began to shake. The woods looked like wheat waves blown by the strong wind. Surge. This is. When Yi Yuni saw it, his face dropped like water. Beast tide. Why is there a tide of beasts in this place again? The southern city wall was breached before. Now at the west city wall. And, among this tide of beasts, there are many late-stage gold, early-stage diamond and other high-level exotic beasts. If this is to enter the barrier again, not only the survivors in the barrier, but also the family heads who jumped just now may also suffer. This barrier is really full of disasters. At that moment, Yi Yuni flicked his hands. The shooting sun bow disappears. The battle axe suddenly appeared in Yi Yuni's hand. Then, Yi Yuni stepped down. The whole person flew forward immediately. Here, strange beasts are running wildly. Head towards the west gate of the barrier. Everywhere you go. The giant tree was smashed into pieces. But, next moment, boom, a violent sound suddenly came from in front of them. It stirred up a lot of smoke. As they looked at it, their feet froze, waiting for the smoke to clear. Then, I saw Yi Yuni standing there with a battle axe in his hand. Now, they didn't expect it either. A little stranger. How dare you stop them? Then, the leader of the strange beast roared. Head forward. Here, Yi Yuni looked at the charging alien beast. Open your hands. It's just one strike from an axe. Poof. An axe. The leader is a late-stage golden beast. His head was immediately shattered. Blood mist spreads. Red and white are scattered all over the floor. Then, Yi Yuni's whole person turned into an afterimage. Travel among these strange beasts. Poof, poof, poof. There were sounds of flesh and blood breaking. Then, it was the sound of dead beasts falling to the ground one after another. The more Yi Yuni kills, the faster he goes. God-level body skills, 9 nether energy. God-level hunting ability. Everything works to the extreme. Plus the late diamond strength that just arrived. Among the strange beasts, there is no enemy of Yi Yuni's moves. He raised his hand. It is to harvest the lives of strange beasts. Even diamond-level beasts can't make a single move under Yi Yuni's hands. After a short time, the whole area, there are already corpses everywhere. Rivers of blood. Phew. In the air, Qingling Dapeng also came back, and then shouted at Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni looked at Qingling Dapeng. What did this guy discover? Yi Yuni looked at the Qingling Dapeng in the sky. Then he looked at the dead beasts here. After thinking about it, let's not clean up the battlefield yet. Let's wait until those house owners have finished dealing with it before we can join together. Then, he wiped off the blood on the axe blade with his hand. Keep your feet down. Jump directly onto the back of Qingling Dapeng. Then, the Qingling Dapeng flew in the direction where those strange beasts came from. It is contrary to the direction of the huge alien beasts' footprints that destroyed the city before. Yi Yuni thought for a while, but if he wanted to chase the strange beast again, it would be too late. Let's see what Qingling Dapeng discovers first. After a while, Yi Yuni saw a big cave. Outside the cave, astonishingly, a huge diamond-like crystal core was placed there. Yi Yuni's eyes narrowed as he looked at it. This is the crystal core of the late-stage diamond beast. How could it be placed here? A moment. Yi Yuni seems to know it too. Those strange beasts just now. I am afraid that I will be frightened by the momentum of this crystal core. That's why we headed over there. Yi Yuni came over and directly picked up the crystal core. Put it into the system space. Then, just walk towards the cave. He also holds the giant axe tightly in his hand. After entering, Yi Yuni smelled the smell of blood. Then he saw a figure leaning against the mountain wall inside the cave. Yi Yuni walked over there. Then came to the figure. Watch. Then his eyes tightened. See, a man is leaning there. It's just that he's dead. In front of his chest, there was a huge gap. It seemed as if it had been bitten by the fangs of an alien beast. Here, Yi Yuni went over and looked at his hands. On one hand, it turned out to be a photo. Yi Yuni took it off and looked at it. It's a girl, youthful sunshine. It can be said that it is a beautiful country. A natural beauty. It makes people want to stop after just one look. Is this guy's daughter? However, Yi Yuni, who has seen many beauties, is not obsessed with such things. He is even more curious about other things about this guy. Then, Yi Yuni looked at what he was holding in his other hand. After opening the handle, it's a key, a huge key. What kind of lock needs such a huge key? It's just that now that this guy is dead, we can't ask, we can only put it into the system space first. Then, Yi Yuni took off the baggage from his back and looked at it. Then, a pair of eyes is shining. In this baggage. Astonishingly, they are also 2 late-stage alien beast crystal nuclei. A group of 3 late-stage diamond alien beast crystal nuclei. That said, is this guy a star-level powerful alien? But, his death was so tragic. Especially the hole in the chest is so shocking. So, was it caused by the huge alien beast that just rushed towards the other side? If that's the case, what level is that alien beast? And why are you chasing this man? In an instant, questions appeared in Yi Yuni's mind. However, no one gave him an answer. Let's go and see the traces of the giant alien beast first. Yi Yuni thought. After all, there are family heads and so many diamond-level experts on the other side of the barrier, so it shouldn't be a big problem. At the same time, among the broken barriers, the strangers who just jumped down also started fighting. Poof! One knife down. The head of the family named Wang directly chopped off the front paw of a late gold beast. Brute! The head of the family named Wang immediately spoke out. A pair of eyes are blood red. After all, the situation at the scene was too tragic. When these beasts enter the barrier, it doesn't matter whether they are young, strong, old, weak, sick or disabled. Start killing right away. He just saw a baby hanging on the fangs of a strange beast. How could he not be angry? Ouch! A howl of pain suddenly came from the mouth of the strange beast in front of him. The alien beast felt the pain, and its eyes burst out with anger. The remaining claw, he slammed down towards the head of the family named Wang in front of him. Call, break the wind, sounded suddenly. The head of the family named Wang looked at it and immediately bit his fangs. The giant knife in his hand stretches across. Then resist violently. Clang, a metallic collision sound suddenly sounded. Next moment, the tail of the alien beast in front of me swept across. Straight towards the chest of the head of the family named Wang. Fierce, swift, trying to kill him with one blow. Such power. The head of the family named Wang looked at it with his eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. This beast. I want the fish to die and the net to break up. Hateful. Now, he also has no hands to block. I can only watch the tail whip like a steel whip. But, next moment, a figure suddenly came out. Then, the head of the family named Wang looked at it, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. The hair on my whole body stood on end. I saw that in front of him was a young man. At this time, the young man is grabbing the tail of that strange beast. It's easy to lift a heavy weight. It's like grabbing a kitten by the tail. Then, the young man flicked his backhand. The alien beast was smashed to the ground by him. The young man then bullied him. 1 punch, 2 punches. Poof, poof, click. The last punch. The young man broke open the head of the alien beast forcefully. Take out the crystal core. The head of the family named Wang. Wukow. This is too violent. Even Mr. Yi is not so violent. Hurry up and help get rid of them. Zokai held the crystal core of the alien beast just now. Looking at the few young people here, they all gave orders. Only then did the head of the family surnamed Wang notice that there was an additional young man named number 67 here. They are all wearing black dragon-like cloaks. At this moment of turmoil, the cloak also moves with the wind. Make a hula hula sound. Don't be too ostentatious. The head of the family named Wang was stunned when he saw them entering the battlefield. Such fighting power. Simply extraordinary. These people. Are they all diamond-level aliens? Where did this group of powerful aliens come from? But the current situation is no longer their turn to think about these things. The head of the family named Wang here also started to join the battle. Zhou Kai, who just killed a late gold beast in an instant. At this time, the eyes are as bright as fire. Look at the diamond-level beast in the distance. Also go directly there. Let's fight. After a while, with the sound of broken flesh and blood, he once again had a diamond-grade crystal core in his hand. Here, with the addition of several people, the strange beasts in the barrier were quickly dealt with. Everyone has gathered together. At this time, each of them stood covered in blood. Here, several young people looked at Zhou Kai. Brother Kai, it seems that the formation of the barrier alliance proposed by the 9 kings and generals is still necessary. If there is a Bastion Union army stationed, I'm afraid the casualties won't be so heavy. The words fell into Zhou Kai's ears, and he nodded. Especially when he heard about the 9 kings and generals, his eyes were full of admiration. Revere like a believer. At that moment, he also looked at the family heads and diamond-level strangers around him. These people came very quickly. However, he is definitely not a stranger in the barrier. If so, then the barrier would not be breached so easily. Moreover, it is impossible for this small barrier to have such a strange configuration. Which barrier are you from? You came to support so quickly. We happened to be investigating around, but we couldn't come as fast as you. Zhou Kai looked at them and asked. The head of the Wang family said, we are strangers from the blue and white barrier, and we followed Lord Yi here. Master Yi has flying beasts, so our support is faster. Mr. Yi. Zhou Kai and others were also watching. Who is Mr. Yi? Who are you? Several diamond-level aliens looked at it and frowned. Yi Yuni, where have you gone? After all, it was Yi Yuni who kicked them off the Qingling Dapeng just now. Later, Yi Yuni walked away towards the distance. No one knows where he went. This guy, could it be to kick them down and fight? Put them in danger. He must be on his own. Thinking of this, several diamond-level strangers looked at each other. It's really not impossible. That rascal, typical refined egoism. In their hearts, they still resented the fact that Yi Yuni had monopolized the giant golden tree before. But, the next moment, a house owner came from afar, panting. Master Yi, you single-handedly dealt with the beast tide at Examen. One sentence made all the family heads widen their eyes and couldn't believe what they heard. Master Yi, alone, solved the beast tide. What kind of beast tide is it? No wonder Master Yi can't be seen. It turned out that he was fighting the enemy alone outside. If there is another wave of beasts, they may not be able to hold on. Let's go and have a look. Zhou Kai listened with interest. What kind of strength can one get the title Lord Yi? And, guarding the beast tide alone. What level of beast tide? Who is the leader of these people? This is also related to his mission. Following Zhou Kai's order, after leaving a few people behind, the others headed towards the west gate. Not to Examen yet, they just smelled the strong smell of blood. Then, they walked forward. Go further. The eyes are gradually widening. The canthus of the eyes is about to burst. What's this? Who can tell them? What's this? Even Zhou Kai and others were shocked. Because this beast tide is no ordinary beast tide. There are many strange beasts in the early diamond and late gold stages. One person, can you stop such a beast? At the very least, it's the mid-diamond stage. Zhou Kai also looked at himself, he was in the middle stage of diamond. But, it seems impossible to deal with these strange beasts so simply and neatly. Behind Zhou Kai, several strangers wearing black dragon cloaks looked at this scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched. How could one person resist such a wave of alien beasts? It's really scary. Where is Master Yi? A family head said. Then he looked at the tide of strange beasts in front of him and searched inside. Master Yi, is it possible? One sentence made everyone's hearts twitch. Then the head of the family behind him said directly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He looked at the previous head of the family and felt 10,000 mmp exits in his heart. You came up and cursed Mr. Yi to death. Mr. Yi is dead, and my daughter is going to be a widow. Isn't it all over? Here, Zhou Kai was also interested, ready to see what kind of person this person was. Next moment, in the air, a chirping sound came. Then the Qingling Dapeng flew towards everyone. Zhou Kai looked at it and narrowed his eyes. Then, just saw a figure coming down from the Dapeng. Boom. Fall in front of everyone. It was none other than Yi Yuni. Master Yi, Master Yi, Master Yi, you are back. The alien beasts in the barrier have almost been dealt with. You are so powerful, you have resisted the tide of alien beasts here by yourself. The words suddenly came from the mouths of each family head. Here, Yi Yuni ignored the words of the family heads. Instead, he looked at Zhou Kai and the others. Who are these people? Yi Yuni looked at it. Wearing a black dragon cloak. On top of the cloak, a black dragon is entrenched. The dragon's claws are extremely sharp, lifelike. The aura exuded by these people is extraordinary. They seem to be no ordinary people. It should be a diamond-level alien. When Zhou Kai saw Yi Yuni looking at him, he also walked over and stretched out his hand. My name is Zhou Kai. Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni also stretched out his hand and shook Zhou Kai's hand. I didn't expect you to be able to defend this beast tide by yourself. It's amazing. Zhou Kai looked at Yi Yuni. This guy looked a little younger than him, but he was already so fierce. That kind of people, it would be a good choice to recruit into the Barrier Alliance army. However, they still plan to proceed as planned. Let's go to the other barriers first. The blue and white barrier is behind. We came down under the orders of the 9 generals. We will go to the blue and white barrier later. Let's meet again then. Zhou Kai said. 9 kings. Yi Yuni heard this title. Also stunned. What is this name? Although I don't quite understand. But it sounds pretty fierce. At the same time, the diamond-level stranger next to him heard this word. In an instant, my whole body trembled. He suddenly looked at Zhou Kai and others, and lowered his body slightly, as if to show respect. These all fell into Yi Yuni's eyes. Okay, just come to me when the time comes and I'll buy you a drink. Yi Yuni said that he also wanted to get more information from them. After all, they seemed to come from a higher level of barrier. Haha, okay. Zhou Kai didn't expect Yi Yuni to be so cheerful. The moment is to take people away first. Wait until a few people leave. Yi Yuni looked at those diamond-level strangers. Have you ever heard of the 9 generals? Yi Yuni said. Several people also nodded. You also know that before the end of the world, we had first-tier, second-tier, third-tier, and fourth-tier cities. Those first-tier cities are also the most densely populated. After the end of the world, humans will build barriers based on the original cities. First-tier cities will form super-large barriers. And the 9 king generals, they are kings. Moreover, he is the strongest among the 9 first-line barriers. King level. Several family heads were shocked when they heard this. They are now gold level. Above, and the stars, above that is the king level. King level is also the highest level they know now. Don't look at it, they are only 2 levels apart. But on top of gold, every small level is like a chasm. Not to mention the big grades. That is simply an insurmountable chasm. Here, Yi Yuni is also listening, king level. In an instant, Yi Yuni's eyes burst into flames. He might as well reach the king level one day. Thinking. Let's deal with the current matters first. This battle ended relatively quickly. You can clean up the battlefield first. Let's clean up first and take the remaining survivors to the blue and white barrier. Yi Yuni spoke, but everyone was silent. How many survivors were there? Most of the ordinary survivors had been slaughtered before they came. As for the remaining aliens, there are quite a few. Then they nodded, started to pack it up. Next, it's time to install all the strange beasts here. Yi Yuni also watched. He was rushing back to get married in the evening. There's not much time to waste here. Okay, you can escort me down below. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Yi Yuni's words confused everyone. Are they escorting? So far, numb, totally numb. However, This time it was also fruitful for them. After all, they can't move even if Yi Yuni resists the beast tide. The rest, including the strange beasts killed by Zokai and others, are all divided among them. That's okay. Yi Yuni stepped on Qingling Dapeng's back. Then, he walked away. Everyone looked at Yi Yuni walking away with envy on their faces. How wonderful it is to have such a strange beast. At the same time, in the garden, Sister Yu, you seem to be very interested in medicine. Let me tell you, my husband is very good at refining medicine. He never fails. Dongfang Ruiyu also said. What? Yu Yan listened to Dongfang Ruiyu's words. Never failed. Those senior alchemists who are among the first-line barriers also make mistakes occasionally. But, husband, fear, it's so scary. Suddenly, Yu Yan remembered that she had seen many different strains when she was outside the blue and white barrier. All in a secret place. The quality feels good too. Yu Yan thought, might as well pick it and bring it back to my husband. Sisters, me. When Yu Yan spoke, she also said that she wanted to break out of the barrier. Several people listened and nodded. After all, Yu Yan is the strongest among them. Wait until Yu Yan leaves. Several people also started to worry. Tell me, when will my husband be able to deal with the beast tide and come back? It won't hurt, right? Zhou Weiwei and others' faces were full of worry, and they were now starting to show their pregnancy. Emotions are also relatively fragile. Don't worry, sisters, my husband will definitely come back as soon as possible. It will be okay. Dongfang Ruiyu also said. Others may not understand, but she had seen Yi Yuni torture and kill Zhao Kang. Plus we communicated for so many days. Husband, he can be called a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. How could something happen? Dongfang Ruiyu also comforted everyone. At the same time, here, Yu Yan has already broken through the barrier. However, she is fully armed at this time. It's like a man in black is sneaking in the jungle. She thought about it and headed towards a different plant. After arriving, pick it, put it in the backpack. After that, there are a few more different strains. The last one is a different plant. Yu Yan thought, that alien strain was the guardian of a late golden alien beast. She didn't want to conflict with that guy before. It's not that I'm afraid. Today we can go directly to harvest. Thinking, Yu Yan is also heading that way. After a while, she saw a huge black crystal leopard appearing in front of her. At this time, the leopard is sleeping soundly. In the cave behind it, there is a vaguely mutated eggplant. It's also wrapped in black crystal. Here, Yu Yan looked at the leopard and narrowed her eyes. This guy, it's bigger than the storm-chasing leopard. Much bigger. And, some places on the body are also covered with black crystals. Look, it's quite a bit noble. Such a strange beast. Extremely fast. If you can't kill with one hit, I'm afraid it won't be easy to say later. It certainly can't fight back, but escape is a matter of two people. Yu Yan also wanted to understand in her heart. Then, the dagger flashed out of his hand. In an instant, a cold light appeared. Next moment, Yu Yan is as quiet as a virgin and as active as a stripped rabbit. Head towards the black crystal leopard. The speed was so fast that the air around his body made a sonic boom sound. Black crystal leopard also opened his eyes suddenly. But the next moment, the dagger pierced its eyes. Ouch! A howl suddenly came out. Then Yu Yan increased her intensity and probed downward again. Pull it out. A huge gold-colored crystal core flew out. The crystal core falls into your hands. Yu Yan is also satisfied with her masterpiece. Kill with one hit. Then, she put away the crystal core, walked into the cave, and prepared to put away the mutated eggplant inside. At the same time, far away, a team of people is coming. The leaders are a man and a woman. There are many people following behind. The ones in front are all one person and one exotic beast mount. But in the end, it was two people sitting on one mount. Master Hu, this direction and this voice should be the black crystal leopard I just discovered. The people behind heard the wailing and said immediately. Then my heart sank. After all, he was scouting from the front just now. I just saw this black crystal leopard. This is the right time. After all, Mr. Hu's mount was shot to death by an arrow flying from the sky before. As a result, he has no mount. This black crystal leopard. It's the late golden stage. If only it could be tamed and become a mount. That's incredible. Traveling thousands of miles in a day is no problem. So they came out in full force. Get ready to capture this black crystal leopard and turn it into a mount. But unexpectedly, before he came over, he heard the wail of the black crystal leopard. As they get closer, Mr. Hu jumped off his mount. Everyone is coming down too. Watch from a distance. Mr. Hu looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. This is, what the hell? Who killed the black crystal leopard he was interested in? He was originally going to use this as a mount. At that moment, his face was as dark as water. Just don't be too angry. Then he stared closely at the cave. Everyone nearby looked at Mr. Hu's look and were shocked. After all, this expression showed that he was in an extremely bad mood right now. And it seems that the person who hunted the black crystal leopard is still in the cave. After a while, I'm afraid there's going to be a war. Here, Yu Yan also picked the mutated eggplant. After putting the eggplant in the basket, she was also in a good mood. After all, this time, she picked all the strange plants she found in the jungle. I also harvested a late gold crystal core. Thinking about it, she walked outside. Coming, Hu Tian looked at Yu Yan who came out. I was stunned at the moment. At first glance, it was a girl with a nice figure. But, I can't see my face. But, this account cannot be settled like this. He stared at Yu Yan's backpack. It seemed that there were a lot of things in it. Greed arose in Hu Tian's eyes, and then he waved towards the back. Next moment, the people behind immediately rushed out. Head towards Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked at everyone and narrowed her eyes. Someone is ambushing her here. Court death. Then, she immediately held the dagger in her hand backwards. Kill someone. Speed. Extremely fast. However, everyone is also prepared. That person directly resisted Yu Yan's attack. Next moment, Hu Tian came with a knife. He slashed at Yu Yan's shoulder. Others are just average. Yu Yan was attacked from both sides in an instant. One side of the body. The blade grazed her face and went away. The sword light also cut through her mask, revealing the charming face beneath the mask. Here, the girl next to Hu Tian saw it, and her eyes widened suddenly. She couldn't believe what she saw. Cousin, isn't this the girl on the wanted notice we issued? Hu Tian listened to Jing Xiaohan's voice. Then look at Yu Yan. It really is. This one is the girl on top of the bounty. Moreover, looking at her appearance, Hu Tian also had a subtle smile on his face. Pretty. If you take her back and make her your wife, we will definitely be able to give birth to powerful aliens as planned. Catch them alive. Give an order. Everyone also gathered around Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked at them and clenched her silver teeth. Unexpectedly, she would meet these guys hunting her here. These big family kids. Yu Yan looked at them, and there were probably many strangers in the early diamond stage among them. Today, it looks like it will be a bloody battle. Kill one without losing money, kill two with blood gain. That is, I can't go back to the garden to be with everyone in the future. Together with my husband. But fortunately, I didn't cause any trouble for my husband or the others. Yu Yan thought, then looked at the crowd, stepped forward, and headed towards the leader Hu Tian. Court death. When Hu Tian saw that Yu Yan dared to come towards him, he slashed down with the giant knife in his hand. Yu Yan turned to one side, and after dodging, the dagger headed towards Hu Tian's heart. The speed is so fast that it's jaw-dropping. Snort. Ding. After a crisp sound, Hu Tian also looked at Yu Yan and smiled. Still want to kill with one strike. Yu Yan looked at her dagger being blocked by the blade, and immediately wanted to make another move. But, the next moment, the girl next to me is here. Jing Xiaohan is coming towards Yu Yan. One kick, directly on Yu Yan's shoulder. Diamond's early strength suddenly emerged. Call. Yu Yan flew out directly. Head for the trees behind. Boom. After a loud noise, Yu Yan smashed a huge hole in the giant tree behind. Shooting out from behind. Catch them alive. Hu Tian looked at this scene and became excited for a moment. I explained it to everyone again. After all, he plans to capture this beauty and make her his wife. This would kill him. Isn't this a huge loss? Don't slap me in the face. Thinking about it, Hu Tian made another explanation. Then he took everyone away. This way. Yu Yan also watched this scene and stabilized her figure. Then the whole person rushed forward immediately. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal collisions suddenly came out. No one expected that Yu Yan could be so brave. The fighting power is so strong. However, now they are outnumbered. Even if he consumes her, he can consume her completely. Several people thought that they were also fighting a war of attrition with Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked at it and understood what everyone meant. At the moment, he is heading towards a late-stage golden stranger. Clang. After a sound of metal collision, the dagger in Yu Yan's hand was thrown out by her. Then catch it with your forehand. Stab directly into the stranger's neck. Poof. Next moment, pull out. Pillars of blood spurted out in an instant. But, next moment, a diamond-level stranger is kicked towards Yu Yan's abdomen. Only then, aha! A sound broke through the air suddenly. A white light came from a distance. It's like tearing apart space. Poof! A moment, that white light penetrated the head of the diamond-level stranger in front of Yu Yan. Next, bring something red and white. Just nail it into the ground. Plop! The dull sound of corpses falling to the ground sounded. Here, Hu Tian and others' eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. What was that just now? What is that white light? Why, a diamond-level alien was killed instantly. Here, everyone is thinking of what happened a few days ago. Hu Tian's face was also as heavy as water. Before, his mount was shot to death by an arrow falling from the sky. Then now, Yu Yan was also watching this scene. Then, just heard a chirping sound. She looked up and saw a big bird covering the sky and the sun. This is. In an instant, Yu Yan felt extremely safe and had a backbone. Everyone also looked up at the big bird that covered the sky and the sun. So big. What kind of strange beast is this? Then, I saw a small black dot coming down from the big bird. Coming towards them. They scurried past. Boom. A bang. Smoke and dust are everywhere. No one dares to act rashly. I can only stare at the smoke and dust. Next moment, the smoke and dust swept up. The sound of sonic boom also sounded instantly. A figure holding a giant axe rushed out of the smoke and dust. Coming towards a diamond-level stranger. The diamond-level stranger looked at the speed at which Yi Yuni rushed towards him. I was stunned at the moment. If you want to resist, it's too late. Poof. After a sound of broken flesh and blood, the stranger's body and head were separated. I simply don't want to die anymore. Others were shocked when they saw this scene. Yi Yuni clicks with his feet. Like a ghost, harvest the lives of everyone in front of you one after another. Voices came out one after another. Everyone was also killed and their courage was broken. Scattered away. Here, Yi Yuni is once again dealing with a strange person. Look at the others running away. At that moment, he also snorted coldly. These people can actually recognize the form. But will he let them go? Simply impossible. Yi Yuni then picked up the sun-shooting bow with one hand. Knocking an arrow. Then, an arrow shot out. Poof. The arrow penetrated directly into the chest of a diamond-level stranger. Then it burst out from the chest. Yi Yuni drew his bow and arrow again. As the aliens fall one by one, Hu Tian, who had already run far away, was also panicking. He was really panicked. Since the end of the world, he has become a stranger. His family has become a stranger. After continuous accumulation, it has become a big family with a front-line barrier. He is also arrogant and domineering. I never thought that one day I would be treated like prey. Next moment, behind him, there was a blast of wind whistling past. Always a sharp arrow. Shoot towards his back. Poof. A sound that penetrated flesh and blood suddenly sounded. Hu Tian looked at the position of his heart. A big hole has been opened. Then, he fell down unwillingly. Here, there is only the last Jing Shaohan left. Husband, shoot her. After Yu Yan's words, he also said it with excitement. She was also in extreme excitement at this time. She knew that her husband was better than her, but she didn't expect that he was so powerful. It's absolutely terrifying. Here, Yi Yuni drew his bow and arrow, aiming at Jing Shaohan. Then, came the ejaculation. Poof. After a sound. Above Jing Shaohan's calf, there is also a breach. Ah! With a loud shout, Jing Shaohan fell to the ground. Feeling severe pain, her originally beautiful face also showed pain. The delicate facial features are also distorted. Then, I saw Yi Yuni and Yu Yan walking over. Jing Xiaohan also had fear in his eyes. The whole body is like a sieve of chaff. Shaking like crazy. This person. Horrible. It's so scary. One person. Destroy their entire team. In other words, she had no room to escape in front of this person. Come to Jing Xiaohan. Next moment, Yi Yuni put the battle axe directly on her neck. Then he took out a god-level poison. The effect of this poison is extraordinary. It can make people soft without any effort. And, as time goes by, the pain it causes will also increase. Open your mouth. What are you doing? Jing Xiaohan looked at the pill with a look of horror on his face. This guy. What are you going to feed her? Yu Yan saw that she still dared to speak, so the present was the past and she pinched her mouth open. Then Yi Yuni put it in. After Jing Xiaohan swallowed it. The whole person feels different. Grow numb. I can't muster the strength. This is poison. Next moment, Yi Yuni just took the battle axe away. Then, Jing Xiaohan felt a pain coming from his body. She immediately let out a low cry. Yi Yuni started her, let's tie her up, take her back and torture her severely, and see what information we can get. Good husband. Yu Yan looked at Jing Xiaohan with a smile on her face. It was you who kicked me just now, right? Looking at Yu Yan's smile, Jing Xiaohan also felt chilled in his heart. What to do? What to do? However, now she does not have the power of a diamond-level alien. Hiss. A broken sound. Her sleeves were torn off by Yu Yan. The lotus arm suddenly appeared. Then Yu Yan tied up her hands. Hiss. Hiss. Then, Yu Yan just kept tearing the strips of cloth. Jing Xiaohan felt it, and her face turned red with embarrassment. No matter the pain. You, let me go. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Jing Xiaohan didn't expect that Yu Yan would act like this. At that moment, his eyes widened and he was struggling hard. But, useless. It's no use at all. She just ate something Yi Yuni forced into her. That should be poison. Moreover, it is still a very powerful poison. Not only can it make her strength disappear, and it will also cause her pain. So, she is no match for Yu Yan now. Not to mention resisting. Now, the only thing she can do. He was attacking Yi Yuni and Yu Yan in his mouth. Yi Yuni also looked at Jing Xiaohan, and then heard that she was quite noisy. It's noisy. After Yi Yuni said a word, he walked towards Jing Xiaohan. Then he lifted up one of Jing Xiaohan's slender legs lying on the ground. Yi Yuni looked at it. This feels good. Here, Jing Xiaohan also shut up in an instant. Look at Yi Yuni. His eyes suddenly shrank, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. This guy, why are you grabbing her legs? Here, Jing Xiaohan is simply confused. Nowadays, people work as swordsmen and I work as fish and meat. Isn't it Yi Yuni who has the final say? Yu Yan looked at it and was also stunned. Waiting for my husband's next move. Then, in the eyes of the two people, Yi Yuni took off Jing Xiaohan's shoes. Then took off her socks. I told you you're too noisy. In an instant, Jing Xiaohan understood what Yi Yuni was going to do. This fool, he even had to use her socks. Gagged her. No. Jing Xiaohan was completely shattered. This is simply the ultimate torture. Open your mouth. I won't speak anymore. I promise I won't speak anymore, okay? Jing Xiaohan looked at Yi Yuni and immediately begged for mercy. Yi Yuni smiled and said, do you want to use my socks to stuff you? Jing Xiaohan. Then, he also opened his mouth. After Yi Yuni has taken care of it here, the world also became quiet for an instant. Yi Yuni looked at Jing Xiaohan, and then looked at the scene here. Yu Yan, take this guy back first. I'll clean up the scene. Yi Yuni said. Yu Yan was also watching the scene. After all, Hu Tian is considered the young master of a big first-line barrier family. You still need to clean up the scene. If the big family knew about the situation here, there would still be trouble. I'll come with you, husband. Yu Yan said. Then I saw Yi Yuni waving his hand. Yu Yan also stopped talking. Take Jing Xiaohan directly towards the barrier. Here, wait for Yu Yan to leave. Yi Yuni started to pack it up. Loot all these guys' bodies. Only. Not much. Poor guy. After Yi Yuni finished reading, he couldn't help but spit out 2 words, just so many crystal nuclei. Then, Yi Yuni placed their bodies in the system space. This way, Yu Yan has brought Jing Xiaohan back to the garden. Everyone Yu Yan actually went out and brought a girl back. And this girl, after the package Yu Yan gave her faded away. It seems like this outfit is a bit revealing. Very fashionable. Is this a tear-off outfit? Jing Xiaohan looked at everyone's eyes and felt instantly stunned. I want to find a crack in the ground and crawl down there. Sisters, my husband is back, Yu Yan said as she looked at everyone. Several girls listened and became excited for a moment. It seems that their worries are quite unnecessary. But, what's going on with this girl? Etc. Zhou Weiwei looked at the thing stuffed in her mouth. I was also stunned. Then I went over and watched. Then came numbness. This. Isn't there a sock stuffed in this mouth? Then, they looked at Yu Yan with questioning eyes. Yu Yan's eyes were numb when she looked at everyone. Sisters, I didn't do this. My husband did this. Everyone listened and nodded. This looks to be Yi Yuni's masterpiece. After all, he is the only one who can do this. What about this ripping outfit? 2. After some thought, they decided it must be. After all, most of their clothes are like this. They were all torn apart. At first glance, it is also Yi Yuni's masterpiece. As a result, they don't have much clothes to wear now. Sisters, I'll take her to find a room first. After Yu Yan finished speaking, she took Jing Xiaohan away. After a while, Yi Yuni is also back. After talking to a few girls, he called Qianyu and the others over. Found a remote place. Then the bodies of Hu Tian and others were taken out. There is also some flesh and blood of the giant snake. Eat this. The 3 strange beasts looked numb. What are these? What do they usually eat? That is god-level animal food. Why is consumption downgraded now? The way Yi Yuni looked at them. At that moment, a big pussy was thrown out. Don't be ungrateful. These are all diamond and gold level strangers who are stronger than you. There are also giant snakes in the middle diamond level. You are still picky. Be careful, I'll stew you when I come back, Yi Yuni said fiercely. Let the 3 strange beasts all have fear in their eyes. Yi Yuni's words are not a joke. Then, they started eating. For a moment, they were all stunned. This is different from the flesh and blood they ate before. The energy is bursting. Now it's time to eat and stuff like crazy. Okay, you deal with it. Yi Yuni thought about it and also went to Jing Xiaohan's room. Then he untied her restraints. Tell me about those big families. As Yi Yuni said, Jing Xiaohan also snorted, I won't tell you. Okay, Yi Yuni stood up and nodded, you may not know what kind of poison I gave you just now. I'm telling you now, that poison will not only make you an ordinary person without strength, but it will also cause pain. Maybe you can still handle it now. It will be more and more painful later. If you don't say it now, the price will be different when you beg me to say it in the future. Enjoy it, Yi Yuni said, then leave. Jing Xiaohan also felt wary after listening to Yi Yuni's words. But, what else can she do now? After Yi Yuni left. Also thinking about Jing Xiaohan's revealing outfit. This girl has a good figure too. It's okay later. However, Yu Yan learned this technique from him, and the tearing was just right. Thinking about it, Yi Yuni remembered something. These girls of his don't have too many clothes. After all, most of them were torn apart by him. Do evil, do evil. Yi Yuni thought that he could go and get some for them. Then, Yi Yuni waited for a while. Time to get ready to go out. Outside, there was a knock on the door. He is a householder. At this time, he looked at Yi Yuni with joy. Yi Yuni looked at him, are these guys back? It came back quite quickly. Master Yi, we are back and your things have been shipped back. Let's go and take a look together. The head of the family said with respect on his face. After all, when they were carrying things, they also saw the beasts that Yi Yuni resisted alone. There are countless strange beasts in the early diamond and late gold stages. This kind of strength is terrifying. Yi Yuni also nodded. Then follow him. Arrive at the location now. Yi Yuni looked at these things. All his things were brought back. After all, these family heads don't dare to covet his things. Then Yi Yuni asked someone to help peel off the skin of the three-tailed white fox. There are other soft furs. Got it all. Then, he headed towards the crystal core trading market. Then we entered a clothing store. You guys can make some nice clothes out of these, said. Yi Yuni just took out all the things. This way. Everyone also opened the package. Look inside. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they couldn't believe what they saw. This. What is it? The fur of a diamond-grade exotic beast. And, more than one. This. Big customer. Then Yi Yuni took out a few high-level crystal nuclei. In an instant, the boss's eyes lit up. Sir, what are the approximate dimensions? Here, Yi Yuni listened to the boss's words and immediately started talking. After all, he personally measured each wife's size bit by bit. Those data are all imprinted in his mind. No problem. The boss has recorded the dimensions. Sir, don't worry, we will make it as quickly as possible. Your satisfaction guaranteed. Yi Yuni also nodded. After a while, this way, the heads of the house are also immersed in joy. After all, this time, they also obtained a lot of exotic beast resources. And, bring back the surviving aliens. They are also recruiting. Many of them have joined various families. Their family power has increased a lot. This time, it can be said to be a fruitful harvest. Several family heads were happily counting the spoils. Then, there was news. Master, this is what Master Yi gives you. The head of the family watched. It's an invitation. A big banquet tonight. Here, the owner of the house had his eyes widened and couldn't believe what he saw. Patriarch, didn't this happen before? Why is this being continued again? Is this reasonable? This is so unreasonable. At that moment, all the family heads started to go crazy. However, there is no way. After all, no one dares to resist. After a while, they sighed. Go and prepare a gift for Mr. Yi. Night, they came to the garden. This garden. Still decorated with lanterns and festoons. It's still Bai Jixi's flowery smile when receiving gifts. It's still their bitter faces. Everything seems to be exactly the same as before. But, it's not the same. It's just that their family wealth is getting less and less. Even though I added some more this time. But, that's not good either. On stage, Yi Yuni also looked at the girl. The girl had a shy look on her face. With a peach blossom face, she looked at Yi Yuni with submission and shyness in her eyes. After all, she was also a grown-up girl getting on the sedan chair for the first time in her life. The banquet is over. Yi Yuni took the girl into the deepest room in the garden. Then he kicked the door shut with his feet. Everything goes smoothly. After all, I've done it hundreds of times. The next day, Yi Yuni came out of the room. I feel refreshed too. At that moment, a light curtain popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. The reward advanced card creation progress is 20%, and the current progress is 70%. Already 70%. This is acceptable. After all, if this advanced card is successfully created, he can directly become a star in the early stage. Plus God-level skills, enough to surpass the middle stage of the stars. Yi Yuni thought. Next moment, another light curtain pops up. Congratulations to the host wife for her successful pregnancy. Get the Ningwei Divine Eyes reward. Yi Yuni looks pregnant. He is already used to this thing. After all, it all comes naturally. As for the rewards later, Yi Yuni is watching. Next moment, I also feel that my eyes feel a little different. After a slight burning pain, it became clearer. Yi Yuni looked at the introduction of Ningwei Divine Eyes. This divine pupil not only improves the original functions of the eyes, but also can dismantle the enemy's power trends and other functions. More importantly, this thing can actually cause hallucinations. Or make people lose focus during the battle. Nice one. You know, battles between high-level aliens are often won or lost in an instant. With this thing, he can take things by surprise. Gain the upper hand in the battle. Afterwards, Yi Yuni brought up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Level, late diamond stage. Skills, rapid absorption, God-level hunting skills, second stage of Juyuchi, God-level movement, second stage of Vajra indestructibility, condensing divine eyes. Weapons. Battle Axe Level 2, Sun Shooting Sky Bow Level 2. Props. 19 God Level Alien Beast Control Pills, 20 Dead Soldier Puppets. Strength. Early Diamond Stage 9 bottles of God Level Alien Beast Blood Pure Liquid Reward, 99 Poison Pills, 99 Antidote Pills, 99 Tracking Charms. Jong, Advanced Card Creation Progress 70%. At the same time, among the first line of barriers, Pan Shichun, who had already returned home with his poisonous glands, stood there. Seeing that the poisonous elixir used to fight poison with poison was made from the venom glands of the giant snake she brought back, it was ready. At this time, she was also worried. Look at the old man on the main seat. The person in charge was none other than the head of her Pan family. At this time, the hair is gray. Even though he is a powerful stranger at the star level, he still has almost no energy. Sitting there was no sparkle in his eyes. Just watching the poison pill being held up, there was still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then, he took the poison pill. Then he swallowed it directly. Without a trace of hesitation. It can be said that the ship has been burnt. At this moment, everyone in the Pan family was on tenterhooks. After all, success or failure depends on this. If successful, that family is guarded by a star-level stranger. There will be no problem at all in expanding our territory in the future. But what if it fails? The Pan family may be eaten by other families. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.